Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is one of the best and most complicated survival roguelikes on the market. You start off by fighting zombies and finding basic needs, and if you survive that, you may one day find yourself fending off eldritch creatures, twisted abominations, all equipped with crazy tech and powers. There's nothing else like it. I wanted to dive deep into CDDA, so I created a character and story I could immerse myself in the world completely. This is the story of Vellum, an elven mage who dreams of becoming an archmage and won't let a silly apocalypse stop him. Enjoy this supercut of all of Season 1 in one place. If you liked what you see, don't forget to like and subscribe and stick around for Season 2. The world as we knew it has ended. A storm of eldritch chaos from beyond the understanding of mortal minds has collided with our home and torn apart everything we built and loved. Reanimate corpses that somehow still live roam the streets. Strange creatures hide in the dark. Magic has resurfaced after a millennia, and dinosaurs graze the swamps and forests again. The world as we knew it has ended. Welcome. This is Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. Here we meet our protagonist for the first time, Vellum. I won't go into too much detail at this moment, but he is an elf who has always dreamed of becoming an archmage. Part of a society that has kept the traditions of magic alive despite the technology of modern times, he sought out a teacher in one of the human megacities with the promise of starting the road of an academy magus. After only a few months of basic learning, enough to pick up the raw essentials, the world ended. Earlier today, his teacher went into the other room to quote-unquote find a way out of this mess and hasn't returned, seemingly vanishing from the basement. You can hear clawing, screaming, and the breaking of walls and glass outside. And now he must learn how to survive. However, that dream of being an archmage still burns inside him. And maybe some of these spells he's picked up along the way might be useful. So welcome to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. We have Vellum here in the center here, and we start in a dark basement. Fortunately, we have along the left side here a series of bookcases filled with books that will most likely be useful. In the top right corner here, we have a staircase, which will be our primary exit from this basement. Coat rack, some chairs and such, and a strange scribbling on the wall. An inscription, a circle of esoteric symbols etched into the metal wall. They draw your eye to their otherworldly shapes. This is a classic roguelike. So we have turn-based movement. Nothing in this world will move until we're ready to move. But we're going to go ahead and head to the other room here, opening up this door, and you'll see our little sight cones here. The reason that everything's dark here is that it's pitch black. The sepia is things that we have seen before but are outside of our vision. And then this gray is the fog of war of what we have never seen. I'm going to check the other room here. Looks like we got a TV, a smartphone sitting on the TV. We're actually going to go ahead and pick up that smartphone here, grabbing it, adding it to our inventory. This smartphone will help us. It's a popular fancy smartphone capable of taking photos, an integrated camera, and even illuminating the area. One of the best things, though, is that it helps us track consumed calories. So we're going to go ahead and activate that, and we'll check our calorie tracker. We consumed 0 calories today and 0 yesterday. But the nice thing about that is that whenever we do have food to eat, that'll help us keep track of our calories between days and keep healthy. Looks like over here we have some more bookshelves, some more books that we'll take a better track of in a moment, but we want to just take a good look at our surroundings. In here we got a nice little bathroom with actually some pretty good supplies. We're going to go ahead and take some of this. We'll take the bandages, and we'll leave the rest for later because we'll be back here. In the distance you hear, "This is the end," but we're going to ignore it for now. Someone's screaming above us. We don't know what's going on the surface yet, but it can't be good. We're going to take the office scissors, tuck them into our backpack. Or, correction, we don't have a backpack yet. And we're going to tuck them into our dress shirt and dress camo. We have this nice Academy Magus look going for us. We were always a little bit of a nerd, so now, you know, being a mage really justifies We do find a small mana crystal left behind by our master on the ground. Some water still in the toilet. Perhaps that'll become useful later. Or closed doors behind us as we go. And there seems to be a photo here. It's a photo of a jovial old wizard. He seems to be dancing with a coat rack in the basement. A stack of suitcases in the background. Interesting. There's no suitcases here. But I do believe that there's a coat rack here. Yes, it's a coat rack with a bathrobe and a full-faced motorcycle helmet. I don't seem to be able to interact with it, but maybe if we grab it, pull it out of the way. Nothing happened. But as we step onto the place where it was before, we see your surroundings shift. So something's changed in the room. Something around here. These scrawlings of symbols behind this, what now is a bead curtain. Always had secrets, I guess he did. He has some sort of weird scorecard in here. Almost like he was like watching TV here. And a secret study. In the background, we see a corpse of a human. I guess that explains where he went. And a book on geospatial systems. A translocator gate. A gate for translocation. Cast the translocation spell or use a translocator to choose the state as destination. That's unfortunate. Well, I guess nothing to do about that now. We'll have to leave the book for now because we don't really have any room. Check his shelves. He has a lesser mana potion. Another mana crystal. That's going to be really useful. And some books. That scroll of Heart and Earth is going to be pretty good as well. And then on his desk, he has a Reign of Perception +2. I mean, yeah, we'll go ahead and put that on right away. Goes on our left finger, and we can go to our character sheet here. In the top left, you'll see our starting stats, and our perception went from the actual of 9 up to 12, which is going to make us much better at seeing things, and it's also going to make us much better at shooting at things from a distance. We also have, what are these? Blood power generators. Using the latest advancement in technology, this bionic is able to convert the innate energy stored in blood into bionic power. The stronger the blood, the better. It can hold up to 100 milliliters of blood. Okay. Guess that's some sort of bionic. Also a book of Alpha Male Quarterly. That's funny. Well, we'll leave this for now. Close the bead curtain. And we are going to tentatively. We've been hearing whumps and thunks from above us. Out in the distance. Crashes. Chaos of the city above. We are going to tentatively check up the stairs. Immediately, we see a zombie in the distance. A human body swaying as it moves. An unstoppable rage visible in its oily black eyes. Does he see us? He sees us. And he's hostile. He's standing over the corpse of something freshly slain. We can see that our window over top of our staircase here is broken out. We only can get a glimpse of the building around us before we need to duck back down into cover. Escaping from what is definitely some hostile intentions. Wait here in a moment. Catching our breath. Ignoring the sounds above us. We're going to peek back out. See where he's gotten to. Looks like despite the fact that he can see us, he isn't coming for us. So we're going to go ahead and crouch, and you can see the little symbol over my head that crouching. Hopefully get a reduced vision on some of these things. Take a look around. We do see that there's another house over there. More zombies. Go ahead and close that door so that they can't see us. And a bathroom. And here we'll take a quick respite. See about our main concern here is day one needs. Today, we need shelter, but that can probably be accommodated by the basement, at least for the time being. But our master lived in a series of buildings, a small neighborhood with basements all around. We're not going to get any peace and quiet here. We'll eventually need to move. The secondary need we have is water, and then the third is food. So hopefully we're going to be able to find what we need around here. We can check these things. I'm actually going... Yeah, any bandages we find, we are going to take with us. And we want at least one of these bottles of antiseptic here, which goes into our pockets again. Because if something bites us, it could leave a very potentially infected wound, and that could be the end of us very, very quickly. I'll peek through the curtains here, see what we see. Doesn't look like there's any zombies in the background or in the backyard. However, I do see something highly valuable: a brazier, or raised metal disc in which to safely burn things. That will be incredible. A brazier will allow us to have a contained fire for day one. That will help us solve some of our water needs. Now we just need something to transport water. Preferably something metal, but if not, we can just use a bunch of bottles and start, like, cooking water. We also need something to cook the water in, like a pot or a pan. The brazier will have to be something we save for later. Okay, we're gonna crouch again. Close that door behind us, make sure nothing gets in there. And move carefully through the house. Zombie dog. It's pretty far away, doesn't see us. We're gonna move into the darkness here. This area here is, in fact, very dark, so it should only have a few tiles of vision, like about this-ish, around itself. So if it gets within that range of us... Oh, wow! A hiking backpack at the beginning of the game. I promise, guys, I didn't seed this or anything like that. That is an amazing find at the beginning of the game. That is going to be absolutely incredible. Let's see if we can... Realistically speaking, the person... The careful person inside of me wants to say that... nothing in the toolbox, damn. Wants to say that we should go back into the basement, and we should just wait until night. These things can't seem to be able to see very well, not very long distances. So that would be the safe thing to do. Northwest, you hear crunch. That's not good. Something's banging on the wall of our house. Probably heard us moving around. Jean jacket here. There's a kitchen. We can get to the kitchen. In the south and below, you hear, "Fuck do you want from me?" Sounds like... Oh, shit! That dog found us. Okay, we stand up. Swing the quarterstaff. We got a hit with 14 damage. It missed us. Another hit. Swinging, missing wildly, and we crunch it down. This little skull above it is indicating that this thing will get up, reanimated by whatever dark forces has claimed the world. So we're going to crush it to bits, ignoring the footsteps we hear outside. From the north, we hear footsteps. Close. Not close enough, though. Crouch back down again, so that you can't see out the windows. And we're going to check the fridge. I am an elf, so that does mean that stuff like horseradish and unfertilized eggs and butter, they don't appeal to me. But the eggs will be useful, so we're going to go ahead and take them. We can make meals out of them. Same thing with the fruit jam and the pickles. Lunch meat, cheese. Now that we have this hiking backpack, we can be a little bit greedier about what we take. I was originally planning on coming up here and just grabbing the bare essentials. We'll grab the bottle opener, so we'll need it eventually. And that's all I'm going to grab. Actually, I'm going to grab these forks as well. I think I've heard before that you can make lockpicks out of them. A cast iron frying pot. We'll grab one of those. Some butter knives, cotton patches. I think I might grab one of these gallon jugs. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to take the gallon jug of ammonia. Where is it? There. Ignore everything again and pour it out onto the ground. Now we have an empty gallon jug. We can fill that with water, and we can start trying to boil some of that water with that pot we found. I think I see some matches. Ooh, and a candle. Very good, very good. Flashlight. A hammer, just one of them. Some batteries. The long strings might be useful for crafting. I'm not sure. A mini lighter and a matchbook. Can't have too much fire. We'll take it all. Ooh, some pliers. And we'll take an X-Acto knife. Oh, and a screwdriver. Yeah. I just wanted one screwdriver, please. Thank you. There we go. I think that's all that's useful here. We can always come back for more of it. I just want enough so that we can get through our first few days here. We don't really want to be moving around this place during the day whenever possible. Check this last cupboard. Looks like a whole bunch of coffee. Wow, that's a lot of coffee and tea. Some forest honey and some spoons and some thyme. Not much to speak of, but... well, now we've just spotted something new. A plastic golem. Traditionally, making a golem is a months-long process involving hand tools and precision craftsmanship. A stone golem is as much of a work of art as it is a magical device. The advent of 3D printing has made it easy to get into the golem making hobby. And blasted golems have soared in, I assume that's going to be popularity. That's not good. It is hostile and faster than us, and it can see us. Fortunately, our magic teaching tells us a little bit about golems. So we're not going to move, and we're going to examine our surroundings, because we know something about golems that the average person wouldn't. Golems are big, and they have an order. They are not to break windows. They're not to bust down walls. They're not brutes like zombies are. In fact, that golem is a life send. It will regenerate, and it will likely take out a lot of the zombies in the area for us. But there is a caveat. They will walk through doors and come crush us. So we're going to look around. So our front door is closed. That's a window. It can't fit through the window. And our back door is closed. So we need to check this room and make sure there isn't a way into this house. Because if there is, that golem can come in and crush us to bits. So we're going to move very quickly. Back here. Check back here. There's an open window. We'll go ahead and close it. Close the curtains over here. Of course, be a pack rat. Oh, blanket. We're going to pick up the blanket. Be a pack rat real quick. Double check this area. And then we'll close the door behind us. Is that book very useful? No, it's not. Are these books any useful? No, they're just entertainment. And we'll close the curtains in here as well. Okay. So now that threat, that golem, has essentially been converted into a very powerful, although temporary, ally. He is going to go around murdering the countryside, destroying every zombie he comes across, and basically beating up anything he comes across. With the caveat of being, if we leave our house here, we're going to be in trouble. And we do have a general idea of what the nearby city looks like, and we are surrounded by a neighborhood, a massive neighborhood. There must have been thousands of people living here, and now they're all zombies. So we need to get out of here. We need to find some place to move to that is going to be farther away from all of the threats, or is going to be tall enough or deep enough that we're going to be safe enough from the zombies that they won't hear us whenever we're doing our crafting and our making of food and stuff like that. Just be basically a short-term home base. So we're gonna look around the map real quick and just get our bearings before we go back into our basement. So northwest. Okay, well that's where the golem came from. Okay, that's both a good thing and a bad thing. In the top right corner, you'll see that it says Wizard Tower. So this building directly to the north of us is a Wizard Tower. That means that thing is going to be pouring golems, both stone, plastic, clay, all sorts of golems. There's going to be pouring golems out of it. The natural defenders of the Wizard Tower that the Grand Archmage would have left behind. And it almost makes sense that we live so close to one. Our master having taught us in the basement of only one building over from the wizard. I imagine this wizard probably could have been a potential tutor for us even. But that's going to be more than we can handle on day one. So we're going to look around at some of the other colored buildings here. What is this off in the distance? Another wizard tower. You know what? I'm going to start marking these. So we're going to go in here and we're going to make a note. We're going to make it red, make it a giant W, and say Wizard Tower. So that'll put a giant red W on that. And we'll do the same over here. Having two wizard towers so close is really valuable, though. Once we get the ability to clear these out, and we get our feet underneath of us, essentially, we can go over there to get books and scrolls and learn more magic. That's going to be a massive key to our success and a key to our future. Because again, we have this dream of becoming an archmage, and that dream still burns bright in the back of our head. So we definitely want to try and see if we can find enough spells to make our survival in this world much easier. Looks like other than just these gray houses, which all of these gray things are houses here. We do have a craft shop. That could be a lot of different things from my experience. Crafts could be everything from like blowing glass all the way down to like whittling wood. We have a coffee shop. There's a chance we could get some food and drinks there. A subway station. That seems dangerous. I don't know what lurks in the subways, but it can't be anything good. Then all the way down here, we have an apartment tower. We might be able to climb that in order to get a look on surroundings. Botanical gardens, a music venue. Nothing amazing, but we do have a insight into downtown of the megacity here. Looks like if we head farther that way, we're getting farther away from the the urban buildings, and we get to like these dense urban buildings, office towers and stuff like that in this downtown Riverside area, this area is going to be incredibly dangerous. But if you look at all of these colored buildings here, there's just going to be so many potential opportunities here. We probably want to try and move towards it, but maybe stay far enough away that we're not just heading headfirst into danger. Is that a library? It's a police station. A police station. That has some possibility. There's probably some defensible walls in there. I'm just guessing. I've actually never checked out a police station before. There's probably some defensible walls in there. Might be a basement. Might be a second or third floor. If we needed up to a third floor, that would actually be amazing, because it would mean that we're far enough away from the zombies that they won't hear us as we're doing our day-to-day crafting. That might be an early goal for us. Once we get some basic food and some basic water sorted, we'll try and wait till night, and we might go and scope out that police station. But for now, like I said, basic food and water. We're going to peek through again, check to make sure there's nothing back there. Doesn't look like there is. What we're going to do is we're open the curtains. Open the curtains. Stand up. Accidentally running. And we're going to try and sneak back into the backyard quietly as we can. We hear thwack. It sounded like it was close by. I don't see any noise indicators. Okay, we're going to crouch again. Go through the backyard here. Oh, there it is. Something trying to bust down the door. So we need to be quick. So we're going to take this brazier, take it down, pick it up. Brazier, not brazier. Sorry. And yeah, we're just going to run now and get back inside. Close the curtains. We're going to check. Hear footsteps. Could be anything. This place is so chaotic right now. It looks like nothing saw us. Good. So as long as nothing sees us now, this window's a problem. Being broken out like this. Go back down into the basement, and I don't feel safe here. The stairs being so close, we're going to go ahead and peek back up here. The stairs being so close to this window here, and the possibility that a zombie walks in and then immediately walks down these stairs, means that we definitely want to set up in this back area. As far back as we can. Probably not all the way into the bathroom, but at least here. Which means that we'll have enough room, potentially, to spread out. So give me a moment here, and I am going to set up everything we've got and kind of get sorted. So we'll go ahead and deploy the brazier, get it on the ground, and then I am going to sort. From south and below, you hear hysterical laughter. That's not good. So now we have all of our books in one spot. We do actually have a chess set over here. In fact, we'll go ahead and grab the chess set and put it on our table over... Oop, that's our quarterstaff. Where's the chess set? Our table over here. So we have something to play with whenever we want to... we're trying to remember the old world. We're just going to start a pile of everything useful. So this copper wire, forks, strings, all of this stuff over here. Again, just ignore the distractions. It'll be fine. And then everything else, we're going to just drop. And we'll sort it out. What do we need to keep on us? We need to keep our medicine on us. We'll drop all of our food except for one thing. Keep our smartphone and generally our tools on us. We don't need the pliers, though. That's for, like, more advanced crafting. Same thing with the scissors. It's more for more advanced crafting. We definitely don't need the cast iron pan. But the rest of those things are pretty useful to keep on us, just in case we get stuck somewhere. I'm an elf. I'm a member of high society. I don't want to be crafting sitting on the ground like some sort of commoner. So we're going to come into the other room here. And we're going to grab this table and shove it into the next room. Put it over here in the corner. And we'll use this as a place in order to craft things in the future. Lastly, we are going to make a nice little firewood spot. Actually, I need to put it here, don't I? Yeah. Firewood spot. now all we need to do is actually get some firewood going. So we'll go ahead and light up one of our magical spells, which we failed because we have something in our hands. We'll drop our quarterstaff. Try again. Why the fuck are you doing this to me? You here. We're going to have to deal with that eventually. With that much loud noise happening nearby, we're not going to be able to sleep. But for now, we're going to take apart these bookshelves so that we can get some wood. I'm going to use my psychic field of... Or, no, not the field of light. I'm going to use the psychic candle glow instead, which puts a temporary glow, and I can concentrate on this. And then we're going to haul all of this, ignoring the shouts and pleas of those above us as we do it, onto our wood spot. And then finally, we have fire. Which means we can go into our craft menu, go over to food, and... Wait, we're missing something. Clean water. We have a tool of boiling. We have a nearby fire. Oh, we're missing the obvious thing. Water. So that's why we cleaned out a gallon jug earlier. Let's see if we can figure out where it went. We have a gallon jug here. I'm going into the bathroom, and we can pour all of the awful toilet water into this gallon jug. The only problem then is that we're going to need something to store that in. I don't think it'll let me make all 15 water and then put it back into the same jug. Because the problem is that our cast iron frying pan, although it's going to be able to boil water, it's not a terribly efficient way of doing it. Ideally, we're going to want to find a pot at some point. So that means that I'm going to go ahead and extinguish this fire. And as unfortunate as it is, we are going to pick up our staff again. Do you see it? A zombie came in here. They must have heard us deconstructing the bookshelves. We have magic. A magic missile. Or even a mana bolt. And we could easily take it down. But if we were to use one of those, the cackling sound of the magic missile would surely draw more zombies. We're going to have to be brave. And we're going to have to go into melee with it. For our fragile elf bones, this is not going to go well. It looks like it's slightly hurt already. You can see on the right side, those 3 bars, indicating that it's only about 3 out of 5 its total health. Looks like it's already been beaten up, roughened up by something. Take 1 hit. Oh, good. A good immediate 14 whack. Again, a critical. Another hit. And it does actually manage to bite our arm. That's not good. We just keep going. Okay, we got it down. Wasn't too loud. Doesn't have anything for us. How rude. Wait. Was that our master? Our master came back. Damn. In the end, we had to take down our master. But it wasn't one of those happy versions of taking down our master and looting his stuff, you know, like we became better than him. No. He came back and tried to kill us. We're gonna go ahead and drag him back into his room. Ignore the shouting again. Continue ignoring the shouting. That's gonna be a problem. And close. Oh, he destroyed the bead curtain coming out. Damn. We can't even close him in there. It's a sad day when you have to destroy your own master, but we have a more immediate concerns. We need to get back up here. Crouch down again. See if we can find something else to store water in. Some bottles, perhaps? Not sure what we have available here. We can find another gallon jug. That would be about perfect. Carefully move through the house. Keep to the shadows as much as possible. Okay. The kitchen is fully bright. But if we didn't get to those windows, we can close them this time. Did anything see us? I don't think so. I don't see anything over there. Okay. We aren't safe, but we're better. There's a bowl here. Hey, that's actually pretty useful. Now that we have a backpack, I feel like I've turned into a full loot hobo now. knowing that we can kind of just grab whatever we want. A teapot, it's smaller volume than what we have already. Let's see. I don't see anything super useful there. I'm looking for more large containers, like the gallon jugs. There we go, another gallon jug. This one of ammonia. We're going to go ahead once again, pour that out. Just ignore the distractions. We'll keep ignoring everything until we actually see a zombie on top of us. There's not much else we can do. We have priorities. We have to get food. We have to get water, or else we're not going to survive long enough for a zombie to kill us anyway. Obviously, you've heard crash. How close was that? Not close enough to matter. Nothing saw us. Let's go back downstairs. Get back into our area. We're going to go ahead and turn the light back on. Just ignore the sounds. They're just going to keep coming. Okay. Now we can make clean water. And we're going to make a bulk 15 right away. Put our quarterstaff on the ground. Okay. That is step 1. So we have shelter and we have clean water. We'll go ahead and drink some of that water now. Block hungry. That's not good either. Something's talking southeast of us. And below us, that's not good either. So our next priority is food. We have some food. We have some fruit jam, some milk, some cheese. Can we make anything out of that? We can make scrambled eggs. How long will those eggs last? Normally it'll say in consume time, but because I am so picky about my food, I'm an elf that won't even check the expiration date. We have the core essentials. We have food, we have water, we have a goal if we check our map again. We have this police station to the southeast. Someplace that we could potentially hole up in, someplace we could possibly go to in order to find safety. So we're going to take solace in the fact that we have goals and that's we will soon be able to do something with our life. So for the rest of this first night, I should say the rest of this first day, because it's only 10 a.m. We did all of that within the first few hours here. We are going to gather up our books and we're going to study. Just trying to ignore the chaos around us. And hope that some of these books are going to have useful enough things in them. There we go. Useful enough things in them that we can learn something to possibly survive. A full-face motorcycle helmet. That would actually be probably pretty good defense. Problem is that I'm a fancy elf. I don't want to wear a helmet. Especially a motorcycle helmet. Like one of these earth motorcycle helmets. No, thank you. I'll drop all of our books in here. The Scroll of Hardened Earth. Again, ignore the shouting. Just ignore the shouting. And we're going to read the Scroll of Hardened Earth. It would teach us the spell Hardened Earth, which is an Earth Shaper spell. Well, so how with Magicraft works is that there are 8 schools that you can align yourself to, and each of the schools, is it 8 or is it 6? I don't remember, but there's schools that you can align yourself to, and each one of them has an opposite school. Whenever you learn one of them, you cannot learn the other. So if I were to learn an Earth Shaper spell here, I would be locked out from its opposite. However, I already know ahead of time that Earth Shaper is one of the schools that I would be very interested in. Eventually, it'll allow me to make some really interesting tools. And the opposite of Earth Shaper, I think, is Technomancer, which is it's human technology thing. So we're going to go ahead and read this book. Again, trying our best to ignore what's going on outside, all of the shouting and screaming. I just really hope that that golem can take care of it. So here we go. Learning this spell will make you an Earth Shaper. Earth Shapers have allowed their minds to sink deep within the stones and metals of the planet and become one with its secrets. To a master Earth Shaper, spells can be as permanent as the stones they are created from, and time is measured in geological eras. But it'll lock me out of Technomancer. Technomancers are the new breed of modern magicians, blending their arcane might with their advanced knowledge of the fundamental nature of the universe. They use technology to enhance their magic and vice versa. I have no interest in being a Technomancer because I'm a fancy magic elf that wants to be an Archmage. Technomancy is more of like charging cell phones and like, you know, doing stupid shit like that. It's beneath me. So we're going to go ahead and learn Harden Earth. That'll add to our spell list here, giving us the ability to compress dirt together so hard it becomes hard as rock. A great way to turn makeshift barricades into a fortress. But I'm going to go ahead and read through all these books, and we'll be back in a moment. Okay, here we go. So it looks like we have a spell book here with that spell scroll that we don't need. And then we have a whole bunch of skill books along the center here. We can learn some computings, piercing weapons, applied science, mechanics, electronics, and then in yellow here are some books of skills that we already have, but we could read them for fun if we needed to. And then below that are books that are just completely useless to us, and some books that we don't have the abilities to know yet, including one that's really interesting to me. Metaphysics 3, Not Always So, Practicing the True Spirit of Zen. That's interesting because metaphysics is the skill tied to psychic powers, and ever since the Cataclysm, we did have a few minor psychic powers, our ability to create light and our ability to blink around, which will become very handy, but without further teaching or some sort of relic, we're not going to ever actually be able to improve those skills. They'll kind of just be weird tricks that we can do. We might get insight into how to increase them, but we're going to need something else to actually do so. As it stands, the only ones here that really super interest me are applied science and honestly just applied science. Mechanics, electronics, and computers, those will be useful later. But before all of that, we are probably going to take a good amount of time here and learn this book that our master, let's say, left behind for us. Translocate Self. This allows us to translocate ourselves back to the Attuned Gate. I'm very excited to learn this because if possible, it means that we can use this space not only as a launching point, but we can then teleport back to it in the future. While we're reading, we hear nothing but screams. People screaming at each other, yelling about meat and eating. The world outside has become truly different and very dangerous. While we're reading, I'm noticing that we are currently overweight. So we do want to check before we go out at nighttime, which will fall around 8 p.m. at night. We do want to go out and check what we're carrying to make sure that we're carrying as little as possible, because we're going to need to be able to run away from things. But we did learn Translocate Self, and it is too difficult for us to cast. That's not actually a problem, because what you can do with this is, if I wanted to, we're not going to do this fully, but we can go back into this book and we can study for, let's say, 30 minutes. Heard a whiz. That kind of sounds like someone shot a gun up there. And we can learn some experience. It will take a lot of reading in order to get this to a higher level, but with a level 15 difficulty spell, it does mean that I will be able to eventually get this going. And we will train more on that later. It being only 5 p.m. at night after all of our reading does mean that, realistically speaking, we should try our best, extinguish our fire, eat a little bit of the meat or food that we've managed to get, and see if we can catch even a moment of rest before our nighttime excursion. We've been up all day. So we're going to save and lay down and hope. With all of this screaming, I really doubt it, because this is one of the reasons why I'm worried about all this screaming, is that we can get a few hours of sleep before we have to get up. Yeah, look at that. They're just screaming and screaming and screaming and screaming. And even if I did fall asleep, they'd probably immediately wake me up. Just toss and turn, trying to lay in bed. This might be a higher priority for us than getting to the police station. We're going to stop trying to sleep. So it says that they're south and below of us. If we zoom out far enough, can we see where that sound's coming from? What the hell? So much screaming. The fuck is that? And it's below us? What the hell? I don't even know what that is. But it does mean that we're not going to be able to sleep here. They're going to keep us up all night. We're going to eat more of our food. Make sure that we're nice and settled. And let's hope to God there's not some sort of secret lab over there or something like that, because we're not going to be able to handle it if it is. Some of these places I've heard do actually have like secret laboratories. We're going to go ahead and drop as much stuff as we can. Whatever we don't need. Why do we have even more mana crystals on us? We should, these things are like breeding in my inventory. What the hell? We don't need the batteries. We don't need the gallon jug of clean water. We will try... Nah, we'll keep it on us, just in case we get trapped. And we do want to grab some of our food. That's not that heavy, so we'll grab the jar of jam. With this screaming beneath our house, we only have two options, really. We can either get to this police station as soon as possible and see if we can secure it. I'm really hoping we can. I'm hoping that there's some sort of lockdown or something. But it's a long walk. With the subway so close, there is a chance that the subway system runs under this house, and there's just monsters in the subway screaming. But it doesn't mean that we can't sleep here. Nighttime is our ally. But we do have to worry. As an academy mage, we know about golems. Their vision range is enormous. We have our elven eyes, and we have a long way that we can see, but golems will be able to see us from even that amount of distance. No? What are you doing? There we go. Can't climb because you're wielding a quarterstaff. Yeah, we'll drop it, I guess. Can we pick it up? We can. See? Even if... I thought that was a zombie. I literally thought that was a zombie. It was a bush. Okay. We're going to zoom out a little bit and see about moving down the street here. We're going to move down the center of the street, hoping that this gives us enough room to move if something comes up. Some corpses. What is it? Corpse of a petrified person. Poor person was just staring at the stars or something. The Cataclysm took their brain from them, took their sentiment, and eventually they just get eaten by the horde. We probably should have checked this car back there, see if it was working. Is that a bicycle? I think that is a bicycle. Oh, it's destroyed, though. It is absolutely destroyed. Okay, let's leave it. It's not that far. Just keep moving down the street, and hopefully we don't run into anything. In fact, I'm going to turn on safe mode. Safe mode is a mode where if something enters our cone of vision here, it will stop me from moving immediately. I won't be able to press anything until I manually turn safe mode back off, which means that we can kind of run in the dark here. I can hold down, move, and move a lot faster. See? There we go. Zombie, 8 tiles to the south. We're going to go ahead and turn off safe mode. And as long as we stay pretty far away from him... Oh, there's a zombie runner there. That's a problem. Can't see us yet. But if he gets wind of us, we'll be in trouble. Okay, we're going to go to the north then. What is this? This is sand and dirt in a volleyball court. Skirt by those runners. Oh, that's another runner. Yeah. Recently risen body moves quickly, darting its head back and forth, gnawing at its hands. If that thing gets to the side of us, we will not be able to run from it. We will have to turn and fight. With how many zombies are here, we might have to resort to our magic, our very loud magic. It looks like for now, we got through to that group. What are those? We have a zombie soldier. Once a soldier, it's dressed head to toe in combat gears and carries itself rather steadily for a zombie. We also have a decayed zombie, a once dead human corpse. Its discolored, swollen flesh is riddled with festering wounds and open sores. And then just a generic zombie down here. That's another indication of the oddness of this particular outbreak. A Z9. Zombified version of one of the German Shepherd dogs used for law enforcement. Its deformed body is encased in a protected Kevlar harness. Well, that's not good. Means that's a really fucking fast zombie that's armored. Let's avoid that like the plague. Okay, we still need to get one block over before we can make south for the police station. But as I was saying, that's another indication of what's going on here, is that these zombies, they're not a disease. It's almost like they're living again. Corpses are reanimating. Whatever it is, from our experience of magic, we know this isn't necromancy. This is something else. Okay. From here, I think we're going to head south. Hopefully we can get past the hordes. Oh, geez. Something going on here. 4 runners clustered around a zombie. Oh man, there's a corpse there. A messenger bag. Clean pair of polka dot stockings and a sweater. I think they just tore something to shreds. They're ravenous though. Another group. Some fat zombies and decayed zombies. And another set of fresh remains. While we're standing here, we'll check the car real quick. The car doesn't have a fuel tank. Okay. Good to know. Don't worry about that UI. The car UI is kind of crazy and hard to deal with. We're almost there. Almost at the police station. Hopefully, it's a safe place to hole up. And then all we have to do is go back and go for our stuff that we got. Oh, but we hear so much movement. Please don't tell me it is. That's the station. And it's filled with movement. It's filled with zombies. I don't know if this is going to be worth taking out. But that's where we're going to have to leave you. This...
Vellum does not know why he survived when the sky cracked open and destroyed the world. But he isn't going to stop to think about it. In front of him is the local police station, a place he instinctually came to for safety and shelter, but within its walls is a cacophony of monstrous sounds. Unsure of what else to do, we press forward with our initial plan. Can we reclaim it, or will it reclaim us? Welcome back to Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead, one of the hardest roguelike survival open world games in existence. And we stand before this police station, which you can't see it now, but as we had approached, it was filled with the sounds of the dead. But it's only 9 p.m. We still have time, and we're not in a rush. We're not tired. We're not tired. We're not hungry. We're not thirsty. We can take our time and see if we can possibly clear this location. It has stone walls and decent windows. We already see 2 of the dead, tough zombies, hanging out near the bottom, having maybe recently just broken out through some windows. We need to find an entrance, and we need to stay quiet. If these things see us, it's not going to be good. We do hear a lot of sound inside, some whumps. Nothing too concerning. No cackling laughter or the sound of sizzling. We'll go ahead and turn off safe mode, which again prevents us from moving whenever we see hostile threats. And we're going to avoid their sight range. Again, most zombies can only see 1 or 2 tiles out. If we find a feral zombie, that'll be a bigger problem. Speaking of, we already see a feral. We also see a cockroach. Skittering plague, it's not just a cockroach. A giant, sickly-looking cockroach that appears to be using the undead as its primary food source. The diet of infected flesh doesn't seem to harm it, but something about the roach's biology is clearly changing. It doesn't seem interested in it. However, the feral dwarf is. It is about as fast as us, and it is lacking their normal eye protection. This dwarf's pupils are dilated, and what can be seen of the iris and sclera are bloodshot. They clutch a pipe in one hand, and the walking dead leave them alone. Ferals are soon to be walking dead. We need to deal with this. He is going to start throwing rocks at us. If we run, though, so we can check how fast he is now that we're running, it is much slower than us. We may be able to... Oh, hey! Achievement complete. Zombie PD, to protect and zombify. Reach a police station. That is actually a good point. There might be zombie cops galore. We are going to run up to this corner, stop running, and slow down. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's another feral. It's a lizard folk. This lizard folk's eyes are bloodshot and they walk among the dead as one of them. Their tongue repeatedly flickers in and out of their mouth like a snake. There is a possibility here, though, that we can take this downspout. The downspout might be connected to the house above us, though, which might not be as useful, but it might be able to get us some view on the area. The problem, though, is this feral lizard folk is definitely going to see us long before we get to the downspout. And with a hunting backpack or a hiking backpack on, climbing up the downspout is actually fairly dangerous, and we might slip and fall. So we are going to back off and hope that thing didn't see us. This is not ideal. We'll come around the corner here, and we'll try and catch our breath. We'll just ignore the distractions. Oh, the dwarf found us again. Okay. We are going to back into this house. Oh no, that's not good. There's even more in here. It does look like they backed away from that downspout, though. So we might be able to get up it before anything catches us. Climb up. We would have to drop our quarterstaff. That's okay. We'll go ahead and do that just for a moment. And we're up on the roof. We'll go ahead and use our movement menu to go prone and move out onto the roof so that anything following us doesn't see us. Go back to walking. Look over the edge. Is that another roof? No, that's a wall. So the police station is at least 3 stories tall. There's so much chaos going on over here. And it looks like it has window frames of metal bars. If we could get in there, we could probably secure that building fairly well. At least against the dead. Can we grab our staff from here? No, it's too far down. There's a possibility that we might be able to make a noise somewhere else. Do we have any spells that will make a noise? So we have our Freshen Up, which will clean our clothes. This will be way more useful than you might think. A Magical Light, which would be good for a distraction, but zombies aren't attracted to light by itself. More rather, they're attracted to things that they see in the light. So this is more likely to bring them to us than anything else. We have our Protection, which will protect us against the heat and acid. Magic Missile, which is a very good spell. It only costs 50 mana, but it's very, very loud. And one thing to keep in mind is that even though we have 1300 mana, mana comes back in the course of days, not in the course of a combat. Translocate Self, we actually can't cast. Harden Earth is not useful in this situation. Mana Bolt is basically a stronger magic missile, but it doesn't damage walls and stuff like that. It only hits enemies. And then the runes are for crafting. And then below we have our very subtle psychic tricks, because they're not actually abilities yet, they're tricks. Candle's Glow lets us glow ourselves, but it's very consistent and we can keep it going for a long time. Field of Light then produces a field of light, but it's not useful without like a target in there. Blink allows us to randomly teleport nearby. This is going to be a fallback for us quite often whenever we get grabbed by zombies, which they love doing. Stutter Step slows down an enemy. We will probably use this rarely. Probably should train it up, to be honest, because it's probably very useful, but we'll use it very rarely because it doesn't last very long and it costs a lot of stamina. And then we can stop concentrating on any of our powers. But between all of those, I do think I am going to cast a magic missile. Yes, into the darkness. Oh, I can't. I have to target an enemy with it. Does it say? Yeah. So magic missile only targets hostile. Same thing with mana bolt. So I can't cast those. But I can put the field of light on the ground. Or I could cast a magical light. And then what we can do is we can throw it off the building. And that might attract some things that saw us for the few moments. Yes, it'll attract some things that saw us for a few moments over to that light. Oh, that is not good. Below us now is the feral lizard folk, and it sees us. Can it climb the downspout too? I don't think it can. We're gonna wait a moment, catch our breath. And can I cast a magic missile straight down? I'm not sure. Well, I cast the wrong spell, so because my keybinds are different. So give me a second to set my keybinds. There we go. Now magic missile set to F, and blink is set to Q, so that I can easier cast it. We managed to cast it. We hit the Feral Lizard Folk for 10 damage. But unfortunately, as you see up here, our sound went up to 67. To give you a reference, moving around this roof, which is fairly loud, is 11. So that's just, as you can see, going to attract even more creatures. And we're already down some mana because of my accidental casting of, I think, Hardened Earth? I don't even think the Hardened Earth actually did anything. No. But we might be able to take out these guys real quick. So much noise that it's drowning out everything else. We are doing damage to him. You can see his HP on the middle of the screen dropping quickly, but so is our mana. Already half gone. The Lizard Folk is down. These other zombies are not as much of a threat. Basic zombie and a fat zombie. If we can get down there and get our quarterstaff. Actually, can we just... We can. We can take out the normal zombie, which is as fast as us. Hoping that all of the sound of all of these creatures hitting and banging inside of the police station nearby will cover the sound of our magical casting. We're out of mana. There's no reason to take a risk here. We took out a few of them, and they'll stay down for now. What we're going to do is we're going to back up, go prone so nothing sees us off the side of the cliff, and we're going to catch our breath. And maybe wait to see if they walk away. Sounds like they just bashed the area a whole bunch. We'll go into a crouch and check on the situation. We can't see over the edge while crouched, apparently. She's still down there, just waiting for us. Perhaps we can get around. There's a downspout over here. Climb down real quick. We're going to drop, just to be safe, we're going to drop our hiking backpack over the edge. And then climb down. Hopefully we don't fall. Okay. We didn't. Good. Pick our backpack back up. And perhaps there's something in here that can help us. Maybe a knife in the kitchen? Oh, there's zombies in here. We have to be careful. Another Feral Lizard Folk. No, we gotta go. Too dangerous. That fat zombie is just sitting on top of where it last detected us. Dropping our quarterstaff to get a better view on things may have been a mistake. Perhaps we can find a kitchen knife of some sort over here. We'll check these shelves. Just any sort of weapon. Butcher knife. 14 pierce damage. Bread knife is obviously not good. Carving knife is less. Chef knife is 16. There we go. We'll go ahead and wield the chef knife. We at least have a weapon now. We're not using our bare hands. As an elf, our bare hands are not very good. We take a swipe at it for 8 damage. We can probably do this. Another hit in the arm for 10, a critical. It grabs us, but it hasn't gotten hit off on us yet. We stab it again and again and again, and we have a problem. In our fight, the Feral Lizard Folk herd, we are going to start running. And get around this corner. Catch our breath. Can we take it? He probably has a weapon. Ferals tend to hold on to things. He doesn't see us yet, but he can see us.
Perhaps lizardfolk don't have as good a vision as goblins and dwarves. They can't see in the dark like we can. This downspout actually follows along the side of the police station. This would be a way up, but the back door is locked. Perhaps we can get up to the roof, and then from the roof we could actually get down into this place. We'll go ahead and put our knife away and see how dangerous this is. So far, so good. There's a window of metal bars here. Try and go up a little bit and climb up onto the roof. Some eggs here. Don't really need those right now. Hopefully there's a way in from the roof. It does look like this place is only 2 stories tall. Not as useful as I was thinking it was going to be. But with the barred windows and the stone walls, it may be pretty good for us. Damn. No way in. We're going to try our best to climb down. Well, we hadn't fallen yet. Ah, yep. We took a risk and we were heavily penalized for it. We fell, taking a massive 138 damage. We ripped part of our backpack, ripped part of our dress shirt, staggered off balance, and slammed into the floor. So in the top right here, you'll see that we have various limbs. We have our arms, our legs, our head, and our torso. Our arms and legs can theoretically be damaged to destruction without killing us, but our head and torso going out will cause us to die. Do we have any... Yeah. We're staggered and uncomfortable. Well, the uncomfortable is because of the circlet on our head. We're going to stand back up. We got knocked to the ground by that. We should have left our backpack on the ground here. It was definitely weighing us down. You can see our encumbrance and warmth here. The yellow number is showing how encumbranced we are in the torso. 22 is not a lot, so I didn't think it was that bad. But clearly we are not dexterous enough to handle that kind of situation. We are a nerd, after all. Ideally, at this point, we want to back off. This hurts. We are in a lot of danger. We're going to pull our chef knife back out, just in case we need it. And we could search for a house nearby that is safe, or we could go all the way back to our house. But the issue is we know we can't sleep there. It's too noisy. And we did bring some food with us, right? Yes, we brought food and clean water with us. Actually brought a lot of clean water. I'm worried that I accidentally left I did leave my gallon jug on me. That's not helping us very much. We're not bleeding or anything, so we're gonna wait to bandage up. There's a basement here. Okay. We might be able to get in here. Get into the basement. Something hit my torso. There's a zombie below me. Down the stairs. It's getting hits off on me. We're going to back up. I was hoping I could fight it down the stairs, but seems like it's going to win that confrontation. Series of bad decisions have left us heavily injured and without a shelter. We might be able to find temporary solace in a bathroom or something similar. Just someplace where we can close the door. And we're going to go ahead and see to our wounds. Our left arm is damaged the most, so we're going to ignore the sounds we hear outside and bandage it. And then our torso and our head are the most important, so we're going to go for our torso. Unfortunately, we don't have any other bandages for the time being. Our situation is pretty dire. We're going to turn off our alarm that apparently was still on. And we're going to wait 30 minutes just for things to settle down outside. We hear a lot of sound coming from the top right and the bottom right. So those are probably going to be the directions we want to avoid the most. We didn't hear anything coming from the west, which means that either there's not that many zombies over there, or they're not making as much noise.
We're going to try and move that direction. We did see some in here earlier. We know this locale isn't, like, completely safe. But it looks like those zombies that were in there busted their way out through the window. And have moved on. Okay. What is that? A nail gun. I was hoping for a second it was a gun. As an elf, we find the guns to be very distasteful. But in an emergency survival situation, we're not going to shrug away anything. I would like to get to that bathroom. See if I can find some more medical supplies. I'm not going to worry about crushing the bodies right now because, well, realistically speaking, we'll be gone before they get back up. Antacid, alcohol wipes. The wipes will be useful, so we will take them. But nothing immediately valuable stands out to me. I have some favorited recipes. We can, if possible, make some makeshift bandages, but we need cotton sheets, which I think we could start pulling from the windows, I want to say. I'm not 100% sure sometimes with some of the crafting recipes, because there are things that seem like they would make certain things, and they definitely don't. Okay. So what do we do from here? We're surrounded by buildings. Any of them could potentially provide safety, and they also could easily provide our demise. We're going to go ahead and use the map, which you can't see very well, to mark these two as looted, so we can keep track of which ones we have checked. There's an apartment tower here that's going to have a lot of bathrooms and a very high chance of having stuff per bathroom, with the only downfall of the apartment tower being that there's also going to be a lot of zombies, probably. But if they're basic day one zombies, there's a chance that we can still handle this. Realistically, all of our damage has come from our own stupidity. Okay. We have a moment of safety here. Close the door, close the windows. We have a ski mask? No, we don't need that. We have another cloak there. Fortunately, we already have issues with comfort because of the fact that our copper circlet that we're wearing is a little bit too tight. May not have been made for us. We might have been our masters that we simply picked up. But eventually we want to find some sort of like head, like some sort of helmet liner or like a scarf for our head to wear underneath it, so it starts becoming a little bit more comfortable. We're going to take a little bit of the food, just stuff that we can carry easily. Cheese is always pretty useful. Lettuce won't provide us a lot of value. And again, we're on the lookout for medical supplies. We'll go ahead and close this window. Ibuprofen. That actually helps immediately because that means that we can manage our pain. Pain is a cascading effect of negatives. We definitely want to manage our pain as much as possible. In fact, we're just going to come in here and take 2 of them right away. Being in severe pain does cause us so much problems that we are going to be very bad at combat. It's reducing our strength and intelligence, our dexterity. We're not going to be able to fight very well whenever we're hurting this bad. In fact, there's a possibility that we just wait another 5 minutes or so, see if the acetaminophen calms down. It also gives us an idea of where things are attacking right now. So there's a bunch off to our east, and there's a little bit up to our north. But there should be another apartment near here. Out into the hallway. We don't see anything yet. Move slowly, carefully. Get into another apartment, close the door. Check it first. Nothing here. Go close the window. Okay, we have a moment. Let's see what we got. Cotton balls. In a pinch, those will count as bandages. And definitely we need it right now. So we're going to go ahead and apply those to the parts that we have already not first aided, just so that it gets things starting to heal. Okay, everything at least has a bandage on it. We'll take a little more ibuprofen. Let's see. There was alcohol wipes in there, cough syrup, acetaminophen. Nothing super necessary. Take the yogurt because it's generally pretty good for you. And in fact, I'm actually going to eat a little bit of the stuff that's in here. There's 18 BLTs in there? Where the hell are those? I didn't even see them. Oh, wow. Yeah, there are 18 BLTs. Yeah. I'll take the BLTs, I guess. That's a really weird amount of things to have in there. We're going to eat just a little bit. So there's definitely some zombies in the northeast there. I really wish we could deal with the pain. This is some sort of, close the door behind us, some sort of laundromat. Or locker, maybe? Storage facility? What is that? An arcade machine, okay. Northeast and above. Okay. So we probably don't want to check this room, because it sounds like that's where the majority of the sound's coming from. We also have a tough zombie over there. A tough zombie right now could, in fact, kill us. Right, we're going to go upstairs. We can get an upstairs room that's safe. Actually a possibility for us to take a moment to rest. Can we close this? There's no curtain, so this is not a safe room. Things, and the bathroom is locked away. We can't leverage open that door without causing too much noise. A lot of food here. Food's not really going to be that much of a problem in this run because the city will keep us fed for a long time. Zombies. We're going to start running. And we're going to come to the door. I think I'm going to try and fight just for a moment. We hit for 13 damage critical. Another 12. He grabs us, but we're bringing him down quickly. And he bites our left arm. Oh, this is not good. Okay. We are going to back away. Close the door. And we are going to go ahead and put some antiseptic on, oh, actually nothing got infected. Wow. I'm actually really surprised by that. Our arm is even more badly damaged though. One thing to keep in mind is that as an elf, despite a lot of our benefits of having an elven build, being more dexterous, having better vision and better hearing, one of the downfalls of being an elf is in fact that our bones are fairly weak. Where is it? Yes, we're frail and lithe, but we also provide a good amount of grace. It does mean that, unfortunately, we have a lot less health than a human would, and our bones break a lot easier. We need to be careful in melee combat. Ideally, magic is our best friend, but it also can be very dangerous. We're going to wait a little bit as well, see if we can just overcome the momentary issues. We are in dire straits, though. We need to find a safe place, bunker down. Now. That is a full health zombie. Can't see our current location. We're going to let it go past. The dark is helping us. It spotted us. I'm going to back up a little bit so that it gets into the dark. Drop our knife, which takes no time to drop, instead of... And we are going to... Come on. Get a spell off. Did you get it? Yes. Damn it. He grabbed us. I am going to go ahead, and this is very dangerous to do, but we're going to go ahead and blink. Failing. Keep going. This is the only way out now, because our knife is behind us. Why are we failing so much? Oh, because our focus is so low.
We blinked out, but we appeared in the air. And as we appeared in the air, we fell again, slamming into the ground. We're gonna wait to catch our breath. And we are in bad straits. We are reduced to a pitiful crawl as far as speed is concerned. We're in so much pain that we're not going to be able to focus on anything. We can quickly bandage ourselves up. But honestly, in this condition, we are unlikely to survive. We need to find a safe place to bunker down for at least the night, if not longer. Basically immediately. Can do it here. And there's bandages. Okay. We might still survive, to be honest. We are just going to wait here. And we're going to ignore the distractions of the world outside. We're in a lot of pain. But we have some food. We have some water. We can just sort of bunker down here for a little bit. Go ahead and, you know what? We're going to get out of the habit of dropping things because it's been causing us some problems. But we are going to drop our cloak here. And, I'm going to risk casting a light so that I can... there's nothing we can make to help us. Okay. At least we didn't break anything. Somehow. Somehow we didn't break anything. Yeah. Our left arm is currently crippled. But I think it might still heal. We'll find out. In fact, I think we're going to go ahead and tell our character to just try and fall asleep. Because it's one of the best ways for us to just try and, like, pass time, and there's a chance that they do actually fall asleep. Our intense pain, our pain has gone down to intense, so that's good. Unmanageable, distressing. Southeast, you hear a hacking cough. Interesting. A swish, a whump, a hacking cough. There is a chance. I've never heard any zombies cough before. There's a chance that there's a survivor over there. But in our states, the survivor could just as likely kill us as to save us. We're going to go ahead and eat a little bit. Fortunately, we have a lot of food and water. So we are literally going to hide in this bathroom. Grab some more acetaminophen, and we're going to bandage that terribly damaged arm. And yeah, we'll kind of just bandage everything for now, as best as we can. We are no expert at surviving the apocalypse, so making mistakes on the first day here is almost natural. And we'll try and get to sleep again. We did actually manage to get a moment of sleep, but we were immediately woken up by noise. I do realize that having an alarm on might actually be a bad idea. It does look like our wounds are starting to heal very slightly. Our arm is not gone, so that's amazing. We can actually survive this. Believe it or not, it's not the end. We just need to manage our situation from this point on. As long as we stay in this room, there is a very good chance that nothing comes and finds us here. As long as we don't turn on an alarm, because that alarm actually could have got us in trouble, because it would everything around us would have heard it whenever we woke back up. So we're going to just try and sleep some more. When we're sleeping, we'll heal a lot faster. I did just realize that there's a chance, especially if there's some right here. There's not some right here. I'm not going to go outside to check for this, but in the future, if we can find some like cough medicine or sleeping pills, we will be able to sleep even with these kinds of distractions. We fell asleep for a moment, but something came through, walked straight past the room we were staying in, and off to the north. We're gonna wait a moment and make sure that it doesn't come into the room. Doesn't seem to be. We have started to heal, at least a little bit. We're gonna check our wounds. We'll go ahead and use the cotton balls on our leg. It's better than what was there. Sometimes changing your bandages helps. Okay. At least the pain is gone for now. And it is nighttime again. We are going to put our cloak back on. And we'll go ahead and take the rest of the cotton balls from here. See if there's anything that we can improve. Not really. We're very tired, but our pain actually has gone down. Believe it or not. Anything we can use as a weapon? Not really. Dropping that knife was a very bad idea. Back here in this room. We do have our magic, though. We have 1,300 mana again, which means we can probably down several sizable creatures. We're going to peek out into the hallway. We don't see anything immediately. Peek again. Again, we don't see anything immediately. Step out fully. This door's still closed. Whatever was out here didn't open it. Just move very slowly. One thing that we're going to be keeping an eye on is on the right side here. You'll see these cardinal directions and then an open area below that. That is a list of all of the creatures we can see nearby. And as we're moving, even without looking around manually like this, we will see something pop up. So if we see anything pop up on there, we're going to stop. But we are going to go ahead and turn on safe mode so that I don't miss something popping up. For example, that zombie, which is just outside there. Safe mode has to go off again. That's unfortunate. Ideally, I'd like to get back in there and get our kitchen knife. It's not the greatest weapon, but it's at least something to start with. In all honesty, we can probably get our quarterstaff back. Well. Where is that crawling zombie? He's outside. He doesn't see us, though. Move through the house to the south. Which way is he going? We're just going to wait here a moment. Slowly passing time. See which way this zombie decides to go. We're steps away from our quarterstaff now. We'll go for it. I can't wield it with only one arm. Oh, because my other arm is crippled. Well, that changes some things. I'll come back in here, see if there is... I mean, coding. This coding, makes me... doesn't make me drowsy, so that's good. We can take it in an emergency situation. Like the amount of pain we were in earlier. Come over to the kitchen. Since we can't use our whatchamacallit right now, we will go ahead and see if we can find another knife. Fake knife only does 7 damage. That's not going to be good enough. Not even worth doing at that point. You just run. I don't see anything better than that, though. That's a lot of books. Wow. That's a lot of cookbooks. In fact, I'm actually going to mark this on the map just for later. Just in case we do get better situated. Okay, that zombie's still out there. You know what? We're going to kill him. He's very weak. We'll take him down. And then we're actually going to crush the corpse. Cough syrup. Weirdly enough, we are going to take that. That might help us get to sleep later. Sort of wish we had left one of these windows open for ourselves. Without the windows open, I actually don't think we have a way back into this apartment building now. Maybe here. Any bandages? Alcohol wipes. Spray bottle of liquid bandage. I've never actually tried that. How does that work? Not very well. That is an emergency thing. Got it. Do we have any weapons? No. When we get back over to... Oh, there's a zombie there. How weak is he, though? He is at about half HP. I'm gonna blow him away with Magic Missile real quick. We just made a lot of noise, though, so we want to move. You know what? We're gonna go ahead and crush him, too. Where did our knife go? Was it upstairs? Shit. It was upstairs. That's right, because we teleported out a fucking window. Yeah. Not going the greatest, but we're still alive, and that really is a lot in this game, even just being still alive. Steak knife. Is that better? I mean, I would argue it's better than nothing at this point, so we are going to take it. You know, this apartment has a bed, and actually has a lot of food. So we are going to try and sleep again. I'll set an alarm. And if it doesn't work right away... Yeah, stop trying to fall asleep. We are going to close this door. And... This is dangerous. And this honestly might kill us. But we're going to take some cough syrup. And we're going to sleep just a little bit. Just to... see if we can get some healing. We fell asleep, but it was only for a few minutes, and then our stomach immediately gurgled. We have eaten very badly. I think some vitamins would probably help with that. I don't know if we've seen any, though. I've not really been looking out for them. I don't think we can use the wolf straw in order to put it over our head so that we're more comfortable. In fact, yeah, but the thing is that I want to take off the headband so that we're more comfortable, because like any negative condition right now is really hurting us. But the problem is with this copper circlet, and the reason why I've been keeping it on this whole time is because it has mana focusing, which means that it's helping us regenerate mana faster. I think in this particular situation, something that's happening is that we have Elven Hearing, which means that there is things happening several buildings over that we're able to hear, which is actually keeping us up. We finally got to sleep, but only for half an hour. It's 8 a.m. in the morning, so we're probably going to go ahead and try and rest and sleep here for the rest of the day. Just hope that we can finally actually get some sleep. I'll be back if and when we do, or whenever night falls again. We wake up, tossing and turning, barely catching 20 minutes here, 30 minutes there. Night has fallen again. Our injuries have slightly healed. We're not in pain anymore, and we're going to resort to using this spray liquid bandage in order to at least cover our wounds. It is, in fact, literally better than nothing. With the sounds of the zombies all night, we were unable to get any actual sleep. We are dead tired. The amount of danger we're in is higher than ever, but we're low on food, so we're going to at least search this nearby apartment. And hopefully, there's enough food here. Oh, there is actually a good amount of food here. That we should be able to stay here for a little bit longer. And my current hope is that there is water here, but we don't have any like these. We don't have anything to clean the water here. How much water do we have left? 3. That is not ideal. So an open window there that I didn't notice before. We're going to stay here for a little bit longer, and my hope is that we can get so tired, in fact, that we kind of just fall asleep anyways. Sleep did not come to us. We are now exhausted. It's possible we might be able to find something like earplugs, be able to sleep in situations like this in the future, but unless there's some sitting around that I completely missed that would have helped us out, it's not happening. We are going to be looking for just a little bit. The ale is not great, but like we just need a little bit of something that has water in it. I'll have to go ahead and grab that. And we do hate to do it, but we are going to try and make it back to our house. It is nighttime again. And we are deeply exhausted, so fighting is completely out of the question at this point. I want to get out to the road as quickly as possible. Some zombies, zombie runner, shrieker zombie. What is that? An elongated human body with a swollen chest and a gaping hole where its jaw used to be. I imagine if we get close to that thing, it's going to make a lot of noise. So we are going to specifically avoid that. Deranged axe dwarf. Of course, it's a dwarf, so it can see us. The dwarf holds a traditional dwarven weapon with none of the skill and craft of the axe dwarves of old. The axe head is pitted, but still looks sharp, and the zombies around them ignore them as they hold it. Do we have a direction we can go? Not exactly. Is Magic Missile even possible? Fortunately, Magic Missile is such a simple spell that even in our dead, tired state, we will be able to cast it. We are going to back up. And one of the rules of thumb is that things that slow you down, slow down your enemies too. So we're going to go over this fence. And as soon as he gets within range, put our knife in our inventory this time. He is within range. 15 damage. Another 15. Nothing else has hurt us yet. That dwarf is almost down. The nearby zombie has hurt us. But it has not grabbed us yet, so we are going to run just for a moment. Stop running. Just basically a quick sprint. Mostly everything will be drawn over to where that battle was happening. Mostly, I think, from where I was casting spells. Because it's either the sizzle of the spell or the fact that there are somatic components, which means that my character is essentially whispering to himself as he's casting. Feral human. All the way up there. Ferals are the biggest problem on these early days for us because they can see in the dark fairly well, much better than zombies. So we're going to step into this nearby house here and hope that we can maybe get some food. Pears will be good for us. And we'll take the pickle. Actually, I just saw that there was veggies as well that were fresh. Is there a better weapon here, perhaps? No, just more steak knives. Bandages? Yes, thank you. And some multivitamins might actually help us out a lot here too. We'll go out the back. Zombie runner. Doesn't seem to have been attracted to us. Didn't make enough noise. We are making negative progress now, but we're going to go around this way. There's some zombie soldiers and a firefighter zombie, and there's just so much right now. Confused Curer. This person mutters to themselves.
glancing to and fro with bloodshot eyes. They seem remarkably unstable for someone in the midst of an apocalypse. Strange. It's almost like they're alive still. I don't trust it. We'll leave it for now. There's a SWAT vehicle here. We can check it. It has a diesel fuel, a battery, mostly dented, but it's lacking some wheels, so it won't function. We check the inside real quick, though. Having a stun gun. Honestly, just go ahead and put on the belt and grab everything with it. There's a chance that we can... Weapons! Yes! Okay. So we have a machine gun here. Go ahead and grab that. What kind of ammo does it use? It uses these 9x19s. Looks like it's these. Let's see. A SWAT ballistic vest. We'll go ahead and put that on. An M4 carbine. Has NATO rounds. And some tear gas. I think we can pick this up. We're pretty encumbered, but there's also a Remington there. I almost kind of liked the Remington better, but those are just rounds for... Yeah, there's just magazines for a Remington. It's not actually Remington itself. I just noticed that we're carrying a bunch of useless stuff left over from eating. That was a pretty good find. That was a very good find. Bunch of zombies. Nothing that can see us. We're gonna keep moving. The lights are on, though, so we want to avoid getting through that area. Zapper zombie. Yeah, that's pretty scary. We do have our submachine gun out if we need it. Even firing off some shots and making some noise is going to be better than dying. There's a fence here, but we can't climb it with the machine gun in our hands. So we are going to risk going past the backside here. Being in small alleyways like this can be very, very dangerous. Oh my gosh, there's so many out here. I feel like it's actually worse than it was the previous night. We can't sneak probably better. We're gonna run real quick to get back into the darkness. Lost track of us. We're still a block away from home. Zombie soldier. Zombie dog. Get back out to the middle of the street. Perhaps we can try and avoid some stuff. There's a runner up there. We're not going to be able to run away from a runner right now when we're this tired. But it does look like that huff zombie right there moved away from the fence enough that we should be able to sneak. Holy shit. Oh my god, that is... Hold on. That is so many zombies. What the hell? There's a full-on horde there. Okay. Well, that direction is officially off. It's 8 p.m. though, so we have plenty of time. See if we can kind of just sneak by in this direction. What is that in the street? It is a motorbike. The wheel of a motorbike, that is. Okay. Step out. See hundreds. Not hundreds, but dozens of zombies. They're too clustered for us to move through. We're not going to be able to go north from here. If that pool has a stone wall to the south of us, it might actually be a good place to base down for tonight. Today. There's a car here. Does it work? Battery, enough wheels, gasoline. Technically it works. There's a lamppost right in front of it, which actually will make it very, very hard to pull out. Badly designed sidewalk there. Or driveway there. Brick walls from the house. It's an open pool. It is a source of water, so if we manage to get a source of cooking, this wouldn't be a bad place to be. Let's check this house. We hear stuff inside already. Oh, geez. Is that a feral human? No, there's one right behind us, though. We're going to run. Get back into the dark. Can't believe we missed that. That's really bad. He didn't grab us, though. We hear strange shouting from southwest and northwest. I'm not leaving you. Honey, I won't leave you behind. Streets don't belong to us. They belong to the zombies. Tried person. Feral elves. Oh, that's not good. They can see just as far as we can. Danger in every direction. I have a plan. It's another one of these patented very bad plans. There is a chance, small as it is, that I can get this car and fit it between the hole in the building here and actually get the car out of here. Chance is pretty small, though, so I'm not sure if I want to take it. That door's destroyed, so we actually can't get farther into this building. If I could find a basement around here that isn't too bad. What's that? Thermal electric balaclava? I was hoping for a headscarf. Still on the lookout for that. If I could find a basement that's not too bad, we could bunker down for a little bit longer. See if we can get some of our stuff back. But we are running very low on water. We're going to have to find a new source of water if we can't get back to our base. Which does mean that taking a pot here is probably a very good idea. And there's a chances that we can find some other stuff that's going to help us as well. I don't see anything here, though. Mushroom soup. Soup's a good type of food for us. I am trying to be limiting on what my food is, because, or what my loot is, because we're up to the point where our torso's encumbered up to 44, which does mean that combat is going to be very, very hard unless we drop our pack. And with the likelihood of having to run from a lot of combats, dropping our pack is a very, very dangerous affair. Let's see if we can... There is a basement. We'll check that in a second. First, we're going to check to see... Bandages. Too heavy to pick up. Yeah, we're already at the point where it's just too much for us. We're going to drop some stuff. So what do we not need? Honestly, we don't need this much food. We're going to drop some of the jam. And, in fact, we'll just use the bandages instead of taking them. How about that? Probably should have closed that door. Hero human spotted. Almost crouch. He doesn't spot us. And close that window and door. There we go. Now we have a moment in order to bandage ourselves. We'll use the bandages on the ground first. Okay. You know what? I know it's weird, but I might come back for that cheddar set in a moment. Because that'll help us get our focus back up. Weirdly enough, staying entertained is actually very valuable for a mage because our focus directly links to the failure chance of our spells. No matter what happens, we're going to have to come back to this way. So we're going to drop our AK here. And then we're going to peek down these stairs. I don't see anything immediately, so I will go down. This is a huge basement. It can be both a good thing and a bad thing. Okay. Seems pretty safe. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back up. I'll grab our gun.
close the door, go back down. And we'll drop our guns here because they are weighing us down heavily. That's a little bit better. We're still overweight, but that's mostly because our strength has been so very lowered by just the terrible condition that we're in. We don't really have a comfortable place to sleep, but we're alive despite all odds. And unfortunately, that is where I'm going to have to leave you. This has been... In this world, everything has a price. Vellum managed to escape the death grip of a zombie, stepping through the nether in a psionic blink, only to reappear in the air a dozen feet above the ground. Limping away on the brink of death, he cowered in a secluded basement, resting and tending his wounds. Now we find our future Archmage in a bleak basement, ready to face this devastated world again. So one of the first things I was looking at is I was taking a look at the map. We are obviously still exhausted, still fairly wounded, although we are starting to finally heal. There's two places nearby that might be incredibly valuable for us to visit. The gun store, strangely enough, and, well, there's another gun store here, and the magic shop. So actually we should put a note on this one as well. And we're putting little yellow X's on the places that we want to visit relatively soon. Because off camera, I was discussing with one of my friends why Vellum here was having such a hard time sleeping. And what it actually comes down to is that, well, we, as part of our elven build that we also have elven hearing, which allows us to hear from much farther away. And normally that's very useful, except when it comes to sleep, because the problem is that we're hearing monsters from blocks away, buildings away, doing various zombie things. Normally, as a human, you'd probably only be able to hear the things that are happening in the upstairs right above you or in the house right above you, and it would help you wake up to alert you to danger. But I'm discovering danger that is so far out. I don't know if I can see any right now. Looks like no. It's so far out that it's not actually a danger to me, it's just keeping me up. I believe this is a byproduct of the fact that, well, elves would probably want to live up here, out in the wilderness, but... So how we're going to fix that is, if we get to a gun store, we can get earplugs. It's going to be a little dangerous, because we're going to have to sleep in safe areas where we can't rely on sound to wake us up, and we can't use alarms to wake us up. But until we can clear out the area a little bit better and get less zombies around us, which is a thing we can do because the zombies don't respawn. There is a limited number of them. It just so happens that because there's so many buildings and we have the world set to megacities, there's just a lot more than usual. But if we can get earplugs from one of these gun stores, then we can probably actually sleep. So we are going to head up. And how are we doing? Actually, I'm going to jump back down super fast, actually, and eat real quick. Just because we're not going to get a chance to eat while journeying. The exhaustion is a problem, for sure. We don't want to fight. We want to run away from everything that we run into. But I do think we are going to make a beeline for this gun store over here. The reason I'm not going for that one is because it's going farther into the city, and the further into the city we go, the more problems we're going to have. We immediately see a feral human. Feral humans are a problem because they also have decent night sight, and they will throw rocks at me and use real weapons. So we are going to head out. What is my current move speed? Let me double check before I actually decide to run. Okay, we're good. So we can run a few steps just to get out of the sight range, and then we have longer vision than almost everything else out here, unless we run into another feral elf, dwarf, or goblin, who also have dark vision. Just think about your D&D rules there. But as long as we don't run into those guys, we should be able to see most things coming and pick our path through this city carefully until we can get a cure for what ails us. Every once in a while, you're going to see in the log in the bottom right that we're hearing whumps and knocks, and that's because there's zombies doing stuff and moving around off in the distance, which isn't super important to us. fact, I'm going to actually turn safe mode back on, which, again, to remind you, it prevents me from moving if I ever see something hostile, which I do see a Zapper zombie ahead of me, but he's 30 meters ahead of me, and I can make some good decisions before then on what I'm going to be doing. Ideally, we want to stay on the street where we're going to have plenty of room to maneuver around things. Oh, geez. A dissoluted devourer. Human bodies fused together into a colossus, with heads and limbs sticking out of its bloated body. The nature of the thing makes it difficult to estimate how close it is to dying, and its capabilities might change if it manages to assimilate more zombies into itself. That is a problem. That thing is faster than us, and it is basically never going to die. So we want to give that thing an incredibly wide berth. And in fact, I'm even going to put a note here. Put the note in red and put a D for a danger. It might stay near here, so it's just a reminder that if I come back through this area, I need to be very careful around here. One thing I did find out while playing this game on my own is that with all of these houses, I actually previously thought that water was my biggest problem because, well, all of these houses do mean that there's a huge amount of food. But I have actually found that from the south you hear, universal curfew is in effect. Please return to your home. This unit is authorized to open fire. Oh, there's a police blockade to the south. Okay, so we definitely... Can we actually see it from this distance? No. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. So we definitely don't want to go this way. There's going to be a spotlight around here, and then turrets, and they will shoot you down. They are automated turrets. Yeah. Wang, whump, whack. It seems like they're already firing, which is not good for us, because that means it's going to attract... We want to stay away from that dog, because it can smell us. It's going to attract zombies from all around down to it. Okay. That took some maneuvering, but we did get through this little group here. Again, we don't want to fight for any reason. So if something jumps on us like that dog just did, we're going to run, and then we'll rest a moment to catch our breath. We could try and climb the fence, but we're too tired. There's no way we're going to get over it. Okay. Close now. We just have to cross one more street. And hopefully we can get into the gun store. That is the next issue. Kind of like I've kind of decided I was going to burn the bridge when we come to it. Because I don't know what skills of Vellum's are actually going to be good enough to get us into this gun store. South and southeast you hear wangs and whoops. Oh, I hear gunshots. Hold on. Can I hear where those are coming from? Clang. Footsteps. I wonder if there's survivors in here. That definitely sounds like gunshots. Ah, shit. Feral Dwarf. If we run, is he faster than us? Much slower than us. Running straight away from him right now, though, could be really dangerous. But I think we just have to. Because we might run into a zombie. I saw inside for a second there, but Okay, I see zombies inside. There's also a boomer right there. That thing is going to explode if hit by basically anything. In fact, we're actually going to... Despite the fact that I do still want inside here, I'm starting to think that it's not going to be worth it. We might ditch this one. There's just too much going on there. And we're already in a very damaged state. Ideally, we get away from at least the nearby zombies. And this guy is just trying to chase us down. So we're going to drop our gun. And we're going to hit him with Magic Missile. And just keep hitting him with Magic Missile. That hurt a little bit, but it's okay. Let's head south to the other one then, I guess. Actually, we're going to take a moment, catch our breath. So we can run again if we need to. Going across the city at nighttime is not actually that bad, although that's a dinosaur. It's not an aggressive dinosaur though, so that's not the worst thing in the world. If it weren't for our inability to sleep, I would say though that I wouldn't be risking this. If you're playing a human and you start off in a city this big, or in a city in general, you generally want to get more skilled before you start going through the city like this. Like, the ability to at least be able to fight off several zombies and kill them quickly would be of incredible value, but I worry that no matter what we do, the nearby area is just going to be too noisy right now for us to get sleep, and then we, like, could literally probably die from sleep deprivation. Okay. We've made it to another gun shop. This one seems much quieter. And the door's open. That's both good and bad for us. We're going to drop our gun here, because we're not going to be using it inside. And we'll go ahead and pull out our steak knife. Do we actually need any batches? I don't think we do. Do we have a backpack? We do have a hiking backpack. That's right. Okay. The main thing we're looking for here is earplugs and, well, anything else that is incredibly, immediately valuable. Locked door, of course. See if we can get up to the roof. There's a chance that there's like a water... Yes, there is. Okay, well, let's just ignore that. There's a chance that there's a water heater up here. And it's empty. That's unfortunate. The water heaters actually, because they heat up the water to like above boiling temperatures, they actually have clean water in them. Good little tip right there. So we could equip our hammer here and bash down this door. This building is made out of fairly tough brick walls, and worst case scenario, we could just blink out again. We're on the ground floor now, so it's not going to be as dangerous. So we don't have enough leverage to pry open the door, and trying to blink into the room is just too dangerous. And I don't think we have any... We don't have any lockpicks, unfortunately. Something that we will want to make eventually, so that we can get into these places more quietly. But for now, I really hate to do it, but I think we're going to, Can I disassemble the door? That actually is a funny option that I didn't think about. I could just disassemble it, which will take more time. But I think on a certain level it's actually... No, it's... Because it's locked, I can't disassemble it. Good to know. We're so tired that it's taking us a long time to get this down. This is the right room, though. This is the firing range. Perfect. Okay, we're going to rest. And earplugs. We are saved. Can we go ahead and... No, we can't make anything with them. There's an alternate form of the earplugs where you can, like, tie them to a string and wear them so that we make sure that we don't lose them. But, we don't actually have that recipe right now. We'll go ahead and grab these snacks. And, let's see. If there's any basic guns that have, like, a very easy amount of ammo, we'll grab them, but it doesn't seem like there is any. Realistically speaking, with these in hand, I can probably go up to the roof here, because this roof is going to be relatively safe, at least this point in the game, because we have a door here. Sleep. Finally sleep. I'll be back once we are not at the edge of death and exhaustion anymore. Finally, sweet bliss. We have now slept for a day and a half straight. We did eat some food in that time, waking up from time to time, but we can no longer sleep anymore simply because we are actually out of water. We are actually now strong enough that we can put our machine gun into our backpack, which we were never strong enough to actually hold our backpack with a machine gun in it. We can actually store that now. So we're going to go ahead and pull out our knife just so that we have something. And the problem is that it's 2 p.m. in the afternoon. That is not a very good position for us to be in. It does seem like there's a few hordes nearby. We can see Town Hall nearby. We might want to look around the gun store just a little bit more here. See if there's anything that we missed that we could maybe drink. I mean, we could probably clean the water. Do we have desalination tablets by chance? I don't remember if I got any. We don't. That's very unfortunate. Considering nothing came at us whenever we took down this back door, we will probably go ahead and take out our hammer here and take down the front door. Oh, I need to make sure I definitely take off the earplugs. I noticed as soon as I hit the door that I didn't hear anything. Take those off. This place should be fairly well defended, with only a few wooden doors and mostly barred windows. So we should be able to look around, despite all that noise we just made. There's a bullet magazine. We're probably not going to be using a lot of guns in the long run. That guy over there is going to start breaking a whole bunch of... Ooh, what is that? KA bar knife. I actually want to see the knife itself, please. Developed by the United States Marine Corps. Modified hunting knives to be soldier-proof. Huh. Hunting and utility knife. We're going to go ahead and put that sheath on. Because we have a much better knife now. Yeah, 21 piercing damage. That's actually a real weapon now. And we have a sheath that it goes into, which means that we can draw it a lot faster as well. Combat boots there. They don't fit us, though. We do have a sling, which would allow us to put our gun on our back. We also might be able to find a better gun for us here. Something like a pistol would actually work better for us. We're not really going to be using guns long-term on this character. But having a gun for now would at least help us just get through the beginning parts of the game. And that's a Molly assault pack. That's pretty good. It has 5 encumbrance. Yeah, it's honestly quite a bit better than the hiking backpack. So we're going to go ahead and wield that instead. And then we will make sure to pick up everything up from inside the backpack. I do see some guns over here. You have a shotgun, a revolver, lever action, Glock carry. M9 combat pistol would probably be a really good one for us. Just because I think the M9 has some... It has some really generic ammo. So we can grab this nylon holster. Put it on. And then we'll grab the... Oh, it's in a locked case. Shit. We will go ahead and mark this then. Because we will want to come back for that. Ideally, though, the big thing we want right now is some water. I was hoping that I would find some, like, desalination tablets here, because a lot of these military places will have stuff like that in them. But as it stands, we'll probably just want to hit up some of these houses nearby. Doing that at night here would be or during the day here would be an absolutely terrible idea. So I do think that we are going to still wait
for nightfall. I saw 10 gallon for a second there, and I actually got very excited. But it is a 10 gallon hat. Can we pry these open? We can. After a few attempts. Oh, hey, there you go. M9 combat pistol. We're going to go ahead and wield it. And put it into our holster. We don't have any ammo for it, but, there we go, actually. So we'll go ahead and, wait, is that not the same type of... I don't know guns very well, guys. It's for the Beretta Storm 9x19. Wow. Is that the right kind? Beretta Storm. Oh, guns. This thing says that it takes, let's see, 9x19 jacketed hollow points. Well, that's just one of the things it can take, at least. So it takes 9x19s. Yeah, it looks like all of the rounds are going to just be called M19 rounds. I wonder if there was some back here in this case that I missed. Let's see, M19 7-round magazine. Oh, that's the M1911. There's so many different kinds of guns. Like, I don't play gun games, so I don't get why there's so many different kinds of guns. Maybe someone can explain that to me. Oh, hey. So that's one thing that's actually really nice. If you have the weapon on you, it will actually highlight the ammo. But I think those are empty magazines, unfortunately. Yeah, those were empty magazines. They don't have any bullets in them. But at least have the magazines now. So if I find bullets, I could load the magazines and then load the gun. What's in my holster? For some reason, my knife is in my holster now. Give me a second. I'm going to sort my inventory real quick. Okay. I know what I did wrong. Whenever I picked up the pistol, I accidentally wielded the pistol and then put the knife into the holster and not the other way around. So now the knife is properly in the sheath. So we're good now. I also did finally just go ahead and take off my circlet. Because it was honestly hurting us. And I just noticed we have a bunch of trash in our inventory. I'll go ahead and drop that real quick. And as thirsty as we are, we might just have to waste some time here waiting for night to fall, because if we fail to do that, we could really, really be in trouble. And honestly, I'm going to go ahead and... No, we'll... Oh, this uses the same kind of ammo? We're going to unload the submachine gun and put in the pistol, because the pistol's better for us. So, we're going to do that, and then we're going to wait for night to fall, and we'll be back. Okay. So it's nighttime again, and I think our next destination is going to probably be the magic shop to the south here, because if we can... Oops. If we can clear out the area around there, that'd be really good. So... Ideally, we're going to hit the houses around us here first. So we'll go ahead and pull out our... Battle knife. And for anyone who might have been shouting at me that those were in fact not the same types of ammo, I found that out on my own while I was messing with stuff. Ooh, a smudge scroll. These are interesting. This looks like someone was designing a new spell, but spilled a mug of coffee on it and crumpled it up in anger. You can tell that it will definitely cast something, but you can't sure that it will work very well. This spell contains Cause Bear. Not Cause Fear, but Cause Bear. Which is very funny to me. We're going to go ahead and grab that. There's a bunch of zombies out here. Not really surprised. We kind of left them here. But we're going to try and get to one of these houses around here. Ideally that one right there, because there's a saw in there. Fortunately, we just had to bring down a child zombie, which will make our character incredibly guilty about it for a little while. And that morale hit will
really mess with our ability to do stuff for a little bit. Oh, man. We managed to get in here, but the door's locked. There are just far too many zombies around to be risking it in a building like this. Ah, here we go. Food. Drink. Yes. Actually not much in the way of drink, but we definitely have food. Worst case scenario, we could retreat into one of the basements and make like a temporary fire and get some drink on. Go ahead and grab this lighter real quick. Eventually, we should probably have some sort of magic. We'll probably have some sort of magic in order to do all the lighting of fires ourselves. But for now, we're still reliant on more traditional methods. Or, in a weird way, less traditional methods. If you find sealed food anywhere, I would say it's a pretty high priority to pick up, just because you won't have to worry about it going bad. Ooh, survival under an atomic attack. Never read that book before. Wonder if it's any good. Just kind of taking a look around here, making sure that we don't miss anything incredibly valuable. It seems like this is some sort of like split duplex kind of house. Ooh, some cotton balls, thank goodness. Oh, and a full first aid kit. Yeah, bandages. There we go, and a bottle of antiseptic. You always want to keep a full bottle of antiseptic on you, possibly even two. They're not that heavy, because if you ever get an infected wound, that is a damn good way of dying very quickly. We're also going to take these multivitamins because it'll help the fact that we have basically no diet right now. And we'll take the painkillers because pain can ruin you very quickly as well. There's a wood saw here. It's not too heavy for us to pick up. We do have this molly pack now, which it's a positive and a negative. So if you just see over here in torso, we currently have a huge red number there. That means that we're incredibly overweight on that one spot. And it's because, well, there's a good thing and a bad thing about the Molly Assault Pack. So the Molly Assault Pack is a very good backpack, but the problem is that you can just keep loading it up and you can cause yourself a lot of problems by basically overloading yourself. So we do have to watch out. Mineral water and some fruit and veggies. The green stuff is the stuff that we can eat because we do have a fancy elven diet. We're going to immediately drink that mineral water though. Oh, there was 12 of them? Amazing. Now these houses have been amazing for food. And we're actually completely full up just on food alone. We're so overweight though that if we do get into a fight and we can't just walk away or run away from it, we're going to want to drop our backpack in order to fight because our backpack is very overweight at this point, and it's going to be causing, like for example, you can see our balance score means that we're going to have a 43% chance of being off balance. Our attack speed is 68% slower. We have a 50% chance of breaking grabs now, which zombies love to grab you in this game. And we have lowered attack rolls, lowered dodge chance. Encumbrance can be really bad, but if we just drop our assault pack, let's see what it looks like now. It's still bad, but it's not as bad as it was before. So what we can do is we can go over to our torso here and we can see why. Multiple items of outer clothing, so we have multiple outer items. Yeah. Ballistic vest, the machine gun, the cloak. The machine gun does have a few rounds in it, so I don't want to drop it yet. I don't want to fight that zombie either. I think we're just going to move north to another house. I'd ideally like to find one with a basement. Just for now. Oh, here we go. This one has a basement. Has these terrible wide open windows, but this does have a basement. So there's a chance. Oh, that's a really bad basement. Holy shit. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zombies down here. Yeah. They immediately grabbed me. Forced me to fight. Okay, we're gonna run upstairs then. That was creepy as fuck. It's a giant talking doll over there. Ugh. Okay. See if we can find a safe place to deal with our injuries. We're gonna take everything's too heavy to pick up right now because we just got messed up. Okay. Trench coat there, but it doesn't fit. We picked up that deck of cards? No, it's too heavy right now just because of our situation. And I actually think our backpack is close to full. Yeah, if you see up here, our weight, we're actually overweight now because our injuries have lowered our strength. So, from one frying pan into another is basically what's happening here. We're going to go ahead and drink up a little bit. Stop being so thirsty. Eat some. And go ahead and bandage up our new injuries. That one was really close. Below. Below. You hear bonk? That's a weird noise to be hearing. I don't know what's causing the bonk noise. I wonder if there's like a clown zombie down there or something? I don't know if that's a thing. We're going to go ahead and heal up our stuff for now. Generally speaking, you just want to put as much stuff on, like, you want to just do as much medical as you can on everything, because that's how you heal faster. Go ahead and take, oops, I didn't mean to do antiseptic. I wanted to do aspirin. Technically, we could take some codeine if we needed to keep fighting, but we're not in that much pain, to be honest. That actually wasn't that bad. This, Kabar knife is actually way better of a weapon that we've had so far. I would say it's actually a capable weapon. So what we're going to do is we're going to crouch here so that stuff doesn't see us through that window. And we're just going to wait like 30 minutes for stuff to calm down for a second. Because the zombies will kind of figure themselves out and calm down. We have plenty of time in this night. We have supplies now. So we're not rushed. So patience is a virtue. We really would like to get to that magic shop, but it might just be too risky. We might, in fact, actually double back and see if we can get home, to be honest. The Devourer's in the way, and we're deep within the city. So I would have liked to prefer to have found a home farther south here, and then just set back up. Because there's nothing really there that's super valuable for us. Ooh, what's that? Oh, there's a thug over there. We must have spotted them from a distance. That's not the worst thing in the world, because he's not that far away from us. And that guy will kind of keep the area around there generally empty. That must have been who we were hearing firing whenever we were up by this gun store. Sounds like it's calmed down out here, though. We're going to carefully and tentatively move out here. Still a little overweight. Can't really loot anything. In fact, is there anything on us? We're going to do a quick inventory here. Be right back. Okay, we have things handled better now so that we actually have stuff under control here. And I will admit, I don't feel like we've fully stabilized. But we do have food and some water. We have water for probably a day or two. So I think with that, I do want to make a break for the magic shop. There's just so much potential we could get there, and there's a very good chance we can even live there as well. It's also just so close by. So before this night ends, we are going to try and make a break for there and see how that goes. Hopefully we can make it to the shop. Oh, something's killing all the zombies around here. Hearing buzzing sounds. Might be a wasp nest nearby. Whenever I say wasps, don't think like the kind that are pre-Cataclysm wasps. No. We know better. We've seen what magic does to wasps. Is there a light here or something? Or have we just already been through here? We have not been through here. Why are we aware of this area? This is very strange. But we've seen what magic does to wasps. These wasps are enormous. They're large. They're about as large as a dog, upwards of being twice as large as a human. We very much want, if there's wasps around here, we very much want to let them just do what they want and never let them lay eyes on us. There's a tiny meat cocoon there. Let's go ahead and just destroy that, because that can't be good. Don't really know what those do. Zombie managed to get up on us, but we do have this very nice knife now. There's a zombie hop right there. The knife is not going to do much to the zombie top, so we're not going to fuck with him. All of the zombies are all moving in one direction, which means they probably hear something. I can actually see these books through the window. Nothing interesting. We don't break our own rule and go through an nope. See, this is why you don't go through alleyways. I was just about to say we're gonna break our own rule and go through an alleyway, but we immediately ran into some problem there. Bunch of zombies having a mosh pit over here. We're gonna back this guy off. See if we can finish him off by himself. Very nice. I'm around the corner here, and I really hope that this magic shop is in one piece. So far, it looks like it is. Entrance should be over here. Close the windows immediately. Oh, yes. Absolutely perfect. Another window over here. A haven for the nerds. It's the end of the world, but you'll feel fine. That's an amazing book. This is a druid book. It's going to teach us a lot of the spells that we care about, including Nature's Bow, which is one of my go-to favorite spells. One of the spells I'm most looking forward to as this thing. Basically summons a bow for you with magical arrows to boot. Which means that we never have to worry about crafting a bow. Beyond sleeping easy with sorcery. Well, that might help with us. Sound bomb. Phase door. I think we already know phase door, right? We don't know phase door. Okay. Sound bomb. All good spells. Nothing in there. Go ahead and close this window as well. Make sure that nothing can find us. And then we will head up to the... We'll check up front here real quick. Close the windows. And then we're going to be heading up to the second floor. And primarily heading out there. There are some wands, wands of magic missiles in here, which would be very, very useful because it gives us a lot of uses of magic missile without using any mana. The problem is that they are behind locked doors. Home Mage's Healthcare Manual. Don't know what that is. Effects of technological progress in magic and basic spellcraft theory. Not familiar with any of those. Let's go ahead and head upstairs. Is that a thug? Healer. Lucio Abrams. Please tell me you're friendly. I must purge this land of its curse. Will you help or hinder our mission? Hi there. Blessed be, may you purge that which opposes us. Why don't you go somewhere else? I must purge this place before I move on. I'm gonna get out of here. And I could potentially persuade them. They're going to have a mission for me, and if I do actually do their mission, do they sell anything interesting? No, they don't. Yeah, see, I will have a mission they will have a mission for me, but we're going to hold off on doing it right now because I've met one of these people before. These healers, they are fanatics. They hate the undead with a burning passion. Which does mean that if I accept the mission, they're going to start following me around. Which sounds good, but I don't know if you noticed, but they're wielding a Winchester. And as a fanatic, I imagine the first thing they're going to do, as soon as they walk out that front door, is shoot someone. And that's the last thing we want whenever we are in the dead center of a city, is some fanatic shooting off their gun. So Vellum would look at this and be like, we do agree with your mission. Don't get us wrong. We do. But it needs to wait for the right time. I need to be ready to actually be able to fulfill your mission without getting us both killed. Which means I need to be more stable. And I need to be in a better position to not just get murdered myself. This is not going to be the best location in the world to be for the next couple days. But if we can use this as a home base and just clear out the surrounding area and kill all of the zombies around here, we can slowly make this area safe. We have a fireplace so that we have a nice set of fire. We have a bookcase. We have basically everything we need here. Ideally, we can find a local source of water, something more permanent like a spout or a river or a lake, something like that. But for the time being, we do actually have a place that we can call home. The police shelter was not working out very well, and probably wasn't going to work out very well into the future. But this place, we could probably fortify it up and make it actually into a real home. At least temporarily. We'll see about long term. Ideally, as an archmage, we'll eventually want some sort of wizard tower. Something like... I believe there was one up here. Yeah, there was one up by where we were before. So we will want to swing back for these wizard towers. Get more magic. But in the meantime, we are going to do what our nerdy guy does best. Our character squirreled away in the upper floors of a magic bookshop, this time without having to buy a single book within. Vellum is momentarily happy, and he can momentarily forget that the world outside has ended. Get lost in a book and learn some magic. Safety is a commodity in this world. It can be earned, made, sold, and traded. When you have it in abundance, it is a luxury, and like any commodity, it can disappear in an instant. Vellum found a tiny shred of safety in an old magic bookstore, one with solid brick walls and a world of books to forget the apocalypse. However, without food and water, you cannot hide away in books forever. Welcome back to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. The journey of Vellum, a magical apprentice who one day wishes to be an archmage. Vellum stepped downstairs. He had been hearing bumps and the crashes of zombies all night as he was studying, and eventually he was starting to get hungry and tired, so he decided to step downstairs and try and clear some of them out because, well, the zombies, as long as we kill them properly, they don't come back. But he didn't expect to see this. There's a feral dwarf, which can see him perfectly in the dark here, and then about half a dozen zombies down here. Fortunately, this place is pretty dark, so the confidence that we can actually take care of this is pretty high. Probably shouldn't have done this at 7:30 in the morning though, because if we do have to run, we're going to have to run outside. And someone pointed out that if we go to the underscore menu, we can choose a fighting style and go to brawling. Brawling is better than no style. It's unlocked as soon as you have like melee 1, and no style has no benefits. Brawling has only benefits, so there's no reason to ever not have brawling on once you have it unlocked. It'll make us just slightly better to hit, and you can actually see the effect. Actually, not yet, because I'll have to actually get into combat, but we'll be able to see the effect of that pretty quickly. As soon as we stepped out, this feral, as per ferals like to do, did in fact throw a rock at us, and because we are a dainty elf, we already have a bleeding wound on our left arm. But we're not going to deal with that yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to close the door behind us, and we're going to run. And this is going to make noise, but I'm actually okay with this. So we're going to put the knife away, put it in our sheath, and pull out our casting menu,
And I'm gonna make sure that my keybinds are aligned with what I'm used to doing. So we'll put mana bolt on D. And we're going to mana bolt this motherfucker. Hitting him for 31 damage. It is loud though. It did 73 sound. Keep in mind that our usual like walking sound is 5. I don't really know what the representation of how far away that sound is. But with this many zombies, we can't hold back. In fact, do we actually have a... I know that we had a whole bunch of... Okay, we don't have any wands on us because that would even be better. So we're going to hit him with another one. We're going to ignore the distractions. In fact, we're going to press I on this menu to ignore pop-up distractions while casting, because right now we're only going to be casting offensive spells, so we're not going to worry about it. We're going to hit him with another mana bolt. We're failing over and over again. Okay, he is almost dead. He is the biggest problem. The rest of them, we can use the darkness to our advantage. We're just going to magic missile him down and step into the darkness, and then we will pressure on our wounds. Bleeding stopped. That guy's down. Another magic missile. Things outside are hearing us, which is why now we have a lashing zombie coming in here. We're gonna step farther into the darkness and hit that guy next. So I don't know what that thing does. We're gonna just deal with it. I don't think it died. What happened? Oh, there it is. We were a little light blinded there. We'll go ahead and crush that thing down. And already we have this under control. There are more zombies outside, sure, but most of them are reanimated corpses. So you'll see that every once in a while you'll come across these zombies that have like 1 HP, right? It's because they were reanimated. Or at least this is Vellum's running theory, is that these are the ones that were reanimated recently and have already died before. So we're actually going to hit that guy back there to get rid of the reanimated one. And we'll step back into the darkness here and blow this guy up. And as soon as he gets too close, which he's already getting too close, we're going to pull out the knife and finish him with a knife strike. And already, like I said, we have this under control. We're running low on mana, but we'll take out that guy that's in the window. He was a reanimated one. There are much more zombies outside, apparently. Yeah, there's a few runners down here. They're already pretty hurt, though. And that zapper is 39 meters to the south. So that guy is not a problem with us. The only thing is that we're seeing him through the window. Whenever night comes, we'll probably take some time and we'll board up all the windows here and make sure that this place is a place that we can actually stay for a little while. And any zombies we see when we're in this area, we're going to want to kill. Oops, do I not have my thing out? I don't. I need to be more careful about that. There we go. He had grabbed me for a second, but we're fine. We're fine. That's what that little icon... So there'll be little icons around my character. The one in the top right there is them grabbing me, which is why zombies get scary, is when they grab you. One of the whole reasons we came down here is we made a nailboard trap. And zombies will want to knock on this door specifically because they'll heal me above. So we're going to go ahead and put down that nailboard trap right in front of it. We're not going to be able to step on it accidentally ourselves, because if we try to, it'll ask us this. Do you really want to step into the nailboard trap? And it'll default to no. So we're not going to step on it accidentally ourselves. Not very easily, at least. And once night comes, we'll take down all these bookshelves and we'll make more of them. This nailboard trap should be able to help us kind of like thin the horde on some of the zombies that will be coming because of the noise we make. Oh, there's a corpse here now. So we're going to go ahead and haul this corpse aside. And we'll just put it in the center here so we don't forget to deal with it. And we'll close the door here. She is over by the window with a fucking Winchester. I don't trust that. I'm really glad I closed all these windows, because I can only just imagine that she would have come over there and been like, oh, there's zombies outside. Blam, blam. And I started firing. And it's just like, oh my God, please don't. You would attract... We're in the center of a city. You attract so many zombies right now. These hordes on the road are where Vellum has recently spotted large packs of zombies, which does mean that we have a lot of work to clear out our nearby area. We are going to rest
until nightfall, and we will be back then. We slept relatively well, sleeping all the way from about 11 in the morning to 5 p.m. in the afternoon. Wow, Vellum really takes after myself. We are going to remember to put away our knife. Go ahead, put it back into our sheath. Having something that we can sheath really fast, at least for the time being, is going to be a huge help whenever it comes to being a mage. And then we're going to not forget to take out our earplugs. So we're going to go ahead and take those off. Did you blast out the windows? Please don't tell me you blasted out the windows. You might be a problem. Our door is still standing though. So let's walk up to one of these windows real quick and type in window into our construction menu, and we'll see how to board them up. We will need 4 planks. We have 9 nearby. There is like a 6x6 radius of where it will gather crafting materials from. And we need nails. We're going to need a lot of planks and a lot of nails. So it's going to be 4 planks for windows. So we're going to probably want to board up all of the windows up here, especially if she's going to go around trying to bust them down all the time. And again, we'll leave her here for now. I know Vellum knows that these heretical healers, like Lucio Abrams here, that are often found running these magic shops, they're very zealous in their desire to rid the world of zombies. So if we were to talk to her and ask her to help us, she would follow us around and help us kill zombies. And she is fully kitted out. We can see that she has a riot helmet, she has armored motorcycle jacket, and she has a Winchester. The problem with that is that Winchester is her weapon of choice. She's going to be very loud. If she didn't have a Winchester, I actually probably would accept her help and have her help me out. But as it stands, that Winchester is much too loud. So we are going to quickly organize our base here. And we'll be making some noise, but we'll see if we can, drop some of the medicine that we don't actually need. We're going to keep our copper circlet on us because I really do hope to find something to deal with the uncomfortableness of that circlet rather soon. We'll go ahead and put tools here, all of our general scraps here, and we'll put food, right behind our chair. Just trying to clear out our pack so that we have room for more things. And after clearing it out, I'm actually going to pick something back up, and I'll just pick up, I don't know, the cheese. I just want to keep some food on me. I always like doing that because there's always a possibility that we get isolated somewhere. We don't really need the rest of these desks, but we did put our guns over here on these 2 desks just because it looks nice. So we're going to go ahead and take down some more stuff here. We'll go to the construction menu, deconstruct furniture, and we'll take apart. Zombie spotted. Oh, it's because it's outside. God damn it. What are you doing, lady? Well, we have to, we have to deal with this as soon as possible. So where are we on this window thing now? It'll tell me even if I don't have everything. So I have enough nails, I have enough planks. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and haul our planks and nails here. And then we'll haul everything here as well. And we're going to crouch down so that things outside don't see us while we're doing this. We'll crouch here. And we were going to board up this window right here. So things stop seeing us when we're down here. Do we have enough to do it again? No, we need more nails. Okay. We will take down these bush shelves next. Just, again, ignore everything going on down there for now. Soon we won't have to be ignoring stuff all the time. Use of your powers has led to an insight. Interesting. Oh, it's because I have a light power going on right now, I think. Or perhaps this was just because I used a light power from most of yesterday while studying. Rather than expanding space, you could collapse it, making each of your steps cover a larger area of ground despite not moving any more quickly, if you can figure out the proper method. Oh, that's actually my spatial stuff. Interesting. Okay, we don't need the crouch anymore. We at least have these covered up. They're only 95% cover, which means there is 5% of light coming in still. But that's not enough for anything to see us by. There is actually a pot here. We're going to grab that and put that over here with our tools, because that pot is a great addition. Oh, we actually already had some pots. We'll drop our pots as well, because we don't really need to keep them on us. It is a great addition to our cooking things. We're going to start a fire real quick just to make sure we can't cook anything. We can. We made some vegetable sandwiches. We're going to make 2 of them just to have food for now. Make sure you extinguish the fire. Largely because it's a waste. It won't actually catch fire. These fireplaces will vent the smoke and also keep the fire completely in control. So you don't have to worry about like accidentally burning down your house if you're using something like a fireplace. If you use a fireplace or brazier, I can't ever remember which pronunciation is correct. If you use one of those, it's going to be safe. So we do have more problems downstairs. It is 7 p.m. now. Oh man, we went to sleep without bandaging up our wounds. That's actually very unfortunate. We're going to go ahead and do that now. Is there any cheats here? There are. Okay. Anyone knows Cataclysm in the... Get in the comments and let me know why this is. But sometimes whenever I go to butcher sheets, to tear apart, deconstruct sheets, sometimes I get the necessary parts to make a makeshift bandage, and sometimes I don't. And I really, really don't understand that. It's like... They're all cotton sheets, right? So, like, why... Like, for example, this time it didn't happen. Why am I sometimes getting them and sometimes I'm not? I'm not actually sure what I'm doing differently. Because I play this game a lot on my own as well. And I do often take apart curtains in order to make bandages. And then sometimes I just don't get what I need from them. Let me see what I have. So I have a... I don't need to be carrying that saw around on me. That's actually a lot of weight. And volume, even more importantly. Do I not have a pair of scissors? Maybe that's what it is that my character is preferring to cut him up with an X-Acto knife, which is just like cutting it up, not deconstructing. Maybe that's what it is. But again, if you know Cataclysm, get in the comments and let me know. Any advice that you guys have for me, anything you guys see me do wrong or anything like that, please feel free to get in the comments and let me know, because I would prefer to know than not. And we are going to... we have 2 planks and no nails. I really want to put more of these nail traps down before I continue boarding up windows. So we're going to take a moment and we'll be back at the end of this, but we're going to deconstruct everything around here that we can deconstruct. Oh, we need light. We're going to go ahead and use our candle's glow psychic ability to kind of just produce light around us. It saves on mana, which is a very valuable resource, as you guys have seen. They are just busting out down there. I'm actually tempted to see if, now that we have full mana again, you know what? Screw it. That's what we're going to do. We're going to take another whack at clearing out the downstairs. One of them did die in our nail trap. So that's good. We got some caffeinated chewing gum. A bunch of stuff that we don't want to mess with. A multi-tool. Multi-tool is a very good addition. It is one tool that has just a little bit of butchering, cutting, sawing, wood sawing, screwdriving, and bolt turning all in it. And these qualities right here is what you're going to care about whenever you find tools. That is amazing. It's also very, very small, so we can keep that on us at all times. Other stuff here we'll probably take a better look at later, but there's nothing else there that is important enough that I want to grab it right away. We immediately see another feral dwarf. We're going to close this door. And we are going to start mana bolting that dwarf. Oops. There we go. We failed twice, failing to get the concentration, because right now, the main issue is that we have about a 50% failure chance. Once we practice this more, not only will it have more damage, but our failure chance will go up tremendously, and possibly even the range as well. We fail and fail again, whiffing the spell over and over again as he approaches. But fortunately, we do get it off, and he's at the point where now we're pretty much good. And Mana Bolt is even louder than Magic Missile. Magic Missile gives out a loud crackle. Mana Bolt gives out an explosion noise. Ooh, a leather belt with a crowbar. We are going to, instead of picking that up, we are going to immediately wear that. It says that our torso is very encumbered. Let's check what's going on there. So we currently have the... Oh, we already have a duty belt. Okay, which one's better? So we have the leather belt with the crowbar in it, and then a police duty belt. Well, the police duty belt is actually currently in better shape, so we're going to go ahead and take that, and then we'll just take the crowbar instead. I didn't realize that we had already picked up a belt. And we do have a collision with the ballistic vest and the cloak. Basically, this menu here is a sort menu. Anything in yellow is informing us of issues that we have. Why do we have an issue in our hands? Oh, because our ring of perception was under, over top of our gloves. Realistically speaking, it's not cold enough that we need glove liners. So we'll probably take those off at some point as well. We just need to remember to do so. We're gonna come over here into the darkness, smash this corpse as well, check it super fast. We will get all these corpses into a pile and hopefully maybe find a mop or something at some point to clean out this downstairs area. Yeah, there's a lot of zombies over here. So we are going to take a step back with running and mana bolt this man. While we are fresh, we are faster. We're going to mana bolt the runner as well. We have already cleared out so many zombies here. What does this one look like? He's pretty much full HP. And yeah, we're going to be messing up this place pretty badly by fighting in here. But at the same time, we're also clearing out most of our neighbors, which is very, very good for us. Normal zombie there goes down. Must have been one of the reanimated ones. There's some crystallized mana here, but we'll just remember it for later. And also, there's just like a lot of nails around here. We're going to pick up all the nails that are around us right now, because they are kind of doing our work for us of taking this stuff apart. But unfortunately, we kind of want... Ooh, hey. They took apart one of the cases that has a minor one of magic missiles. We're actually going to equip that right now. We did have them. Oh, there's another one on the ground. That's what it is. Okay. So now we have, between the one in our inventory and the one in our hand, we have over 50 free magic missiles now. If we run out of mana, we will go ahead and start using those. So right now, because we're kind of like trying to clear everything out, we actually don't mind them finding us. We kind of want them to on some level. We see someone with a pair of scissors of some kind. We're going to want to grab that for sure. Some more zombies in the streets down there. I'm still at the point of playing Cataclysm where I press the run button. So you're going to see me bounce through menus sometimes. It's because I've immediately realized that I've pressed the run button. There is enough planks and boards nearby that if I wanted to, I could probably board up a window. I also can make a nail board trap. We're going to sit in the dark here and make a nail board trap real quick. Oh, it's too dark to craft. Can I do it here? We'll go ahead and put our thing in the inventory. And we're going to ignore the sounds of zombies, but we're not going to ignore it if a zombie gets too close. The light moved, so yeah. So it's getting towards nighttime, so the light is actually moving. So we're going to have to keep moving with it. But we don't want to step into the full light, or else we will easily be seen. So we do have a nail board now. We're going to go slightly stealthy here. We're going to activate it, and we'll put it down right there, and then we'll close this door. And we'll board up this door, but not this one later. In fact, we'll go ahead and close that door as well, just so that we have the silence of night here, or the darkness of night here. We can get up to this spot without anything seeing us. We can crouch here. And let's see if we have enough stuff nearby. We do, to just go ahead and board up this window. It made some noise, but honestly, not any louder than casting our spells was. And because these are weak points, eventually we're going to want to try and put traps. I don't think we can put nail board traps on dirt. We have to put it on a solid object. But eventually we're going to want to put traps here, so if anything tries to come up and bash these windows, it'll step on the traps. Okay. Night has fallen. We're going to go ahead and rest for just like a minute here, just to like kind of catch our breath. So we need to get to work. How much food do we have? How much food and water do we have? That's going to be my first question. We'll probably move that nail board trap down there as well. Just because Realistically speaking, I want to put all my traps outside for now. That one downstairs was just to prevent anything from coming in, paying us a visit while we were sleeping. Okay, so we have 2 things of water. So we only have enough water for, like, today, really. Actually, we probably don't even have enough water for today. Do we have any water on us? We don't have any water on us. Is there any water around this place? I'll check in here real quick. There is some water in here, so we can always boil that water. Let's remind ourselves, do we have anything to carry water in? We'll keep those nails on us, to be honest. It does not appear like we have anything we can carry water in. We're going to go ahead and put this crowbar down. It is useful, but for now, the hammer does have 1 level of prying with us. So the crowbar will be useful, but it's going to be very, very loud and very, very heavy. So whenever we go on like harder loot trips, we might specifically bring the crowbar in order to like get into like crates and stuff like that, or to break in through windows that are locked. But the problem is that it makes enough noise that we kind of don't want to mess with it right now. We'll go ahead and grab these nails over here. Okay, so we don't need water, we don't need food, which does mean that we can spend the day today reinforcing our base, which might not be the most exciting, but we are going to probably just fast forward through that process. And if I come across anything interesting while I'm doing it, I will stop and let you guys know. Okay, we're back. We only did the upstairs windows for now. And I just remembered, we actually very desperately need to do... Oh, nope. Don't step onto the spike board. Actually desperately need to do this window right here. Let's see if we have what we need. We don't. We need some more nails. Actually, just nails. So we should be able to find some nails around here somewhere. See if we have any nails. I don't see anything off the top of my head here. It doesn't look like we have any more nails around here. So we'll go upstairs. Yeah, we really do need to pick up that spike board. In fact, we're actually going to disarm it and pick it up right now. No more trap. I don't want to be hurrying and then accidentally step on it. So we have some nails there, and we have some nails here. So I want to get that window closed back up again, and then too dark to construct. Okay, that's a little bit of a problem because this window is like right in the way. So we're going to do this as fast as possible. We're going to activate the candle's glow. This is dangerous. And then we're going to... Did anything come to us? No, it did not. Okay. That could have attracted stuff for a little while there from a distance. And then I think we're going to go ahead and stop sneaking. And we are going to wield the nailboard trap so that it's just ready to go in our hands. Open the door here. And I'm not going to take the risk. I'm going to put the nailboard trap away, and we're going to take out these 2 zombies real quick. I'd like to do so with my knife, if possible. How hurt are they? Oh, they're both reanimated. Because that is a much quieter. Only making about 48 sound instead of the 70s of our spells. And Vellum doesn't believe in himself to not be able to step on these spike boards. So what we're going to do is we are going to put our knife away. Oh, there's so many places where we can put it. That's actually a little annoying because it's going to be easy to put it in the wrong place. But we are going to go ahead and put another nailboard trap here. And then we'll board up this door because this will, anything that like kind of walks through this area will step on these traps and they'll start bleeding. And if they step on them again, because zombies are stupid, they'll actually kill themselves out here. And every once in a while, we'll walk out here and see just like dead zombies. And it'll slowly clear the area. Because Vellum suspects that's this area that these zombies don't actually, they're not being magically created in any way. This is just the population of the town. And if we can get through the population of the town, as daunting as that sounds, we will have some safety. Okay. We're going to take a quick look around, see if we can find anything to put water in. Because ideally, I'd like to make some of my water. Front room looks pretty clear too. There's a hip flash there. An e-ink tablet PC. That actually is one of the best PCs to have. That will, let me show you. Go ahead and allow us to, if we activate it, we can store books in it so that we don't have to carry a whole library around with us. We can use SD cards to sometimes find recipes, and we can use it as a light, and we can even use it to read the stored books. That is a very, very good find. We'll probably want another nail board trap by this front door as well, and we'll want to board up this window over here and put a nail board trap there. The zombies are smart enough to go for the weak points, and then the rest of this building is made out of stone wall. It's very unlikely that normal zombies will be able to bust down a stone wall. Now, Vellum hasn't seen anything beyond a normal zombie. Maybe something a little weird has come up time and again, but nothing too incredible. But now that night has fallen, instead of sitting here and just ignoring the distractions, we are going to set out onto the street. Oops, I just accidentally wielded my boxer briefs. We're going to go ahead and put that away. Because of my character image there, I actually thought that I had a knife out. But our knife is away, so we're going to come out here and we're going to make a quick once around the house and see if we see anything very close by, like that guy. And we're going to just go ahead and get rid of all of the zombies that are very close by. You target the zombie? Maybe I can't see him from here. I'll take a step closer. Why can't I target him? That's very strange. There we go. We'll just take all of these guys out real quick, because our character and our elven ears were able to hear them over and over again. And that distraction... Oh, there's actually a nice little garden back here. That's very nice. That distraction was making it very, very hard for us to focus on our work. So we're just going to take out the stuff that we hear nearby. Super quick. Hoping that we can make it so that we can go ahead and work without concern about the nearby area. There's a zombie runner there. How's he doing? Not very well, so we'll go ahead and take out our knife. And get close enough that he approaches us. Finish him off. Crush his corpse down. Brainless. Again, freshly reanimated. We'll get close and take him out. This is definitely the ideal way. Ooh, there's a little bit of a group over here. They're both very weak, though, so we'll go ahead and be brave and step up. That one actually managed to grab me, but he didn't hit me. So that's good. Just check their corpses at a cursory glance real quick. Feral human there. You're a problem. Go ahead and sheath our knife and mana bolt, mana bolt, mana bolt. And did I say mana bolt? There we go. I heard a clang. Can we tell where that came from? It must have been pretty far away. And then pretty loud. I don't see it. Northwest, we hear clang, clang, wump, wump, clang. Kind of sounds like maybe from the west now. What is this building? It's a very solid brick wall. It's far enough away that I think that we don't need to worry about that right now. From the west, you hear agonized crying. Oh, okay. Vellum is too curious. What could be crying? Is it someone alive or not? Maybe some sort of twisted zombie trying to draw us in. Is it in here? Try and pry it open with our hammer. We can't. We do see a book inside, and our voracious reader here is curious, but we do still hear sound of clang from the northwest now. Perhaps something killed a zombie dog. That's never a good sign. There is a feral human here. Multiple feral humans. We're going to take a step back. Fortunately, humans can't see in the dark. Magic missiles go out, smashing into them. They're running from me. No, they're not. They're running towards something. We do have a tough zombie approaching us now. We'll go ahead and send one missile down alley. Take him out very quickly. Another tough zombie. Freshly reanimated. Crush the corpses as we go. Something is definitely... getting these zombies to move a pretty good distance. We are out of mana now. Ooh, that guy really came around the corner fast. So what we're going to do is we are actually going to run off into the dark until that guy loses track of us. You can tell that he's tracking us because you can see that little exclamation point above his head. And we are going to take out our Wand of Magic Missiles. So now we'll activate it, and the wand never fails, but it always does 17 damage. So it's not the best thing in the world, but it is very safe. And that's kind of something... Ooh, antibiotics. That's amazing, actually. If we get an infection, we have an answer for that now. The safety is what's important right now. I don't want to be taking... I didn't mean to stop casting. There we go. I don't want to be taking unnecessary attacks and unnecessary wounds when we are so fragile right now. Cataclysm's auto-targeting often has me target corpses that are recently finished. I don't spend a lot of time using range attacks, so I'm not quite used to that process yet. That is a full health zombie. We are not going to brawl with that thing. Pull out our wand again. And yes, this is a little wasteful, but we can refill these wands later. Potentially. If we figure out how. Vellum knows that it is possible, but doesn't exactly know how. Ooh, that was a full lighter. That's pretty useful. Despite all the magic we have, we don't really have a way of starting lighters. We're also going to be grabbing these memory cards, because I do believe we should be able to find some recipes that people like save for later, and possibly some extra books on these memory cards. There's an MP3 player there. Do we already have one? We don't. We'll go ahead and take that. We can find some batteries. We can listen to some songs, and it'll help us calm down. And being calm is actually incredibly important, because as a wizard, our moment-to-moment focus is very important. You'll find our focus up there in the top right, and it's very much affected by our mood. And if we... Ooh, those guys got paramilitary zombie. I don't know what that guy is going to be about, so we're going to back up and a little bit more of the same. Actually, we're going to take out the feral first. Yeah. Because the ferals will die faster. That's why we're going to do it. This wand is almost out. This guy sees me again. Back up. We have amazing vision at night, and we are very quiet. Well, you know, when we're not casting freaking magic missiles. I'll go ahead and put this in our inventory. And we'll take out our next wand. So we can use the advantage of the night to our advantage, and anytime they start to get close to us, we can just back off into the night until they lose track of us. And that works against any sort of humanoid zombie, but it won't work against things like elven zombies. Yeah, this paramilitary guy is going to have a lot, isn't he? Yeah, he has a lot. A full ballistic vest. Oh man, that's really good. So we're going to go ahead and... Actually, we're going to go ahead and just fully wear that. Oh, we can't, because we're already wearing a ballistic vest, aren't we? Yeah, we're wearing a... I'm not sure which one of these is better, so we're just going to go ahead and take this for now. Let's see. There's an army helmet here, but it's a bad fit. But there are knee pads here. We'll go ahead and put the knee pads on, even though they are filthy. And Vellum is deeply disgusted at the entire idea of putting on a decomposed corpse's knee pads, but practicality is winning out over the desire to not be filthy and be sodden with the corpse's remains. And also we have the spell Freshen Up. As soon as we get back, we can get towards some soap and clean water
and we can prestidigitation all of the dirt off of ourselves. That thought remains in the back of his head that we are but one spell away from being clean again. Even in the apocalypse. Oh, he threw a rock at us. What an asshole. We'll back up a bit so he doesn't do that again. Finish him off with some magic missiles. There are just so many here, but at the same time, this is worth doing, because the more of these we take out now, the more won't be able to bother us at our home. Plus, it feels so good to be able to just cleanse the undead after our first horrible foray into the apocalypse. It feels like we have control over the situation for once. We'll check this house real quick. Of course, focusing on any books, and there's a pair of scissors. Hopefully that will help. We'll grab this plastic bottle as well, because if we find any water in here, we'll probably grab it. It's just one zombie by himself in a room. We'll take out our knife and practice some of our knife fighting. They do manage to claw at us, damaging our right hand, but we do take them down. It was just one fat zombie. They weren't that scary. If we catch them by themselves, we might practice our knife fighting here. He does manage to grab us, but we got so many hits off on him. Eventually he goes down. I want to really handle how fast and quick we can be with this knife. We'll go ahead and take every book that's read. That means that this is a book we haven't read before, and that it's not entertainment. It's just, it's memory cards, hell yeah. It's something informational. I don't know what this place is. Is this? It's a house. Okay. I wasn't 100% sure if it was a house. And because of our current need, any nails we come across we're going to pick up as well. Because you know what? They're pretty light. Oh, liquid bandage. Some multivitamins. Antifungal drugs. That's... It scares me that we might need that at some point. And we'll grab any soap we find as well, because that soap will allow us to clean any clothes we come across. In fact, we're going to go ahead and pour some water into this plastic bottle. And is that enough water to cast freshen up? One water and some soap? It is. As soon as we're ready, we could actually just go ahead and cast that. Vellum is overly concerned, to the point of actually it being neurotic about how dirty he feels right now, feeling these clothes on him. So he is going to step back into the darkness and, with a few muttered words and a few hand signs, consume. Oh, we don't even have enough mana. Oh, that's funny. He was focusing on the spell only to realize that his energies are more than drained from the earlier magic missiles. He will have to deal with being filthy for just a little bit longer. Take any canned food we can find. Of course. Most of these kitchen utensils are not a high priority for us anymore, although we do see a gallon jug in there. We're going to unload the gallon jug and just pour it on the ground and bring the jugs with us instead. Do it again because there was 2 of them in there. We have some sealed pickles, not the best thing in the world. Ooh, some eggs, very nice. It says that they're unedible because Vellum finds them distasteful in their current format, but we can do with them. Ooh, there's a bookstore right across, and a hunting supply store. Okay, before the night's over, we do want to check both of those places. We'll go to the bookstore first because Vellum's voracious desire for books is, as per, a sludge trail. That's not good. Pupating zombie crawler. This half of a human corpse is wrapped in sticky black fibers that cover everything from the neck down. Beneath the wrapping, there is a strange rhythmic movement, grotesque to behold. We don't know what that is, per se, but it seems like this zombie has
changed, evolved somehow. We're going to pull out our magic missile, and while we have it alone, we're going to see if we can deal with it. We hit it with a magic missile for 21 damage. And again, it seems healthier. It was healing itself. Oh man, that's not good. That one was regenerating. There's a thick sludge tail preventing us from getting to it. What happens if we step into it? I think it was just very slow. Yeah, it took us 15 seconds instead of the usual 1 second to step into that trail. We'll go ahead and crush it down, make sure that it never regenerates again. And, oh, that's right. We were going to go to that bookstore. Easily distracted by, well, the living dead that currently own and occupy this world. Scrap aluminum. I don't think I need any of that right now. We're going to carefully move around. Interesting. Oh, this is the house. I accidentally misunderstood where I was, but this house is boarded up. That could mean that there's survivors in there, or it could mean that there's survivors who have failed to survive. We're gonna go around the other side here. Go ahead and turn on safe mode so we can move quickly, and come back this way and approach this bookstore. Moving down to the streets, we do see some zombies down south. Is that? What is that? Something in the darkness. And we see a zombie cop. That's not the greatest. They are a zombie, so they won't be sentient enough to use their gun on us, but they are going to be covered in cop armor. We only have 4 magic missiles left. We're going to ignore it for now, and we're going to step into the bookshop. We have a brainless zombie, a zombie medic. Actually, we're going to waste a magic missile. Take out the brainless zombie in the background. And then take out this medic as well. I don't like the fact that we only have 1 entrance here. These glass windows, in the worst case scenario, we can go ahead and break them. We're going to go ahead and put that away. And we'll take out our knife. But now that we're down to our knife, our desire to fight is definitely being very lowered. If possible, I'd like to sort of just find any books that we care about in here. Most of these pink ones, they are just, a restaurant guide. That will actually give us some information about the map. But these pink ones, these are fiction. So they are, Beginner's Guide to Magic. There's possibly a spell in there that Vellum has not already learned. But these fiction books are good for getting our mood up, but they're not actually going to be something that we care about reading long term. We don't need 2 issues of ham radio. We'll go ahead and pick up all of the actual informational books, because who knows what we're going to need and want later. And there is more here, but we are already out of room in our backpack. Probably because of all these magazines that were already in this backpack. Where did these come from? I don't remember picking these up. We'll go ahead and keep them on us, I guess. Oh, you know why it's so heavy? It's because of this ballistic vest. That's right. Do we have enough mana to cast freshen up yet? 72. We're very close. Check the bathroom real quick. Don't see anything in there. Check the back area. Maybe they have snacks. They do, but nothing that is appetizing to us. And a military rucksack. This moldy assault pack is actually very, it's very high quality. So we're going to probably actually keep this over top of the military rucksack. Although the rucksack would be nice if we ever, like, our backpack ever got tore apart. Ideally, though, this is the apocalypse. Ideally, we would want to eventually learn how to repair our stuff. There is actually a lot of interesting books here, all that can teach us various skills and possibly even have various recipes in them. But as it stands, we have completely overloaded ourselves, and this is the first night of what we hope is going to be many nights of being able to fearlessly step out into the darkness where the dead live. And not only did we survive, not only did we come back with minor injuries, we actually came back with a net positive. We have food, we have books, and we have potentially some more armor. With that, this is going to be where I'm going to leave you for today. Vellum's journey is far from over. He has only managed to make the first steps on his journey. We are going to want to be checking out any magical place nearby because his desire for knowledge and his desire to learn new spells is still very unquenched. These wizard towers up north, we're going to have to move back on at some point, but we're going to need to be ready for those. Vellum knows what is inside a wizard tower. He's toured them before. They are going to be filled with golems from edge to edge. Anywhere from 12 to 3 dozen golems can protect one tower, as these wizards work alone but outsource their daily chores to their golems. Those golems will still be protecting these towers to this day because they regenerate, and nothing as small as a zombie would easily be able to take one down. We're going to have a plan in order to perform the heist upon those. Vellum's begun to have strange, unexplainable dreams since the Cataclysm. He feels he is watched, as if some force propels his progress forward and is not allowing it to end, as if he is naught but entertainment for some otherworldly presence. But tonight he dreamed he burned alive. It was so real, the sensation of catching a flame in a wooded alley between 2 buildings. It brought him to wakefulness with a cold sweat. Was surely just a dream. Welcome to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, the journey of Vellum, an elven wizard's apprentice who's dreamed of becoming an archmage before the world ended. We were trying to make improvements around our house, but Vellum is still being interrupted by the sounds of the dead. It is nearly noon, and it's soon time for him to try and lay down for another nap so that he can be active at nighttime. But he is going to step downstairs. During his studies last night, or should I say, during the day yesterday, we did manage to learn a few new spells. Just to go over the list real quick, most of these spells along the top here are magic, and then the ones with these little lambda symbols at the bottom, I think that's lambda, are psychic abilities. The reason that I'm making a distinction is that these psychic abilities cost stamina, and then the magic cost mana. Stamina is something that we can get back very quickly. Mana comes back over the course of days. So, something just to keep in mind. So the first 3 here are just utility spells. This cleans our clothes, which is incredibly important for our morale. This provides us with a light, although it is in fact much better to use Candle's Glow, because Candle's Glow can be turned off, and the magical light we create by this is a conjured item that will last as long as it wants to last. Aura of Protection will protect us from the environment. If it starts getting very hot or very cold, this is going to be very clutch. Peaceful Rest allows us to sleep, but we're never going to cast the spell, because as an elf, we go to our traits, we have Reverie, rather than Sleep Insensate, like humans do. You blend living nights and dreams into a harmonious whole. You are not bothered by light levels and need much less sleep per night, which does sort of mean that other than the hearing issues that we were having, because our elven hearing was letting us pick up disturbances very far away that were startling us to awake because our character was still panicking from the first days of the Cataclysm, Peaceful Rest will not be that useful. Magic Missile you've seen it cast so many times, and in fact we've cast it so many times that it's almost already max level, which is a little silly. Translocate Self is much too difficult as a level 15 difficulty spell. We'll get more into the levels of spells later, but much too difficult for us to cast right now. But once we do manage to start casting it, we will be able to move around the map a little bit in a more controlled fashion. We'll be able to have a home base that we can teleport back to. Hardened Earth I've never really managed to make good use of, so I don't really know what it does exactly, but it claims that I can compress
dirt together so it becomes hard as a rock. Great way to turn makeshift barricades into a fortress. I'd love to play with this and see if we can figure out what to do with it. Nature's Bow is one of my favorite spells in the game. It summons both a bow and 20 arrows, which allows us to just kind of just go ham with a bow, and we don't have to carry a bow around with us. However, it's not as strong as some of the lighter bows that we can either find or craft. Harvest of Hunter just kind of goes hand in hand with the archery thing, the elven archery thing we're going to be doing with Vellum here. And Harvest of the Hunter turns a whole bunch of twigs. Like you'll see at the bottom, it actually has component requirements of a stick or some twigs, and it turns them into a bunch of arrows. These arrows, they can have some properties to them because they actually turn into magical permanent arrows where we can like bramble people and stuff like that. Mana Bolt is basically magic missile, but it does a lot more damage, doing 38 nether damage instead of the 22 over here. But the downfall of it is that Mana Bolt is much louder, causing an explosive sound. But it also costs a lot more mana, sitting at 150 mana instead of 50. But in a time of need, another Mana Bolt, it can take down a lot of creatures. We found a smudged scroll. Let me just go ahead and read this to you. This spell appears to be very smudged. You're fairly sure the name should be Cause Fear, but you're also fairly sure it won't have the desired effect because the instructions are hardly legible. No time like the Cataclysm to find out, though. And we have Cause Bear. I've never successfully cast this spell, but I think we can all figure out what it's going to do. And then the last three are runes. These are just, I am a druid, I'm a magus. So these just lock me out of Technomancer, Biomancer, and Calvinist, I think it is. Which are the other three types, the other three schools of magic. Whenever you choose one school, you get locked out of the other. And the runes just let me craft something so that we can make items that are important to that craft, which is over here in the Enchanted tab. And like, for example, we can come down and we can find... This isn't something I can craft, but we have like the Calvinist's candle right here, which would require a Calvinist rune, meaning you'd have to be a Calvinist to craft one. We don't have a lot of recipes here. Vellum doesn't really know a lot of crafted magic or ritual magic yet, which is one of the reasons why we really want to find more magic shops so we can find some books that have recipes in them. And ideally, one of the first major goals Vellum has is to create his magic staff. It is a rite of passage of all wizards and all soon-to-be archmages. It's not the easiest thing in the world to create, but once we were to create one, we would have a staff that works not only as a quarterstaff weapon in our hands, but it's also a magical focus, meaning we no longer have to put our weapon away. But all that being as it may, let's go ahead and check out what lurks down here and is disturbing our crafting. We're going to carefully step out here to look around. It doesn't look like anything has gotten in. We do still have a locked case here. Ooh, there's an MRE package in here. Does that MRE package have anything we actually care about? Cheese spread. That's not something that is palatable to our elven constitution. We do have some crystallized mana over here. That would actually be one of the steps required for us to get a staff later. So we'll go ahead and pick it up while we're down here. Just double checking all of the cases that were destroyed to see if there is any magic items left in the rubble. I don't see anything. Okay. We're going to have to clean up this place down here. It is absolutely disgusting with the corpses of everything we've slain. We also probably want to make some lockpicks at some point to try and get this one of magic missiles out of there. So we don't have a window we can peek through very easily. So we are going to go ahead and step out here. We immediately see one zombie. He's pretty far away. Yeah, he's pretty far away. But he does see us. So what we'll probably do is we'll just step back into the darkness a little bit here and sort of let this guy come to us. We also hear the footsteps down there, and I think I heard some to the north as well. It doesn't seem like there's any super close, though. We'll wait another 20 seconds. Just sort of letting... Oh,
and he immediately walked into the trap. That's actually kind of beautiful. Go ahead and crush that corpse and leave him there. Well, the other one is down south here, and unfortunately this area down here is just way too wide open with way too many lines of sight for Vellum to step out during the day. It would be very risky. You know what? We're going to move this spike trap just slightly real quick, just so that I'm not attempting to run into it as often. We're going to move it to here. So now if something comes in the door, it'll step into that spike trap. We do still want to put something in front of all of these spike traps in front of all of these windows, because they are going to be the place this place is most weak. And in fact, I don't think I managed to catch it, but something did actually break down one of these windows and actually come in. So there's a possibility that I put spike traps on the inside of the windows as well, just so that's like whenever something comes through. Like, I can't put spike traps there in the dirt because the spike trap wouldn't work there. I think something about how, like, you can't put a plank-based trap on soft ground. It has to be hard ground. So what we're going to do for now is, until night falls, we are, instead of just, like, waiting and resting, we're going to make good use of our time. We're going to double-check our books real quick. Make sure that there's nothing... Go ahead and cast our light spell. Nothing we can look over. And there is. All of these red books are books we've not read real quick. So we're going to go through those super fast. Okay. So the blue ones here, Phase Door, Sound Bomb, It's in the Rule of the World, and You'll Feel Fine, and Beginners to Magic, are spell books that have magic in them. Also, Helm Mage's Healthcare Manual and Effective Technological Progress and Magic are also magic books. These below, if you see down the center, are skill books that will bring our skills to a certain thing. The gray ones are skill books that will bring our skill up, but we have a higher skill than what they'll teach. And the yellow ones are the same as the gray, except that they have recipes in them that we have not memorized. So let's go through these real quick. So Beginner's Guide to Magic. The only spells in here that we don't know is Phase Door, Sound Bomb, and Knowing the Day and Hour. Phase Door is actually useless for us because we have a psychic ability that does the same thing and is essentially cheaper. But Sound Bomb could be useful in special cases. It causes a very, very loud sound at a location, which might be able to allow us to help us draw things in. It has a very good utility use. And Knowing the Day and Hour is overridden by just having a pocket watch on us. We do actually have a pocket watch as part of our academy training, which, yeah, there it is. Which just tells us the time, and its battery is long enough lasting that it'll probably last longer than we do. So that's not something we're going to worry too much about. In fact, while we're sitting here reading books, we're going to go ahead and turn on our MP3 player, which will improve our mood and make studying a little bit easier. Let's see. We also have It's the End of the World, but You'll Feel Fine. That's where we learned Nature's Bow and Harvest of the Hunter from. But we also have 4 more spells down here, 2 of which are from Calvinist, which means we're not going to be learning them, but we have Purification Seed and Turning of the Earth. Purification Seeds allows us to purify water, which is incredibly good. Just, like, can't overstate how good that is. And Turning of the Earth will make it so that if we ever decide to get into farming, which might be a thing we want to do much later, like closer towards winter, so like summer and autumn we might get into farming, this is going to be a good thing for us to do because it'll allow us to till the earth without getting our hands dirty, as a delicate elf doesn't want to necessarily dig into the earth. One more thing is that all of these spells we learn at level 0. They're very hard to cast at level 0, and we can actually use this book and study a spell we already know, like the bow, Nature's Bow, for 30 minutes. And then at the end of those 30 minutes, you'll see that we gained experience. So we have currently 397 experience, and the next level gets right around 5,000. And as it gets higher and higher level, it'll be easier and easier to cast. The reason it says it's too difficult right now is because the cast difficulty of this has a lot of factors. Largely, though, the biggest one is our focus, and reading and studying destroys your focus. It's the main thing that focus is spent on. But casting spells, the difficulty of casting spells is also depending on our focus. But if we get this high enough level, even with really terrible focus and like the middle of combat, we will have it so well memorized that we can snap to it right away, even in the middle of combat, which is where we kind of want to be. So we will probably be studying the bow, but I do want to go ahead and learn the spells that I'm interested in first. So we are going to learn Purification Seed. We'll leave Turning of the Earth for later, because this is one of the books we're going to hold on to. This is going to be like one of our grimoires, because Nature's Bow we want to get to max level, and same thing with Harvest of the Hunter. So we'll be reading this book in our downtime quite often. But we're going to go ahead and read this, and then we'll be back when it's done. We have learned Purification Seed. I don't remember, does it have an alternate? It does not have anything else. So we can just cast this, and we will be given a little gift of the earth that we can pop into water and purify all the water into clean water. This is incredibly valuable. It means that we don't even have any right now, so there's actually even more value because of that. But none of the like water purification stuff is actually something that we need at this point, which is really nice. This is our scrap stuff, right? So we're going to go ahead and drop the crystallized mana in there. I want to make sure I'm kind of keeping my inventory clean. It is about 2 p.m. in the afternoon, though, so we are going to light up our fire here. Start up. Oh, do we not have any firewood? We don't. Fortunately, there is some right here, so we'll go ahead and haul this over to our firewood firewood spots. Start up a fire, and let's see if there's anything we can cook. No. The reason that this stuff is turned brown is because if we cooked it, we would be using rotten ingredients, and Vellum has no interest in cooking with rotten ingredients. So he is just going to have to deal with just pieces of food. We'll eat some oyster crackers, eat some cheese, and drink some water. Put out the fire. Make sure that we're not carrying too much on us, because as soon as we get up in the morning, we are going to probably go out immediately. In fact, that also means that we'll go ahead and pick up some of this food to carry with us. Let's go and grab a can of canned corn. Stop concentrating on our spell. Go into our bedroom. Oh, we need to find a pillow and a blanket somewhere as well. That'll make us way more comfortable. Go ahead and wear our earplugs. And get some sleep. We wake up feeling fresh and ready. It is 11 p.m. at night, which means we have absolutely plenty of time to face the night. And with our new Nature's Bow spell in hand, we are going to step outside. And let's see. What are our goals for today? Goal number 1, in my opinion, should be that we should check all of these houses near us, basically in a 3x3. And I'm actually going to do a better job of marking our map real quick so that we can more easily see where our house is in the chaos of clutter of this map. So I'll be back in just 1 second. Okay, so now we have this big magenta M, or a big magenta X on our map, where our actual base is. And the center of the X is currently hidden by our smiling face, but when we move, you'll be able to see what that's looking like. So it looks like there's a crater to our north. That's a little scary and dangerous. I don't really know what that entails. We got some houses here, public art piece, hardware store, another house, and what's this? Town hall. Okay, so tonight we are going to make I'm going to go ahead and say a clockwise circle, starting at this crater up here, because if it's the most dangerous spot, which it might be, then it's going to be require the majority of our attention. And we're going to go around clockwise and just hit everything around here. And we're going to do our best to try and take out every zombie we find so that we can kind of enjoy a little bit more peace of quiet. We immediately see a decayed zombie. Where is it? It's all the way out there. Okay. I'm going to crush the corpse that's here. Our trap did do some nice work last night. And as soon as we step out, we are going to immediately cast... Well, we're going to lose our concentration over and over again, attempting to cast it, but we're going to immediately cast Nature's Bow. And we did immediately gain a new level in it, giving it level 1 and giving it a little bit easier time to work. So we have a Nature's Bow for 240 turns. So now I'm going to
introduce you guys to the archery system. The system's a little bit different than anything else, since one of the only reasons I'm actually explaining it is because as soon as we press F, we're going to have this crazy-ass menu over here, okay? So at the top is our range. So we have 8 out of 14 range. 14 would be our max. If we have elevation, we would have a little bit of extra range and some stuff. We have recoil, which I'll get to in a second. Our enemy and their current status, their HP, hostile, you know, can see us, slower than us, and then this whole thing at the bottom. So the main thing you want to look at is these 4 bars: current, regular, careful, precise. The current will move down as we do this, but don't worry about that until now. So every single symbol you see is a hit of some kind. All 3 of these symbols. If there is just a plus here, that means that that's basically a normal hit. It will do the average damage that the bow will do. If it's a little line, that's a graze, which means it can do anywhere from 1 to 0 damage. And if it's a green, that means that it's a great hit, which will either do good damage or have a chance to do, you know, critical hits. Critical hits is kind of what we want to aim for with the bow, because the bow has a 10 times critical multiplier, but generally does like 7 to 10 damage outside of that. So normally we'll be doing like 7 to 10 damage, but every once in a while we're going to do 70, which is 3 times as much as our magic missile was doing, just to give you an idea of how quickly we're going to down things if we get a crit. Now, at the end of this, you'll see that there's this huge empty space. That's our miss chance. So obviously, if I were to just press F right now and fire, I would have basically like I think there's, I don't know how many slots there are here, probably like 20 or something like that, maybe like 30 or 50, but there's a very, very small chance that we even hit, and even if we do hit, we have a 1 in 3 chance of grazing, which means we'll do no damage. There's no reason to ever do this. Not at this range, at least. If we're closer, this would change. Now it says moves to fire. Currently it says 44. Keep in mind, a normal move, like one normal move for most things, is 100. So this is half of a move to fire, which means we could do this like 4 times in quick succession, just release a bunch of arrows, and maybe one would hit. But that's like, even in a panic situation, that's never going to be worth it. But what we can do is we can press period. And whenever we press period, you'll see our recoil go down and our steadiness go up. We'll go down to medium recoil and then low recoil. And I've been told a lot of different things about what this means. And to me, it doesn't make a lot of... As an actual archer in real life, it doesn't make a lot of sense. But supposedly this is the idea of like, well, I've moved too much recently, so we're steadying up our shot to really take a moment. So now if we look at this, the first 3 cost 44 moves, and then precise aim takes a little bit more. We can actually... Oops, I just accidentally stopped aiming. We'll go ahead and steady up again. The save got in the way, but that's okay. It'll be fine. And a little bit of time, you'll see that the guy's moving. A little bit of time is passing as it's doing this, but he can't see us, and we're very, very quiet. So this is the best aim we're going to get at 18 or 8 spaces away with our current level of archery. We can now do this precise aim at the bottom. We're going to still have a chance to miss. We're still going to have a chance to graze, but we're going to have a much larger chance to fire. We'll go ahead and release, and we ironically only hit it for 1 damage. It was a grazing hit, but we did hit him, which means that our marksmanship and archery went up, and we only have 2 in archery and marksmanship, which does mean that we're not going to be that good for now. We are going to come over here and pick up our nature's arrow, because we only have 15. I thought it was 20, but it's 15 arrows, and then we're going to crush the stretch corpse. So that's going to be something you're going to be seeing me do a lot here, is steadying up the fire, because we do want to practice our aim as much as possible. And generally speaking, I'm actually just going to steady up, not to all the way to recoil none, but probably to recoil low and fire. And these like freshly reanimated ones that are really weak will die very quickly. Oh, what the hell is that? Oh, it's an underlift tow truck. Wow, that one did not translate very well. So it's basically the front part of a semi. Interesting. Or tow truck, not a semi. Interesting. Never actually seen one of those before. Now the bow is not going to be good indoors, so there's a good chance that we will take it off and take out our knife. There's that hole in the ground. Ooh, empty space. Open air. Yeah, something got hit really hard. We're gonna go ahead and see about taking these guys out. Can we not see him? Is he below us? He is below us. Okay.
Are these guys too? Yeah, they're down in a... Basically, they're down in a pit. We might walk over there. Not right now, but we might walk over there and just kind of like shoot fish in a barrel. But we do want to check all these houses around here. We have plenty of time, so we can really take our time. We have plenty of food, plenty of water. We do use up stamina by holding back our bow, so we're going to take a moment to catch our breath here. The aiming and setting up kind of burns stamina very quickly. Ooh, a quilt and a pillow. We'll go ahead and grab both of these things, because that'll help our comfort back home. And any canned food was going to be basically like a must grab forever. Another thing that Vellum is going to be looking out for is rings. These rings are made out of gold. They're actually real gold. And we know a little bit about alchemy. So we're going to go ahead and start collecting these now. Because later, whenever we start getting into some serious alchemical research, we are going to need a lot of precious metals and gemstones. And some of these rings will even have gemstones in them. Wow, there is absolutely nothing in this house. Maybe there's going to be something in the kitchen. Wow, okay, there is actually a lot of things in that hole. We might want to deal with that, because if we just leave them in there, something bad could happen. We don't trust. Holy crap, there is a lot of zombies in that hole. Well, we're not going to be getting any of our arrows back, but we could use this moment to summon another bow. And wow, look at that. Because of the elevation, because it's right below us, we can immediately use precise aim here. Fire down. We have such a high chance. We can't miss. We have an incredibly high chance to get that good hit. The only problem I see is that we would have to completely clear out this pit in order to go down there and crush things. But I think we are going to take a moment and just fire down into the hole. And basically use this as archery practice. Continue. Yeah, okay. He's already tired. Vellum just continues to fire and fire and fire into this hole, using it literally like a fish. Firing fish in a barrel. Shoot down, whizzes past. Get another hit on a zombie, embedding it into them, and another. They're just climbing and tumbling over themselves down there, but they can't reach us. Zombies are not smart enough to climb. The only problem that we could see here is that perhaps... Oh, our bow ran out again. Right now at level 1, it just doesn't last very long. We're going to go ahead and actually steady up this time a little bit, because that zombie cop is a little bit more armored than the others were. Just steady up down to low, basically. Low recoil, that is. Wow, we are missing a lot. Despite the fact that we have an amazing angle on these. And we do actually take down that zombie cop. Okay, good. How much skill we're getting for this? We're going to go down to our skills down here and archery. I mean, we're already at 15% marksmanship and archery again, so that's actually pretty good. Probably not as good as just practicing in our basement would be, but as it stands right now, we actually wouldn't have a lot of opportunities to practice. We'd have to actually make a bow, because practicing takes so long that our bow would vanish before we actually finish practicing. Take down another one. And right now, the only thing this is just costing us is time and mana. Oh, our bow did actually vanish. Do we have enough mana for another one? We do, but I do think that this might not be the best expenditure of time, because we're not killing them as fast as I thought we would. There's a bunch of downed rebar and twigs here. Interesting. That's actually a good point. Can I pick up this twig and then cast Harvest of the Hunter with that? No, we need a full stick. Good to know. Where's the twig? There we go. Are there any actual full sticks here? Doesn't look like it. Okay, so this crater is a little bit of a problem. We are going to mark it as explored for now, but we do want to come back here at some point and deal with this. Because that is just a lot. That is an absolute lot. Let's go ahead and check this house as well. And it's also going to be a really, really annoying source of sound nearby. Since we were talking about making lockpicks, we probably want to check for like butter knives and forks in these drawers because we can break them down to make lockpicks. Also, we're going to grab super glue, and I don't think we have anything with bolt turning as a tool, so we'll grab that as well. And the ascension cord could be useful, and so can the battery charger. We're just going to grab things that we think might come in handy one day. Bread knives. I don't see any forks, as it were. Oh, here we go. So all of the food that is green is immediately helpful for us. The gray food, like the eggs, we can at least probably make something with. We can make like scrambled eggs or something like that with it. Oof, a bunch of forks. There we go. And a bunch of butter knives. That's probably enough for now. That's about like 15. It would take us a pretty long time to craft any of these things. Of course, we're going to pick up books, any books we come across. We are a voracious reader and a very quick reader as it were as well. So we definitely want to keep collecting books, filling our library. I've seen much more here. And we'll check to see if any of this is synthetic. You can see the material up here, and if we find synthetic, we'll want to have some synthetic stuff to be able to like repair clothing later. I mean, having some coating in a dangerous situation is good, and having some soap will help us cast our freshen up spell, which does actually have a requirement of soap. Okay, we are going to... The basement can be pretty dangerous, so we're going to go ahead and summon another bow real quick. Do we have enough concentration to do it? We do. It's just going to take a few tries. There we go. What level is it now? Still level 1, but we're pretty close to level 2. Step into the basement. We'll check that water heater in a moment. There's a good chance that there'll be clean water in it. Ooh, what's this? Some sort of craft workshop? See sticks, wooden posts, a bandsaw, drill press, jointer, planer, table saw. I don't really know what all we can use these for, but ooh, and there's a whole canoe here. I don't know how we would get this canoe outside, and in fact, I'm actually confused why this man was building a canoe in his basement. Like, isn't that kind of stupid, right? Because like, how do you get it out at the end? I'll go ahead and take his super glue. Like, how do you get the canoe out? These humans. They don't know what they're doing. 500 nails? Hell yeah. That kind of like solves any nail issues we might be having for a pretty long time. And another 1,200? We have 1,700 nails. This man just gave us 2 full books of nails. That is actually amazing. Check these real quick. There's a ninja jacket in here. Wrap over black jacket, commonly used by stealthy individuals to hide in the dark in the night. Includes a pair of cotton gauntlets and a sash. You know, we're going to take that just because. There's a dark ring here. It has it's made out of silver with a gemstone, so we'll go ahead and take that as well. And self-esteem for dummies is something that we haven't read before. There's Santa pants here and a sinister black cloak. That's silly. We're going to move on from our life. Move on with that. We are going to check this real quick. It looks like there's 84 clean water in here. So we'll go ahead and dump some of it into our thing, and then we'll drink a little bit of it. Nothing in this last box, and clean water is so common in these houses that we're just going to go ahead and mark this house checked and looted as well. I think these people actually pushed their bookcase in front of the door, but then they left the back screen door open. Not very smart. Probably why there's no residents here anymore. Move into the next house and check over it as well. Ooh, some bread. It's actually pretty good. Might be able to make some sandwiches. Nuclear Strike. I believe that's an unarmed book. Very interesting. And a screwdriver. I think we already have a multi-tool though, right? We do have a multi-tool, so we don't really need the screwdriver. They do the same thing in the multi-tools. Really good. Miscellaneous repair kit. It's big, so we're going to have to drop our wood bow for it for now. But we're really close to home, so honestly, what we're going to do is we're going to pop out this window here. Come around to here. And we're going to drop this home right away. And we'll drop it here so I don't forget about it. Because that is really good. I was surprised they couldn't have picked it up, but it looks like we actually are running low on space. Probably because we have a freaking blanket shoved in there. Maintain good habit. Oh, there we go. There's a zombie. He's just a runner. Do we have enough mana to cast another Nature's Bow? Yeah, but probably just a magic missile. Oh, it's trying to hit the wall if we do it there. Take a few steps in. There we go. One of the benefits of bows is that they are dead quiet. Literally, they do not make any noise whatsoever. Wow, that is a lot of fiction books. Holy crap. There's some solder there. That'll be useful later. We are out of space, though. Yeah, we are completely out of space. We will make a quick trip back home. Unload our goodies. Grab this as we go by. And then finish looting up that house. We're just going to kind of drop everything here. So many nails. I'm actually very excited about that. And then we'll organize this later. Yeah, we actually did get quite a lot of stuff. I'm making sure to leave behind stuff that we don't need on us for our trips as well. We don't really need a gallon jug of clean water on us, to be honest. If we have a water bottle around here somewhere, it's actually a lot easier to just bring a plastic bottle. There we go. We'll bring one of these, and then we will refill the plastic bottle with clean water, so that we're not carrying an entire gallon jug with us. We just need the 2 clean water or plastic bottle. If we ever find a canteen or something like that, we can use that instead. In fact, do we have a canteen? We don't. It's also, I find it often very hard to remember what I do and don't have. My memory is for books, not for loot. Okay, now we have, on the top right, you'll see that we have a lot of weight and a lot of volume left. This is our total weight that we can carry, and this is the total volume we can carry. That's made up by all the various pockets we have between our pants and our backpack and all this other stuff. We'll check the basement last here. Anything that we missed here? We did miss some soap. I do want to keep soap with us because later, whenever we get into some tailoring, we're going to want to clean a lot of things before breaking them down. It's a real gold watch. Very nice. Cargo pants are for another person. They're not my jam. Go ahead and close the windows here just so that we don't give the zombies easy access onto the place that we're actively looting. Silver watch, and a pair of elbow pads. Do we have anything like that right now? We don't. So we can actually go ahead and wear those elbow pads. And they'll just provide us a little bit of defense. Is there anything conflicting there? No, it doesn't seem so. Good to know. Locked door. And our last bathroom with a lot of medical supplies. We'll take all of the bandages. We might as well take the coating with us. Definitely take the antiseptic. You have to leave it in the bottle, though, because it is, in fact, a liquid. More antiseptic. We'll combine these bottles later, but for now, we're just going to grab them all. And any soap will be fine as well. Although soon we probably don't need any soap either, so we can save our space. What is that? Thermoelectric suit. Okay. Some gold rings. Do we have a belt on yet? we have a police duty belt. That's a little bit better than a leather belt. Although we'll probably just take the leather belts in order to cut up later. Finding all this jewelry does mean that we will not need jewelry for very long, I think. Although we can't really do anything with it yet. We're going to need a whole setup. So we're going to have to find a much more permanent base before we do anything with the jewelry. Okay, once again, we're going to pull out a nature's bow before going down the stairs. And that's why. We're going to start running, take a few steps back. She loses sight of us. And then we are going to steady up, take a breath, fire. Only a grazing shot. Do it again. Take a breath, fire. Another grazing hit. I need to get better at archery. Finally managed to do some damage to it. Ah, shit. We had to rest. Okay, we'll back into the corner here, which is not ideal. Does see us. We're gonna hold for as long as we can. Wait until it gets right up on top of us. And fire. 16 damage. We'll run to the corner. And then we are going to drop our bow. Finish him off with the knife. We did manage to crunch down on our light a little bit, but that's okay. We'll take the arrow back. We will probably save that kid for last, just because it's going to be very hard to hit with a bow. Steady up on that zombie in the top left there. Got 2 very good hits right away. He's already bleeding very badly. You see how they're not even approaching us? Back up to catch our breath. We definitely need to get in better shape. There are so many zombies down here, actually. We actually should... Realistically speaking, we should stay near the steps. Oh, and our bow just vanished. Something just died from bleeding up top there. Can we not cast our bow? Is our focus too low? Oh, our focus is too low. Well, that's unfortunate. Well, we are going to take out our knife. Man, we keep missing so many times. There we go. We took her down. And unfortunately, we're quite sad about that now because we do still feel guilty taking out these human children. They just look so similar to how these kids used to. Oh, hey, there's a deck of sorcery cards. Totally not gathering magic by any kind. We'll go ahead and take that. That will get our mood up. We'll always enjoyed playing sorcery. Unfortunately, we will have to play by ourselves, so we'll probably have to just, like, you know, figure out some decks or something like that. But it'll keep us entertained enough to kind of remember a shred of the old times. Looks like this basement was definitely a popular hangout for some local teens. Bunch of nerds, it looks like. My kind of people. And unfortunately, I think I just killed their zombies. Do we have a headscarf yet? I don't actually remember. Because we do need a headscarf. We have a knit scarf that's currently being used as a head wrap. But I think that is much warmer than a headscarf. We're going to check real quick. Yeah. We're going to actually put on the headscarf, and then we will activate the head wrap in order to turn the knit scarf back into something that covers our mouth, because otherwise our head warmth was going to kind of get out of hand there. Nothing else there is something that we care too much about. We should be on the lookout for a pair of socks at some point, just like normal socks, because as part of the Academy Magus uniform that we got, we do actually have like dress shoes and wool socks and stuff like that, and they're uncomfortable. They're pretty, but they're uncomfortable, and they're probably going to cause us longer issues with the apocalypse here. We have an insect sample on the ground. I don't know what that's about. And a swarming amalgamation. A small, flat creature dashing around erratically on 7 short legs. Its form is dominated by an oversized set of black mandibles on an almost comically small head. Featureless apart from a single black eye, the rest of the body is covered in sickly white skin crisscrossed by black veins. We don't know how much of a serious threat that is, so we are actually just going to go ahead and sheath our bayonets and get a magic missile ready. Actually, I'm gonna pull my bayonet back out. It does look like they're going to be working together, so it is some sort of undead. Managed to pierce it for 14 damage. Okay, the 14 damage was actually a lot of damage. It did manage to get a bite off on us. Oh, and the zombie grabbed us. Okay, zombie's down. The zombie bit deep into our torso and left arm. Come on. Okay, we're gonna screw this. We're gonna back up. Put away our thing. Magic missile. Technically in the darkness. And then we're immediately going to pull out some bandages and start dealing with the bleeding that we have. Use the spray bandage for the last one, and then cover the rest up in bandages. Anything needs disinfected? No. The name of the limb would be in blue if we needed to deal with disinfection. So for now, we're fine. Looks like there's another fat zombie back here. Screw it. Magic missile. And another one. Pull out our bayonets. As soon as she comes through the thing, few hits, she's down. One more. Managed to get a hit off on our leg, but a few slices, and she was down too. There's a lot of clothing here, but nothing we care too much about. Let's make sure that there's nothing else back here. Another water heater. We'll take some more antiseptic here and some vitamins. And we're in pretty bad pain, so I think we're also going to take some ibuprofen right now and just kind of like see if we can dull it a little bit. Ooh, there was a lot of supplies back here. I don't know if there's anything that we care about, but red is useful. Saves us having to make it ourselves. That will come in handy once we need to start repairing stuff, which we already need to repair our camo pants and our dress shirt and even our knee pads. So if we can find a needle and thread or make one ourselves, that would be very good. This door's locked. We allow it to just be locked. We are pretty hurt. Our left leg has seen better days. But yeah, I think we take it down. We're gonna go ahead and sheath that. And somewhere in our backpack, we probably have a hammer. We do. Go ahead and pull the hammer out and start smacking on the door. Eventually, we'll pull it down. Can we actually just lever it open? Well, no, we can't. We can't get enough leverage. We would need like a crowbar for something like that. Just continue slamming into the door. Eventually, we break it down enough that we can see inside, know that there's no zombies. We smash it down. Just some ibuprofen. Oh, and some archery books. Nice. Always appreciate books. We don't really need to carry nails around with us anymore, so we'll leave the nails there. Oh, there was another book here that I guess I just didn't notice. That one in the corner? No, it's just fancy. Well. At least you guys are all having a party together down here by yourselves. We're going to leave that behind, try and forget about it, catch our breath after breaking down the door, and we'll flip through the sorcery deck real quick, see if they have a good commander. It brings our spirits up, gets us in a little bit of a better mood, And after realizing that it's an okay deck, maybe it's probably a 7, we will move on. Mark this house as complete. It is 1 a.m. We're in a little bit of pain. Pop another aspirin. Check our bandages. Nothing that can be easily improved. We have enough concentration now to... We still don't have enough focus to pull out a bow. Probably because our hand is injured. The injuries can really reduce how good we can use our magic. It's one of the reasons why we need to get better at magic, because it'll reduce how much that has an impact on us. So we'll go ahead and pull out the bayonets again. Oh my gosh, she got so many hits off on us. And each hit caused just immediate bleeding. We'll spray it with some spray bandage. There we go. Managed to stop the bleeding. We're not in a good mood. We've not had a good day. But let's check this public art piece before we call it a night. You hear agonizing crying from the southeast. It's not good. Looks like it's a chest set. Someone was using rocks for the chest. Interesting, but not something we care about right now. Zombie runner up there. He's pretty badly damaged, though, so we can just let him come to us and finish him off. Grab the memory card. Maybe we can find something interesting in there. And this is a hardware store. Well, let's go ahead and climb the fence and clear it out first. Make sure there's no one here. And then we'll take a cursory glance over it, see if there's anything here valuable. Some chainsaw chaps. If we were a different person, that would make decent armor, but I don't think there's any way that we're going to be able to convince Vellum to wear chaps. It's just not his style. We might be able to find some tools here, and we'll probably want to remember this for later for whenever we actually care about some larger tools. Oh, Bowyer's Buddy. That sounds like that's going to have some archery recipes in it. All of these back here are paint cans, and there's a shopping cart. And some wire. We actually did need some wire in order to make our lockpicks. And some duct tape. Even better. Duct tape will help us repair things, which will be very, very nice. And there was a pair of earplugs right here, of course. Now that we have earplugs, we're going to find them everywhere we go. I'm positive of it. We do have one zombie out here. We are going to mark this as complete, but we're also going to put a note here and say that this is just a loot note. Let's make it light gray. So we can remember that there is some hardware appliances there. I actually don't turn the blinking notes back on so we can see where our notes are a little bit easier. Close it up. How... No, she is on her last legs. We can easily take her out. We're not going to worry about those kinds of things. Let's see. It is 1:30 in the morning. We should have enough time to hit these last two houses and clear out our nearby surroundings. And we're going to have to come up with a plan for how to deal with that crater. You might be thinking outright that it's a good thing, that it's just collecting zombies. But this place, as we said on our first night, this isn't necromancy. Not any necromancy we recognize. And we worry. Vellum worries deeply that leaving a whole bunch of zombies in a pit with whatever eldritch, black, tar-like forces compels them is unwise. Ooh, what is that out the window? Feral Seer. This feral human completely lacks the crazed look of their compatriots have. Instead, they fix their bloodshot eyes straight at you, seeming to gaze right into your soul, and raise their weapon. They're looking at us through the window. We have 277 mana, which means that we could make 5 magic missiles. Do we have a wand on us right now? We do not. We are going to go ahead and sheath our dagger. step over here so we have a straight shot. Prepare a magic missile. And we hit it. 23 damage. How much did that damage it? Oh, fantastic. He only has maybe 100 HP. We're going to immediately back up because I don't know if this thing also has magic. As I hit it with another magic missile, ripping it to shreds as it gets staggered in the window over and over, and then it goes down. Ooh, I don't know how threatening that thing was, but we're going to go check its body. It's got some caffeinated chewing gum and a strange gray crystal. A strange looking, surprisingly heavy crystal with a faintly glowing gray light in its depth. Holding it, you feel more perceptive. I believe, yes, this is from Mind Over Matter. This is a Netherim crystal. We've heard about these. They were being experimented on by human scientists before the Cataclysm, with results similar to what we're seeing in the Cataclysm. But only someone mad would interact with it. But now that the Cataclysm is over, maybe madness is what we need. I do actually think that, although the black crystal would be the most useful, we may be able to contemplate photokinesis. Unfortunately, photokinesis requires a black crystal or a golden crystal, and then we need a blue or black for teleportation. So despite the incredible luck, and I am really saying incredible, fully being honest here, I have played hundreds of hours of this game and only ever come across one other crystal. And despite that luck, we did not find the color we need. But we need to keep an eye out for seers then. Did not know they could be holding such incredibly valuable treasure. Go ahead and once again, just kind of every time we come across a bathroom of any kind, we're going to check it for some more supplies, just kind of top up our supplies. No reason to carry too much with us, but definitely a good idea to carry a decent amount. Pull out our bayonet, make sure it's always at the ready. Doesn't take much time to pull out, but there's no reason to waste that time. There is some damaged rooms we can't get in there, but I don't hear anything. And we know we would hear things because our elven hearing is almost problematically good. So I do actually think that this place is clear. There's not really much left behind either, so we don't need to leave any notes for anything that we would have left. Can we go out the front door? We can. Opens from the inside quite easily. And we have one final house to check, and then finally, we will have some peace and quiet. What is that? Oh, actually, this is where we were fighting before. So that means I know for a fact that... Oh, we heard something. We see what it is. There might be something inside that house. We'll clean up this window. Programming book. Not the best for us. We don't really care too much about human computers, but we'll at least take it with us for something to read if we ever manage to get through our storehouse. We never really had time to finish all the books we wanted in the old world, but now that it is the apocalypse, I think we're going to have plenty of time to get through the backlog. We heard footsteps. Where from? All the way out there. Yeah, our hearing range is pretty significant. It's going to be something I bring up all the time because it is... I just really want to point out that, like, a human right now would probably be able to hear stuff that's around this range, unless it was particularly loud. So hearing footsteps out on the street. Feral burner. This feral human looks a little more composed than most, but only a little. Their clothes are singed and the air around them shimmers like a summer heat haze. They are also a feral from Mind Over Matter. A burner sounds like a bad thing by a lot, so does he see us, first of all? He does not. So we are going to take a step closer. Another step closer. Oh shit, I just noticed we don't have enough mana for a magic bolt. If we wanted to take that thing down, we would actually have to do it in melee. We're pretty healthy right now, and it isn't. It may regenerate. I think we're going to take the chance. We'll use the tree as cover, Step up close. Still doesn't see us. It must be human. Oh. Air erupts into an eye-searing flash. And I'm blinded. And it just set us on fire. We killed it, but it exploded, doing a bunch of damage and setting us on fire. We are going to try and... As we step up, we feel a tingle in the back of our head and a voice that almost sounds like our own. This fight is not worth it. We step away. Perhaps the burner is for another night, when we have the mana to deal with it. We'll sheath our bayonets and not push our luck. We'll head home. A little agitated. We are going to take out one or two last zombies, at least any that we come across as we return home. But we are going to get back inside as soon as possible. Now that we know like things like that exist out here, we are probably going to focus on being a little bit more cautious. We have a lot of loot to sort through, and we have cleared our nearby area of all of the major problems that we might run into. Vellum is going to spend probably the rest of the night and day sorting through all of this, trying to ignore the remainders of sounds that he hears outside, and work his way through the food he has, reading to his heart's content. This has been Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. I have been Areima. The glitch you saw today will not be the last. Vellum is being watched by something greater than himself. Curiosity killed the cat. Vellum was too curious about the strange crystal, gray crystal that he found on one of the very odd, almost focused zombies he slayed last night. And he picked it up and focused on it like he would on one of his spells. And as he did, he gazed into the strange crystal and the light slowly grew brighter. He remembered his childhood before the end of the world, and then the memories diverge. He sees himself on an aircraft carrier bridge, looking out the window as a colossal tentacle breaches the surface of the ocean. He stands in a clear white room, watching through a reinforced glass window as his colleague reanimates. He is caught up in the riots and shot by soldiers manning a roadblock. He is on a camping trip with friends when a nest of pig-sized wasps descend from a formerly clear sky. Dozens of lives in quick succession, might have beens and never weres, fragments that fade even as you try and grasp each one in succession. When the last one ends, he can see through the crystal, through his hands, through the ground. He can see forever. With this crystal in hand, he now has an understanding, an inkling of what happened when he ran into the feral burner last night. He has become clairsentient. A clairsentient is able to extend the senses beyond their body, and we have in fact learned through this crystal 2 new psychic powers. We now have the power of Night Eyes and the power of Speed Reader. Night Eyes allows us to see in the darkness, making candles glow not... Candle Glow will still be able to be useful because Candle Glow will let us read. We cannot read by Night Eyes, but Night Eyes will allow us to extend our Elven night vision to an absolute incredible extreme. And we also got a power that Vellum is incredibly thankful for, Speed Reader. Speed Reader is something that we can concentrate on that will make us read far, far faster than we could before, which will be able to both satiate our voracious desire for reading, but also will bring a certain level of sadness to Vellum as he will run out of books faster. Welcome back to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, the journey of Vellum. He is still reeling from his encounter the previous night, so we're looking at our food storage here, and just looking at the calories here, we have probably a day or two of food before we have to venture out again. So knowing that, and knowing that realistically speaking, our bedtime is around 12 p.m., so in about 6 hours, we're probably going to spend at least this day reading, catching up on our books, testing out some of our new powers to read a little bit faster, and then tomorrow night, this coming night, after a good rest, we will attempt to go out into the dark of the city again. What is that over there? There's an O there. Ogre layer roof. There's an ogre layer there. I'm gonna mark that as dangerous, actually. Give me a second. Marked danger. Yes. We'll put a red there and put an O and say ogre. And then give it a 1 square radius. So we don't want to go anywhere near there. That is dangerous. Vellum has never seen an ogre, and he dreams of slaying ogres and dragons one day. In fact, after becoming an archmage, one of his greatest dreams afterwards is to slay a black dragon, infamously evil dragon. But an ogre, that might be too much for him to handle this early. He is going to avoid going that direction. However, though, one thing we do want to hit very soon is this hunting supply store. As soon as we can get there, it would be incredibly useful to go to, because this hunting supply store might offer us some bows and some arrows, something better than simply just summoning a magical bow for us to use. That is, mind you, the magical bow that we can summon is pretty good, because of the fact that it's free, essentially, but it does consume our mana, and it's not as powerful as a human-made compound bow. But with our plans for the night pretty much settled, we are going to settle down to get some reading done. Waking up relatively fresh, relatively well-adjusted. We're going to go ahead and just kind of eat an assortment of stuff here. We don't really have proper food yet, but this will be well enough. And then we will see if we can find something that we can bring with us. These large tins are kind of a lot to carry. And give me 2 seconds to figure out. Make sure we don't need to leave anything behind before we do on this trip. Okay, we've sorted out our inventory. One thing I do want to mention before we go on our trip is that we did learn a few more spells reading through the day. We did go ahead and learn Sound Bomb and Knowing the Day and the Hour. The Day and the Hour thing won't really come up unless we actually like run out of watches and stuff like that. We got Turning the Earth, which will help us with planting later. And then, of course, we also picked up 2 spells that I've never actually used before, so I'm curious to see what their use is Vegetative Poultice, which has a requirement of, let me see, cattails, dandelions, fiddleheads, grape leaves, handfuls of leaves, handfuls of none leaves, or junipers, and then some sort of bark. But if we do manage to get those ingredients and maybe get like a stockpile of them, apparently it allows us to potentially stop bleeding wounds or even grievously bleeding wounds. That might actually be pretty useful, because like if something cuts our throats, it's gonna be a problem. And then Wash the Wound Clean, which just uses a little bit of clean water and magically disinfects wounds. That is kind of amazing. Vellum doesn't know anything about this, but I do, that a infection can be incredibly deadly. As he prepares to leave, though, he glances at his strange crystal and thinks about the situation and realizes overnight that green crystal has become black. This does mean, I just realized, that we can now contemplate our metaphysical abilities, which does mean that we would be able to learn new metaphysical abilities within the realms of photokinesis, teleportation, and clairsentience. Something we're going to have to expand on in future nights. That is actually very exciting. But as he looks at it, he does remember that he has new abilities to use, so he is going to activate his Night Eyes now. And we'll step out to the roof right now to see how effective this is. Holy crap. My vision range is all the way out there now? Yeah, it has gone to the point where we are going to be able to see threats miles before they can see us. That is actually amazing. Taking our already incredible elven eyes and taking them to an incredible limit. We do want to probably practice these abilities at some point, because I do believe that psychic abilities get stronger with practice. Unlike magical spells, which sort of just get... They get stronger, but they mostly get like discounts and stuff like that and easier to cast. So our goal today is to head over towards, not the bookstore, to the hunting supply shop. We may hit the bookstore on the way because, well, Vellum is a curious person, but the bookstore, or sorry, the hunting supply store is our main goal. And that being the case, we are going to move out to the road and look at the range on our vision. There's no way a threat will ever be able to sneak up on us with this ability. That is absolutely amazing and incredibly lucky, too. We also now know that if we want to get black crystals in order to be able to learn new abilities, we do not need the colored crystal. The colored crystal is just a stepping stone. Huh. This was actually a fairly uneventful journey. Maybe we've actually cleared out more of the zombies than we thought. And we've come across our first problem for the night. Those are windows with heavy metal bars, and just checked the front doors. And Vellum can confirm that, yes, this place is locked shut. Before we give it a final vote, we are going to go around back, though. Looks like we got quite a few friends back here. Ooh, what the hell is that? A skeletal dog. This undead canine has shed all of its skin, revealing a carapace of fused bones and ribs. This walking pseudo-bone seems to be controlled by a net of veins and sinews, which pulse with glistening black goo. We also have a thorny shambler, something that's, as a person who's lived out in the forest, was a little bit more familiar with the concept of. A shambling undead humanoid, its body overgrown with a tangling mess of otherworldly vegetation, hunched over and dragging its feet as it moves. The bramble, utterly enveloping the upper half, twitches and moves with a life of its own, tendrils tipped with a paralytic sting. It is interesting to Vellum that this walks among the undead, because it is in fact a combination of a magical creature and the undead. This thing, if it were to touch us, would sting us with paralytic poison, something we want to avoid quite heavily. But there is a back door. Check it real quick. It is also locked. We have a crowbar, right? Oh no, we left the crowbar at home. Oh, that's actually very unfortunate. But we do have 2 improvised lockpicks. The front here is the back door there, despite the fact that I kind of wanted to go through the back door, is a little hot. So we're going to go around to the front and attempt to lockpick this with our lockpick here. And hopefully it doesn't set off an alarm. Unfortunately, we're also not very good at lockpicking, so we are burning a lot of time and breaking our lockpicks very quickly. Use of our powers has led to an insight. You could expand your senses for what is out of place, looking for anything that means to harm you. We have learned possibility to learn a new psychic, a clairsentient ability. Tough zombie came around the corner. Where is he? Oh, he's way the fuck out there. Okay. That's actually not a problem for us. It is 11 p.m. We're going to try this one more time. This pick might be a little bit beyond us. What kind of zombie is that? That's just a normal zombie. I wish I had a spell for this, like a knock spell or something like that. As it stands, we are going to pull out our nature's bow and take care of some of the nearby zombies real quick. Because we don't feel safe trying to lockpick this. Oh, we're going to go ahead and drop our bow right away because we have a bigger problem as a feral dwarf comes charging out of the darkness while we were aiming our bow and distracted, and immediately chucks a rock at us. It hits us, but just barely bounces off of us. That is a problem. A feral dwarf is far more sentient than your average zombie, and as a dwarf, they have just as much night vision as me. Well, as I used to have before I became clairsentient. We are going to pull out our magic and send one midget missile after another down range, slamming into his body. I'm going to ignore that because the quote-unquote he attacked us was because he threw a rock at us, not because he was in range. And in fact, the rock bounced off of our torso, so we're fine. We'll go ahead and wield our bow again. And take a step back from the zombie, who heard the crackling sound of magic missiles being shot out one after another. And we'll try and finish this guy off real quick. Oh, he's so close. He's bleeding badly and at very low HP. There he goes. We didn't have to do anything else. Crush the corpse. And same with this dwarf. Make sure that they don't get back up. He had an M9 combat pistol on him. This is something that Vellum believes strongly, is that guns are a weapon of an uncivilized age and refuses in this apocalypse, unless it came from an absolutely critical moment, refuses to use them. We're going to eat a little bit of our food because we have gotten hungry out here, and we may try a different tactic here. Let's find a spot here. This should be fine, where we're a little bit safer. We're going to stand by the wall, and we are going to attempt to blink, losing our concentration. We do vanish and reappear, but we're over top of the building. This is random. We don't have the ability to control this yet. With the Black Crystal, we may be able to learn to control this soon, but we are going to attempt to try and blink through the wall, because we don't have enough time in the night to keep trying lockpicking whenever we're so bad at it. And there we go. After several attempts, Vellum manages to phase in and out of the nether, finally finding himself in the reality he wanted. The bathroom of this hunting store. We also know that we're relatively safe in here now, unless there is a zombie in here, which does mean that even having that thought out loud, I do pull out, Vellum pulls out his National Guard bayonet just to be prepared. But we are going to search this place super quick. Outdoor Adventures, that's probably a survival book. That's very good. Can we open these crates? We can. But these are very nice walls, and there are locked doors all around us. So we are, I wouldn't say safe. We are relatively safe. We have a potion of regeneration. Vellum knows incredibly well the value of a regeneration spell. This could be a lifesaver. This is going to be something we keep on us at all times. In fact, it is so important that we keep this on us. We are going to go in ahead immediately favorite this, so that if we ever drop it by accident, we remember. We are informing Vellum to remember where he dropped this. We also have a pair of wolf tactical pants. They're sort of like SWAT tactical pants that are kind of a shade of gray. Is Vellum still wearing his dress pants? I don't actually remember. He is wearing jungle camo pants. The jungle camo makes a little bit less sense than the wolf tactical, so we're actually going to change real quick. So we'll unfavorite the camo pants. We'll put on the tactical pants. And then we'll just take everything out of the pockets of our camo pants that we had before. And what are these camo pants made out of? They're made out of cotton, so they're not that valuable for us to take with us. And we'll check the map real quick and delete the note that the game just auto-generated because I dropped a favorited item. There's also a camo tank top. Not as interested in that, but I did want a very, very good pair of pants because that's something that will get torn up over time very easily. And we are starting to have the skill. Oh my god. Those mannequins over there made me jump. Ah. Vellum is still getting used to his clairsentient night vision, even stronger than his own vision, and as he saw two armored figures in the darkness, he was ready to attack. But fortunately, they're not that bad. We also see something incredibly valuable. Yes, bows. We have a compound crossbow, 3 compound hunting bows, compound hunting bow low, a modern recurve bow. The modern recurve bow, probably, and a bow sling. Heck yeah. So we're going to go ahead and put on the bow sling, and then we are going to put on the modern recurve bow. That being said, though, Vellum looks at these compound hunting bows with all their pulleys and extra strings, and he thinks of them disdainfully. These are pieces of human technology trying to expand upon an idea that was already good. So he takes the recurve bow over the arguably more powerful compound bows. We also have a quiver of arrows here. The quiver is going to be incredibly valuable, but we don't really want the rubber blunt arrow, so we're going to take the quiver and we're just going to drop the arrows out of it. Despite his concerns, those carbon fiber hunting arrows do seem very appealing. The number you want to pay attention to the most is right here in the center, that it has a 1.75 times damage multiplier. That means that it's going to do 75% more damage than a normal arrow shot. It also has a very low dispersion, a decent range, and it pierces armor. It has a 10 times critical multiplier, which does mean that if Vellum manages to land that crit, he will do 10 times damage. Carbon fiber hunting arrows are kind of amazing. The wooden broadheads seem definitely more his style, but they are noticeably weaker, 25% less damage multiplier and less armor piercing with a shorter range. Vellum agonizes over this choice. He sees the carbon fiber in his hands and he knows that this is a piece of modern technology that he has scorned to use, but some part of him is like, I'll just practice with the carbon fiber. I'm not going to use them permanently. Eventually, I'll make my own. Looking through the rest of the shelves, mostly just shotguns, but there is a bow scope here. We are going to step into the back room real quick, summon our light, our actual light that will let us see by our candles glow, and we are going to very quickly, we'll have to put away the bayonets. What went into our sheath? Why is our sheath full? We are going to open our sheath and take that out real quick, the multi-tool out, because we need to fix that. Give us 2 seconds. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to, now that we have the National Guard bayonet in the sheath, we're going to go into our pocket settings real quick, and we are going to create a whitelist for the bayonet so that our multi-tool doesn't fall into the sheath again, because we need to be able to draw and pull that bayonet very, very quickly. Pulling it from the sheath has an incredibly short wield cost and an incredibly short storage cost. That is very, very important for us. But anyways, back to what we were going to do. We're going to add this bow scope. Oh, we require an archery of at least 3. We don't have that? That's actually very surprising. We have 2 archery. Okay, well, we will add this bow scope later. Oh, the stop concentrating also ended our night eyes. So we'll reactivate night eyes after deactivating both of our powers. Let's check what else we can get here. We'll store this bow scope back in our magic shop for now. To add it to our thing later. Ooh, some duct tape. We want to grab duct tape everywhere we go. We'll be able to use it to repair various things. Possibly find some armor now. Looking at these boots, they are more encumbering than our current dress shoes that we have. The thing is that I accidentally didn't go into the dress shoes. There we go. Pair of dress shoes. Encumbrance 7 actually is less encumbering. So we're going to go ahead and take off our dress shoes as well. And we are going to wear a pair of boots, which will help us out a little bit, at least for the time being. There's a small leg purse there. That's not super useful to us. We don't really want the steel-toed boots as well. We could refit them if we wanted. So the poor fit doesn't really matter too much. But a woodland camo tactical jacket. That's not really our style. A knit scarf, some wool socks, a pea coat, hiking boots. As Vellum looks through all of the possible armor and weapons here, or clothing as it were, he doesn't really find anything that appeals to him. There is a canteen here, though. Do we already have a canteen? We don't. We are going to go ahead and take that. Can we wear that? We can. That actually helps out a little bit. We're going to check our layering real quick. Yeah, there's a lot of things here. So our light ballistic vest is clashing with our assault pack, cloak, and recurve bow. The recurve bow is always going to clash, but because of the fact that it's springtime, it may be time finally that we are going to go ahead and take off our cloak. I'm curious what Vellum looks like without a cloak now. Kind of a mishmash of stuff. You can tell that he has the bowstring across his chest, the quiver in the back, the circlet on his head, the green eyes of an elf, and the backpack on his back. Also some knee guards there. Kind of looks like a mess right now, but proper survivor kind of look. We're going to go ahead and end the glow above our head. And, yeah, we'll go back to sorting our armor real quick. So the only thing clashing anymore is the assault pack, the modern armor on our torso. That's very good. This sword armor feature basically lets us figure out, well, how to layer everything. Let's make sure that there's no other clashes. There is the recurve bow and the canteen and the sheath. So yeah, that's the problem right there, is that the canteen and the sheath are both on our left leg, but we have nothing on our right leg. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the side for the canteen. Now our right leg has our canteen and our left leg has our sheath, which reduces the encumbrance effect that they have. Our encumbrance is over here. You can see that our torso is incredibly encumbered right now, but it's largely because we have a backpack and a bow on, and that our backpack is relatively full right now. We did just stuff a cloak into it, so there's not much we're going to be able to do about that. Let's actually check, though. If we were to get in a problem, can we drop our backpack and we go down to 47? 47 is still very bad, as you see that the number is red, but it's much better than what we were at a moment ago. What is actually causing all that encumbrance at this point? It's largely the bow sling. No, it's actually the police duty belt is actually very bad for us as well. Is there anything on that belt that's actually all that important? I think the problem with the police duty belt is that I think it has too many pockets. So we're actually going to drop the police duty belts, pick our backpack up, and pull everything out of here. And we'll take it with us, but we're not going to wear it anymore. We're down to 58. That's not the greatest, but it's a little bit better than it was a moment before. And I don't think we're going to be able to do much more, because 17 of our encumbrance is coming from the assault pack right now. But that is a little bit better. We'll try and find a normal belt. What's a mess kit? A self-contained camping mess kit containing everything you need for wilderness cooking. And it only weighs 1 pound and 2 volume. It allows us to boil, make chemicals, and cook food. We're going to pick that up because if we do ever decide to go a little bit nomadic and start crossing the city, that would be incredibly valuable. We don't need the pocket knife because we have a multi-tool, hand crank charger, and a flare. An entrenching tool is a shovel that we could use. Do we have any spells that would give us the ability to make shovels? We don't quite have... There's a spell that Vellum knows about that allows us to summon magical tools, but we haven't managed to find it yet. That's something that's going to be pretty important. The hatchet is very, very good weapon, very good tool, and I don't think we have any axes for cutting down trees, so we're going to take that as well. We are loading up very badly at this point. Lesser mana potion and some water purification tablets. We don't actually need the water purification tablets because we can cast a spell that does that. Another canteen, and a refillable lighter. Actually, the refillable lighter is pretty good. We're going to probably take that over top of what we already have because there's no kerosene in our inventory to refill it, but it does mean that we will be able to use it again in the future. And I do realize that there's a rail-mounted crossbow. That's funny. That's a crossbow that you can actually mount onto the bottom of a rifle, so you can use a rifle in both a silent and non-silent mode. Now that we have the area kind of filled up, we are going to fill the rest of our inventory with these wooden broadhead arrows. And we do actually manage to pick up all of them. That actually very much surprises me. I thought that we would run out of room before picking up all of them, because only 20 of the arrows went into our quiver. The rest of them have just been going into our backpack. Having both the carbon fiber arrows and the normal arrows is a pretty big deal. We're going to delete this note because what's happening here is that every time I drop a favorited item, the map is adding a note for me, which is incredibly useful, but not something we want right now. I also noticed that Vellum just noticed something in the distance. He noticed a wasp nest. Oh boy, this area over here is very dangerous. As per his clairsentient visions, he did see in one of his previous lives that wasps in this world are not normal wasps. They're about the size of pigs, and their wasp queens are twice the size of a person, bordering on the size of a rhinoceros. And the wasp queen is an incredibly violent, territorial creature. So we are going to actually once again mark this as danger with another 1 radius around it, because that is something we don't want to mess with anytime soon. And in fact, we're already probably a little too close to it. That being said, we remember that their back door was kind of a no-go. So let's hope. Thank goodness there was a lock on the inside of that door. And we'll go ahead and mark the hunting supply store looted. We will go ahead and draw our recurve bow while we're walking here. And in fact, we are even going to... where is our recurve bow? There we go. We're going to mark it. Why is our recurve bow not in the bow sling? Hold on. Give me a moment to manage my inventory here. There we go. Did that help? Oh my gosh, that helps tremendously. So what was happening is that the recurve bow is actually a wide enough bow, unlike a compound, that we can actually put it across our chest. So we were just wearing it across our chest instead of putting it into the bow sling. The bow sling lets us draw it out, put it away much faster, and it lowered our encumbrance tremendously. I was actually very curious why it was that bad. What we're going to do is we're going to go down to the recurve bow, and we're going to reassign, giving it the E hotkey. So now whenever we press W to wield an item, we can just press E and it pulls out our recurve bow very, very quickly. We are going to be carrying it with us on the way home, and if we spot anything, like any zombies by themselves or something like that, we may take a few pot shots at them just to start practicing archery some more. In fact, we have our first enemy. As Vellum doesn't really like the idea, it sits unwell inside of him to be using carbon fiber arrows. He is going to use those to practice first. Taking the shots. And another. I believe I got a hit off, but did I actually do any damage? No, it just reflected off his hide, so we got a grazing hit. Take a little bit more time to steady up this time. One managed to hit directly. The zombie is bleeding badly. Another reminder that these zombies, despite the fact that we call them zombies, aren't quite undead. That black goo. Oh, and all 3 arrows survived. Very nice. That black glue goo that goes through them. It brings ideas of something more otherworldly. Don't we just already have outdoor adventures? We do. There's a part of Vellum looking at this bookstore that thinks, I could just live here for a little bit. The magic shop has books, but not as many. I'm ready. Illustrated. So many books. A sword fighting book, that may be useful for later. The fantasy of having a sword in the apocalypse appeals to him. Beauty magazine. He does recognize that these things are probably very useful, and he is going to just hoardily grab as much as possible, fill his backpack with everything. Ooh, a rogue's virtue. Huh. That sounds fancy. And a fantasy novel. He's going to grab everything he can. Just fill his backpack for now and add to his library. We do have a friend, though, we need to deal with. We send one arrow flying, dealing 26 damage. Almost as much as a single magic missile, but dead quiet. Not a single sound made. Apparently, we were aiming for a little bit too long there, and the zombie actually managed to get all the way on top of us there. We are going to run away, get back into the darkness, pull our bow back out, take a moment to catch our breath, and then aim down sights again. This recurve bow is, I've noticed, pretty slow, actually. But it is... I'm sure there's someone in the comments yelling at me for not taking a compound bow, because they are actually kind of incredibly powerful. But Vellum doesn't like technology, and the idea of using something like that doesn't necessarily seem beneath him, per se. It's more of a... he has a distaste for touching the very fake feeling plastic carbon fiber of the bow. And if he's going to be using it non-stop, then it's not something he wants to do. Beyond Sleeping Easy of Sorcery. Ah, I've already learned that spell. Vacuum sealing instructions. And we're just going to go ahead and take all of the... Ooh, Dune. That's one of my favorite books. Vellum will have to take a chance to get reading at it as well. We're going to take all of the books that we have never cracked open before, which is indicated by the red there, and just greedily fill our backpack completely. There's some distressing potato chips and a coffee maker. Is there anything back here in the back area? A candle. A candle's actually pretty useful. We'll go ahead and take that. And we'll check the back of the area before we leave. Mostly just some sugary snacks. And if you've been wondering, it is not just my sentiments that makes me wants to not. It makes Willem wants to not eat sugary snacks. He does actually have a junk food intolerance and is a picky eater, as being an elf. They simply refuse to eat anything that tastes bad, and something with heavily processed foods. Something about his elven diet and elven makeup makes heavily processed foods actually disquieting to his stomach. There's like dead pupating zombie over there that had me concerned for a moment. But since we're still out and it's only 1 a.m. Actually, we're gonna bandage our wound real quick before we do anything. Take a bandage and apply that. We are going to check this nearby house and clear it out as well. Just because, oh, what the hell's going on over there? It is bright as day. A cockroach, zombie runner, zombie dog, zombie child. Something has cleared out a bunch of zombies over here. Willem approaches cautiously, knowing that if something has killed this many zombies in fast succession, it probably isn't good for him either. I don't see anything though, so he's gonna take a time. Crazed survivalist spotted. Ah, well, we figured out what killed all of them. A crazed survivalist grasping a sharp bladed weapon. Oh, that's not good. This feral prepper has an athletic physique, a sign that they have trained extensively before turning feral. This is someone else who has survived the apocalypse up until now and only recently given in to the darkness of the Cataclysm, the hopelessness of it. In addition to remembering how to use a flashlight, their survival instincts seem to kick in when critically harmed, causing them to act in self-preservation unlike their fellows. This is a threat, a real threat. We know that that's not a person anymore. We are going to store our bow and we are going to pull out our spells. Immediately grabbing a mana bolt. Oh, I accidentally pulled out my... I pulled out my National Guard bayonet out of sheer habit. Even as we ready a mana bolt, whispering the incantation under our breath, he walked around the corner. In the darkness now, we'll smash on the corpse. Perhaps he'll heal that. He did. He doesn't have a gun, right? He has a bladed weapon. Mana bolts. Smashing into him for 42 damage, almost killing him immediately. We worry about the sound that now made, although he might have cleared out a lot of the nearby dead. Oh, do we go for another mana bolt? I think we do. We don't want this man getting close to us. Another explosion, another mana bolt, another 42 damage, and this man is on the edge of life. A single magic missile now as he flees, but you can't flee my magic. We're gonna go ahead and... Oh my gosh, another one. He must have had a friend. This one looks like he has a cleaver. More mana bolts. We lost concentration. The spell fizzling. And the second one comes out, smashing into him, breaking bones with the sheer force of the mana. We will finish him off with a magic missile. As he turned to run. And we finally finish him off. We tell ourselves that that wasn't a person anymore. We didn't just kill someone. They were too far gone. We're going to crush the zombie corpses that they were too far gone to crush, which shows that they weren't really... That actually brings us some solace. They were survivalists, but they were not crushing the corpses of the zombies. They would have known if they had survived in this apocalypse for even a moment that that is what you need to do to survive out here. What do they have on them? Some sparkling water, a flashlight, a messenger bag, and a Molotov cocktail. Oh, that's a dangerous thing to be taking. We'll grab this Emery package because it seems like it actually has some food in it that we actually care about. He does have a survival kit. but none of the survival kit is actually very good for us. Ooh, and a pair of leather armor gauntlets, and a makeshift glaive. Oh, there's a weapon that fits an elf. A glaive, a large blade attached to a stout section of tree branch. Can do a considerable amount of damage, but the blade isn't secured very well and could easily break off. We are probably going to go ahead and grab these, and then we'll put away our thing there and pull out the glaive. Oh, that is beautiful. As soon as he puts his hands on it, Vellum knows I'm going to have to learn how to make one of these. A glaive would allow me to fight things from a distance, and with my very frail bones, it's not exactly... Fighting up in close quarters is something that you want to almost never do as an elf. Another Molotov cocktail. What weapon did he have? He just had a steak knife? Really? Oh, makeshift machete. There we go. I'm not as interested in the machete, and we are running out of... Oop, that is just a ledge. We're gonna peek down, though. Oh my gosh, what the hell is going on down here? Oh, that is so bad. Wait, where are we? Where are we right now? Okay, we're like a block away. There is just a raging fire in the basement of this building, and multiple corpses of zombies. We can kind of see what might have happened here, and Vellum lets the scene play out in his mind. Two friends were hiding in this basement, and something happened. The dead descended upon them, and in their rush to defend themselves, knocked over a candle, setting their survival home ablaze, and in the smoke they eventually succumbed to the hopelessness of being trapped in a basement, only to be turned into the very dead that they were fighting, becoming crazed and insane, moving quickly towards becoming a zombie themselves. Knowing that this building is literally on fire, we are going to ditch. Yep, you can see the smoke coming out of the holes there now. We're going to ditch this place and actually literally just run. Wow, that's the range of the glaive. I just tried this out. We can hit something from 2 tiles away now. Let's ignore that error. That error actually is something that Vellum would be a little bit aware of with his new clairsentience, is that some glitch in the world just occurred because there were too many monsters. It's never a sentence you want to hear aloud, that there were too many monsters. That being as it is, we are going to go ahead and head back. Our spiked board is still there. And in fact, this interior one is not doing that much good anymore. We might move it outside. We'll do that in a moment. We are, for now, going to head upstairs. In our downtime, by the way, Vellum did actually mop up all the blood down here, and he has begun to clean up the bodies and splintered wood, but he knows that it is, despite his personal motivations to have a clean area, it may be a little bit too soon to spend that much energy. We're going to drop the beautiful just glaive that we have on the ground. We're going to have to definitely learn how to make one of those, and then we're going to sort out our inventory, and we'll be back when it's... As Vellum puts up the Molotov cocktails, his mind races again, his imagination going wild as he realizes that he picked up cocktails, Molotov cocktails, from these survivalists. And now he thinks about this as a lesson. These two survivalists had to resort to what he was calling emergency Molotov cocktails. But maybe an emergency Molotov cocktail is still too soon to use one in a very flammable city. He will have to remember this, and even as he looks at the cocktails sitting on his desk of ammo, he has a momentary remembrance. The feeling of burning alive. These will probably get disassembled, and I doubt Vellum will ever use them. They're too dangerous. Our fellow survivors have already proven that for us. We'll go ahead and light up our fire and finish off by checking. Yeah, we do have a little bit of food that we can drop off. We'll leave. Actually, we'll keep the mana potion on us. That'll be a good emergency. If we had had a mana potion in previous times, then that might have actually been a pretty big deal. And it is only 1 a.m. So realistically speaking, if we wanted to, we could go back out. We don't have a lot of food right now. It looks like a lot, but in all reality, it's not really a lot. We also are a little low on water. It'd be nice if we could find a source of water that was, you know, more than we could actually drink in a reasonable amount of time. Somewhere nearby, possibly a park or something like that. There is a strip mall over here that does have opportunity for a lot of interesting things. We're going to go ahead and delete the M9 pistol note here because, well, we'll leave the gun store unhighlighted though, or highlighted though, because it is a pretty good thing to grab. Also, our clairsentience has informed us of a fact that there's a thug, some hostile living survivors to the north. That's something we might want to actually check out at some point. And the Devourer note is still there. I do think that it's a little too early to pull it, so we are going to go ahead, pull out our recurve bow. We kept 18 of those arrows on us and left the rest behind. And we're going to go out for another trip. Where should we go? There is a head shop? I don't know what a head shop is. My curiosity is much too high here. We're going to go and head to the head shop. Our massive vision is still just really like surprising and wonderful. We're going to double check our wounds real quick. Still a good bandaging. They haven't really come bad yet. Streets are quiet today. Perhaps we've actually cleared out a lot of our problems. We do see a zombie cop and a Z9, which is a hilarious name for a canine that has become zombified. We are going to steady up in the street here before approaching. Shot. Managed to get right between his Kevlar armor. Another shot, just barely hitting him. And the last shot, he does manage to rush us down as we're aiming for the last shot, but it's bleeding heavily. Black goo and blood pouring from every orifice as it finally falls down. We'll crush the body, take back our arrows, get an expandable baton, and a really nice flashlight. Outside of that, though, nude track pants. What? A plush pair of pink flesh-colored trousers that doesn't thankfully possess any unmentionables. Why? Perhaps this man became a zombie while getting dressed this morning. That's the only thing we'd like to think. We're going to steady up on the canine, and it immediately heard the shot. Is this thing faster than us? It is much faster than us. We're going to go ahead and put the sling away. And this is the time for magic, because we don't want this thing biting us and pulling us to the ground. So we send out 2 magic missiles downrange, immediately tearing the body of the reanimated dog to bits. Pull our bow back out, and let's check what a head shop is. I really don't know. I still don't know? Oh, it's where humans sell cannabis. That makes sense. At a game, I'll admit that I legitimately had no idea. I've never heard that term before. Interesting. There are a lot of matchbooks here, but there's not much of that's going to be of interest to us here. So we'll go ahead and mark it looted, and since we're here anyways, we were about to go and check the veterinary clinic before we have a moment to think about it and go, you know, there's probably going to be a lot of zombie dogs in there. So maybe we don't check the veterinary clinic. Is there anything else nearby that we would be interested in? We do have these last 2 houses that we could probably clear out. And some friends in the street. Steady up on him. Get a very nice shot. 26 damage straight to the chest. It is bleeding, but not badly enough to actually bleed out on its own. It sees us, so we'll flee into the darkness, using our much higher vision against it. and that's going to be it. We're not going to waste another shot as it succumbs to the arterial bleeding from our shots. And wow, Vellum is happily surprised at these carbon fiber arrows, despite being dissatisfying to use. They're pretty durable. We immediately get one good shot off on this lady. And another. It's already bleeding very badly. These arrows just tearing into them. We can only imagine that the broadheads would have been even better for this. And it looks like, yeah, it's on its last light. We'll just let it bleed out. Save our energy. In fact, we even need to stop a moment and catch our breath. We did see one of our arrows whiz off in the distance. Go ahead and chase it down. Spotting a book in the distance. Battle hammer. Interesting. And yeah, let's head down here to these houses, clear out any zombies we see, because this just makes our home safer. Oh man, this guy is on his last legs. Send one arrow into it, finish it off. And the door opened? No. Go ahead and store our sling, clear out the window. It's probably a little loud, but there's not that many zombies around here anymore. And this building is very much in our favor. If we were to get attacked in here, we could just blink out and easily get away from anything in here, leaving them inside, in fact. We do check every room. Some blankets here. We do actually have a blanket and pillow now, though, so we don't really need anything like that. Realistically speaking, I should probably stop checking every room. Lazy Mage's How-To Guide. Very nice. We hear a bunch of zombies, and then we're reminded there is a giant hole in the ground filled with zombies. Something we'll probably want to take care of sometime soon. And in fact, we just had an idea. We'll check the kitchen very quickly, grab what food is appetizing to us, and head out a window. Suddenly excited to get some revenge. This might be a terrible idea, but Vellum is interested in trying. He rushes back, clears out his inventory, and grabs the 2 Molotov cocktails. Some part of him in the back of his head is saying, don't do this. This is a bad idea. But how else is he going to deal with so many zombies? The patient way died with the apocalypse. These are a threat to his future security. There are so many zombies down there. And in fact, some of them at the bottom are even beginning to evolve. You have a cuspated dog. Dog's snout and jaw have seemingly fused together, the skin and flesh ranging from completely gone to barely hanging on. The bony mass as a whole has an incredibly sharp yet jagged point. It stumbles around, barely keeping its hefty beak from hitting the ground. Leaving this much eldritch magic in one place is unwise. We're not experienced with these, but we understand the basic idea. We are going to equip a Molotov cocktail, activate it, and then throw it. We chuck it down into the pits, lighting the zombies on fire. As we take a step back to watch, as some of them are in fact stepping into the fire. Oh, quite a few of them are stepping into the fire. There we go. What is this over here? We do in fact have set forth a raging fire in this pit, creating a burning burial ground. But something concerns him, as yes, there is in fact a building here that might catch fire as well, and it does neighbor our own, but that's actually not even the part that concerns him. The bodies inside seem like they may still be able to reanimate, despite being burned to a crisp. Something that is very, very concerning. This fire is not hot enough to burn the bones, and these zombies will simply get back up. If we were to climb down there, there's a good chance that we could not get back up. So we're going to peek down in a few places and just trying to get a grasp of the place. So it is, in fact, just a big hole filled with rocks. There is some fire here, and it looks like the hole hit the edge of the basement. Knowing that, it does mean that there's a good chance that we could head down there from the basement. Oh, it looks like even though it did hit the basement, the rebarb wall is still intact from the basement, which does mean that the fire might not spread to the basement as well. If we could get a ladder, potentially, we could there's an extra hole right there, and farther in there's another zombie, it looks like. If we could get a ladder, we might be able to get down here and then clean up these corpses, because this hole of death here has me very, very worried. But we are going to take a moment, sit down, and just wait for about, yeah, let's say 30 minutes, and watch this fire. Make sure it doesn't spread too much. It looks like between the dirt and concrete walls, yeah, it's already a small fire. It is burning itself out. We'll take a step back because we were getting kind of warm there, and wait a little bit. Oh, because of the fire and the sound, a zombie approaches. Yeah, we'll draw our bow. Take a shot. No, probably not going to happen. We'll go ahead and pull out Magic Missile, and as sad as it is to take down what appears to be a human child, we do take it out. Did our night eyes end? No, we didn't. It's just that it's already down to a small fire. It's very likely that we can leave this at this point, but I'm kind of worried to do so, so we're going to sit here and wait a few minutes. And it looks like the fire is dying. There's one last little bit that is still burning over here, but it is just a basic fire, probably burning off a little bit of the excess. We'll wait just a little bit longer, but it is quickly approaching 3 a.m. And there we go. The fire is completely out. We did manage to clear most of the zombies on this first level out, but left to their own devices, they would reanimate. Are we able to craft a ladder? No. We'd have to find one. Perhaps in a garage somewhere nearby? Is there a garage nearby? Oh, the nearest garage is pretty far away. What about a hardware store? There's a hardware store just to the south here. It being 3 a.m., we have about anywhere between 30 minutes to an hour before it's dawn. Go ahead and pull our bow back out, and we are going to very quickly make our way. See a zombie. Make our way down to that hardware store and see if we can find a ladder. Zombie spotted us very quickly. That was interesting. Finally getting a shot off. The first two missing completely. Those arrows might be lost to time. Don't even... Oh, we actually did find one of them right away. Very good. It's like we had hit our building. And there's the other one. Very nice. Restores a faster way to pick up arrows. Okay, we'll head to the hardware store down here. Put our bow away. And climb the fence. And we're shopping for a ladder here. In fact, I'll be back if I find one. Almost like some sort of comedy bit. As soon as you actually need something from a hardware store, it doesn't have it. We did, however, see that we found some wire here, which would let us make some more lockpicks. And, of course, there is no ladder here. We checked all of the shelves and even checked inside and didn't find anything. Put bow back out while we're walking. And, yeah. This might have to go on our short list as a high priority to clear out that crater. Because it being so close to a place that we're currently calling home, one of our two options right now is we can either clear out the crater or we could move. Looking around the map, there is actually a possibility that we have a new place we could move to if we don't want to clear out the hole. We notice that there is a magic academy here. This is probably one of the reasons that Vellum even moved to the city, to be under the personal tutelage of the wizard up here, and to eventually attend the academy in what is downtown of this city. In fact, what even is this city called? Oh, it's literally called Brooklyn. But downtown Brooklyn, there is an academy. It is surrounded by some dense urban buildings, and it has its own personal swamp and a river. The river is both a boon and a hindrance. Rivers can spawn some pretty terrifying creatures even before the Cataclysm, and there's not much around it, so it might not be the best home location. We probably want some place that is surrounded by houses or something similar, so that we don't have to worry so much about clearing out things from a distance. Not being able to clear out the river and having a swamp on the other side does mean that actually this is going to be an incredibly dangerous academy. It might be surrounded by swamp things, and Vellum's imagination goes wild imagining what could even come from a swamp. And the area around it is not that much better. But that will be for another day. This has been Cataclysm. I have been Areima. We are going to have Vellum settle down for the night, read some books, and we will catch you next time as we have an immediate concern with this crater here filled with the undead. Even burning them was only a temporary solution. We need to find a way down into that crater so that we can crush the corpses so that we don't have a mass of undead slowly building oh so close to the place that we call home. Magic Academy looms in the distance and in Vellum's mind. The presence of an academy in this human city is what drew him here before the Cataclysm, and now it is so close at hand. The only thing between him and admission is a sea of zombies and the academy's magical defenses, golems. He survived the Cataclysm though, and he won't let anything get in his way now. Welcome back to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, the journey of Vellum. Vellum wakes up after a couple days of reading and studying and sleeping. And today, well, we still have a decent amount of food, and we probably could sit here and continue to go ahead and continue studying, but we have a mission we want to do today. We're gonna go ahead and grab some water to make sure that we take with us. This gallon jug of sealed water is probably not the greatest thing, and we're gonna take just like a tin of canned beans, because we've already opened that one. So that's right, we have opened that one, so it's harder for us to carry. We'll take one that's closed then. And what we're going to do today is that this big magenta marker is our home. And then all the way down here is a magic academy. Vellum knows that an academy is going to have anywhere between dozens of books and possibly even a magic item or two that some senior academy graduate made. It does look like during the day we managed to spot several hordes of zombies moving around this area, and we do have these two very dangerous areas to the northwest
west here, but as long as we kind of keep southwardly, I'm thinking I'm really just trying to take this road straight down and then take the other road straight over. Hopefully we can get there, and hopefully it's not too dangerous. As we had discussed at the end of last episode, it is near a swamp and a river, which can be very problematic. As we step outside, we are going to go ahead and use our night eyes. And while experimenting with the black crystal, we also learned a new ability called Extended Stride. It is part of our awakened teleporter path, and it allows us to warp space around us to each step being a little bit farther than the next. So it ups our speed enough that... Actually, we need to rest because whenever we cast them, we lose a bunch of stamina. It ups our speed enough that we should be able to walk away from zombies as much as we used to be able to run away from them. So it also will help out with some of the faster creatures in the game as well. And the more we practice it and the more we keep it going, the better it'll get as well. That's kind of how psychic powers work. But we are probably going to avoid confrontation when we can out here. We did manage to take 20 of our carbon fiber hunting arrows with us. Oh man, it's already starting to get dense. Yeah. We might want to take out some of the weaker ones here, to be honest. Yeah, let's go ahead and pull out our bow. And aim up on this guy. Man, forgot how long this recurve takes to aim. It's a little bit worse. Okay, I see what's happening. So I fired past him, and this carbon fiber hunting arrow hit the wall. So the shot itself from the bow is like dead quiet, but whenever it hits the wall, they hear it. Yeah, this is kind of become a problem all of a sudden. They can't see me though, so I'm gonna try and sneak past them, grab my arrows, and honestly, I think I'm just going to leave. I would like to finish this one off though, because he has a few arrows in him now. He should be bleeding pretty bad. He is. Pull out the knife. And there's 3 of my arrows. Thank you very much. Did I manage to get all 20 back? I did. Awesome. Okay. Let's leave this for a second. We'll catch our breath, make sure that we're always fully refreshed, ready to run. And we're just going to try and do our best to sneak past the crowds and crowds of zombies here. So we want to try and go down to this block here. We'll go ahead and mark that on our map. And hopefully Vellum is wishing to avoid as much confrontation as possible. He does spot, however, in the distance, 2 water tanks for this community garden. There is a chance that those are filled with clean water. So I'm going to come over here and check real quick. Oh, nope. It's just water. It's not clean water. Okay. Ideally, though, this would actually be a good thing to like come by and grab, because we could disassemble those for very large tanks that we can fill and then leave in our base. And if we do fill a huge tank with water all the way to the brim... What is that? A bruiser zombie. That doesn't sound good. This zombie's right arm has been grotesquely deformed into a massive mace-like shape. What remains of its hand has been covered in spiky bone, and the upper arm's skin is clearly coming apart from the sheer pressure on it. Sounds like something that can punch our head through our ass, so we're going to go ahead and avoid the crap out of that. There's a regenerating zombie. That's also not fantastic. The zombies definitely seem to be already spent casings in the distance. The zombies seem to already be evolving. Oh, we shouldn't go down alleyways. That was a bad idea. We're going to jump over to a different street here and head a little bit farther south. We're hoping that the natural defenses of
the Magic Academy are still active. They're going to try and attack us too. But the nice thing is that there's not going to be that much zombies around there. Holy crap. Yeah, that's a horde. That's definitely a horde. Okay. Maybe we go a little bit farther north then first. Let's see if we can avoid the majority of this horde. Why is there a dead one over there? A feral human, an acid zombie, slavering biter. Vellum's not going to take the time to examine these things closely. He has a mission. Can I sneak by through the center? No, it doesn't look like I can. Oh man, that is so many. We're gonna try and go by right here. Oh, they grabbed me for a second, but it's okay. We got free. Head to the other side of this community garden. There's a bicycle there. That actually wouldn't be a bad thing for Vellum to grab. It would be a very, very silent vehicle for us. But we don't really have the time to check the condition of it as sort of making his way through this area very quickly. Some sort of, what is this, a park? Yeah, there's a park in the back of this area. Oh man, we're so close now. But oh, in the distance we can easily hear and spots the sounds with our clairsentience informing us of the danger that there is, in fact, hordes of zombies around the academy, which means that its natural defenses might be offline. It's not great news for us. I actually thought this bush for a moment was a zombie. In the dark, we're mistaking vegetation for zombification. Okay. We've at least made it through alleyway now. What the hell is that? A grappler? Grappler zombie? Zombie's elongated arms drag along the ground as it moves. It looks to have almost an hunchback from the swollen shoulder muscles tearing through its skin. Well, that sounds like a whole bunch of nope. Okay. Apparently there's road mayhem to the south, and there's a bunch of corpses of college kids to the north. We're very close now, though. Oh, this one saw us. How hurt is he? Almost not at all. We might be able to pull it into the alleyway here and actually just finish this one off real quick. Just so that we're leaving our path a little bit open here. Okay. So we don't want to mess with the grappler, probably. Looks like we got 2 up to the north here. I know they're a little hard to see in the dark. And 3 to the south. We mostly need to head straight west. So if we can avoid that grappler, so I don't know what it does, and skirt towards, is this a normal zombie? It's just a tough zombie, okay. Skirt towards the tough zombie here. What is this? A dense urban building? Oh, I thought there was going to be an alleyway here. There is definitely not. Okay. We're going to start running, and we're going to just run past all of these guys to the south, which is so bad. Oh, there's a car on down there. That's really bad. Okay. We're going to get into the alleyway here and take a breath. Ignore the zombie. Fine. There's some sort of... What the fuck is that? A Domtosaurus, a huge, scaly dinosaur with hooves and broad, toothless beak. There are teeth deeper in the mouth. It's currently tracking something. We can see its head swaying from side to side. In the distance, we also see another dinosaur, which I'm having a hard time spotting what square it takes up. There we go. Another Apatosaurus. A Domtosaurus. Unfortunately, Vellum is not incredibly well informed about what types of dinosaurs are neutral and herbivores. Or, oh man, there are so many dinosaurs around here. I told you, man, swamps and rivers. They're not great news. We're going to kind of just hope that these things don't have great vision. It doesn't seem like they do, and it seems like they're ignoring us.
and we'll just try and move past, okay? We can see the edges of the academy now. Oh, here we go. Man, one of the doors of the academy just leads right out to the river. Okay. Here goes nothing. The door's locked. Oh, that's really funny. Well, it doesn't seem like there's anything... There's so many things nearby, actually. The academy does have very sturdy, magically reinforced walls, so there's it's pretty rare that there'd be anything that could bust through them once we get inside. Problem is that there's doors on either side. What do we hear inside? Footsteps. Footsteps. Not shambling, but solid footsteps. That's probably golems. So here's our plan. The best possible course of action would be to let the golems out and then close the door. As we mentioned in the beginning of our journey, Vellum knows how golems function and knows that golems will have a command to not bust down doors or windows, and they're too large, in fact, to go through a window. So if we manage to keep these doors intact, get the golems outside the doors, and then close them behind us, the golems will be outside, tearing through the countryside and clearing out all of the zombies, which will they consider threatening, which they will consider threatening, I should say. But we'll have the freedom to loot the academy. If we just open the door right now, we're going to be the only viable targets. I think we do it. Can we pry this door open? Do we have something that we can do that with? We can't get enough leverage. Do we have... Okay, pick. We do have lockpicks, so... Can I not lockpick the door? It must be... Oh, it has an electronic lock? Oh, that's not good. That means that the only way to get through here would be to bust it down. And using the trick that we used to get into the pawn shop, where we teleport around until we get inside, would be very ill-advised because we would get stuck inside there at that point. And we'd be stuck in there with a bunch of plastic golems that could easily just rip our limbs off. Okay, so what I think we're going to do is we're going to clear out just a few of these guys. Around here. And try and see if we can get through to the other side. It doesn't see us. We'll try and get through to the other side of the academy, if possible. We need to get better at archery here. Kind of not living up to our elven heritage here. We're just going to steady up. We know it's coming for us, but we're going to just keep steadying up until it gets right on top of us. There we go. Perfect. Just sort of be patient and literally waited until it's right on top of us. Made it so that we were actually going to be dead accurate. There was no chance for us to miss there. Catch our breath. Around here, make sure we get our other arrow. Another one of those things. Is it at least clearing out the zombies? It is bleeding, and so is that fat zombie. So there's a good chance that... Yeah, they're fighting each other right now. That is both good and bad. So the good part is that it might take out a few of the zombies for us. The bad part is that eventually the zombies are going to take it out, and they might not be hostile now, but whenever they become zombified, they will definitely be hostile. Oh, that's not good. This side also has electronic locks. That means that we're not going to be able to open the door. But I do see another valuable thing. So this door, it has a straight shot to a ladder. And plastic golems also don't climb ladders. If we bust down this door and let them out, we can climb the ladder, let the golems go rampage, and then sneak in behind them. The only problem is that we're not going to be guaranteed safety because, well, the golems will be out and about now. Wait for him to get closer. Just a little closer. And don't let him grab. Oh, there's two now. How badly is he injured? Okay, he's very badly injured, so is he. We're waiting for the other one here. And honestly, we're going to pull out our knife. Get rid of both of them. Get our arrows back. Where did our arrows go? There they are. And unfortunately, whenever I don't have the bow wielded, they don't show up in green anymore to make our life easier. How is this fight going over here? Oh, man. The fat zombie's actually winning against the dinosaur? That's not good. We need to at least clear out this alleyway, though. We're going to pull our bow back out. And, yeah. The irony does not fall on deaf ears to Vellum, knowing that his aim is only so good that whenever they're on top of us, can we actually reliably hit zombies. We did manage to get a grazing hit there, which is not great for us. Okay. Another one down. Really cutting about as close as it can be cut here. Make sure we get all our arrows, and it looks like the alleyway here is clear. So we'll put our bow away. And do we have anything that we can use to bust down this door? Unfortunately, it seems like the hammer is going to be the best thing. And we just start smashing into the door. It's going to make a lot of noise, and it's going to attract things. But we already have it pretty heavily damaged, and down it goes. We're going to immediately... You know what? We're actually not going to put it away right away. I'm worried that there's going to be a... Based on the footsteps we're hearing. Well, those are above us. Okay, so we have a second. We'll put the hammer away. We step in. And for now, we don't see anything. There are other doors. We'll close this one behind us. Looks like there's some more locked doors back here. Maybe some bedrooms. Go ahead and close the curtains. Okay. We'll check this area first. Okay, that door's locked. How am I seeing dinosaur? Oh, because there's one inside here. Okay. Well, how'd you get in here? Looks like on the upstairs floor, the mana crystals are still in one piece. That's good. Unfortunately, because we're not a ritualist, Vellum knows that this mana crystal is going to be more useful to us destroyed than anything. But it's good to see that it's in one piece right now, because it means that we can take advantage of destroying it ourselves. So yeah, there's a dinosaur inside there. Okay, not the greatest news. Okay, so these footstep sounds are from above us, which means that there isn't any golems on the first floor right now, but they might be able to hear us moving around down. Oh, I spoke too soon. There's a golem right there. We're going to start running towards the door. Oh man, it is so fast. And we'll wait for it to get a little bit closer and climb up. And is it wandering off to the north? No, because it can still see us. We'll crouch down. And it's wandered off to the north and it's starting to fight things. Good. Let's head back inside. Close the door. Let's check to make sure there's not another golem here. Before we ever loot, we need to make sure... Oh, so many good scrolls, so many good books. There's so much magic for us to learn here. What the hell was that? Owlbear gastrolith? What the fuck is that? Strangely shaped rock was once part of an owlbear's complex digestive system. Oh, it's like one of the things that owls cough up, creating a link between owl throat and bear stomach. It is possible that it could serve a similar purpose in alchemy, helping to bind two separate halves together. Interesting. Oh, so many Spear of Brambles. I mean, so many good spells here. And it seems like there are no zombies. There's no... I do hear zombies being destroyed outside, which means that golem might be going to work. Fortunately, with that door destroyed, we can't keep them out anymore. I'm going to go ahead and smash the window here. And head upstairs. Make sure that there's... We know that there's a dinosaur in here, but it's not attacking us yet. Oh man, there's so much in here. So much in here. A crowbar token. What we're going to do is, we're
we're not going to be looting yet, but we're going to take that crowbar token. We'll put away our bayonet and find that token in our inventory here. As large silver coin that's, when activated by uttering a word on the back, turns into an item picture in the front. In this case, a crowbar. Vellum knows that these tokens are what some more advanced mages use to store some really valuable tools. He even found a boat in a token once, far in the past, before the Cataclysm started. Something like that would actually be very useful nowadays. But as it stands, he's going to activate the crowbar, and as he says the magic word engraved on the token, it rapidly grows and morphs into a shiny, pristine, brand new crowbar. So now we have a crowbar, which is honestly a really good find, and we're going to go ahead and favorite that right away, and pull it out as well, because it's going to help us break down doors and all that kind of stuff. Yep, there's just a dinosaur in there. Okay. We'll go ahead and close that curtain and leave the dinosaur in there, because, yep, that's a thing. Oh, we left that door open. That's so bad. We're actually going to open that door again, so that if we need to, we can rush in there, but we'll close this one so that we know for a fact that this part doesn't have any golems in it. Okay, so we heard footsteps above still. So there's definitely more golems above us. Not hearing anything below. Oh my gosh, there's a full gym down here? Vellum salivates at the idea of the survival situation of having a large pool of water, showers, a gym. This place has the amenities, a tent, the amenities required to survive in style. The only downfall is that it is in an area that is implicitly dangerous. He's going to have to decide whether this is worth surviving here, at least for the time being, or if it's too dangerous to do that. Again, we're not going to loot anything yet because we want to make sure that we're safe first. Okay, we're going to go up one floor. There's a golem there. Is it going to follow me? I think it is. We'll wait here. There it goes. Lead it outside. And crouch down so it can't see us. We'll head up one more rail. Just using the building here to our advantage. And just waiting for it to walk away. Doesn't seem to want to walk away. Still staying right below us. There's no way it can see us, right? We'll climb one more level. We spotted another plastic golem. Oh, yeah, we did. Okay. From here, we actually can spot the golem through the window. What about this other one? I'm not hearing anything anymore. There's a chance that it... No, it didn't. It's right below us still. It looks like the other one might have taken care of all the zombies nearby, which is making this a lot harder for us all of a sudden. Perhaps if we head in here, it won't, like... Maybe it's sensing our presence or something like that? We might be able to get away from it a little bit. Honestly, this apartment building might not be bad for... honestly, this apartment building might actually be really good for us. Let's check super fast. How tall does this place go? So here's the roof. What's this? It's locked, whatever it is. What about this? Locked as well. So there's a chance. I mean, getting off the ground level is just very good for us, right? It's missing some curtains, and there's a locked door, which is concerning. There might be something in there. But instead of staying in the tower, we could also stay in here. Although if we clear out the tower, it's going to be even safer because there's no windows on the first floor of the tower, which means that we would be able to we could just seal 2 different entrances. We could seal up the doors, and then we'd be fine. But this is an alternative, and it's something good to know that we do have this this urban apartment building as an alternative of a place to stay. What? Is it right there still? It is, in fact, right there still. Okay. Well, I didn't want to do this, but I guess there was inevitable. We are going to... Oh, geez. I stepped over the ladder and actually reached up and grabbed me and already did a hefty hit to my torso. We were bleeding for a moment there. Jeez. Yeah. Okay, so that thing's obviously dangerous. I'd like to, we're just peeking down real quick. Potentially get a line on it. Here we go. Can I? No. It doesn't stay there long enough for me to cast the magic missile. How do I deal with this? Is there another set of stairs that leads down by chance? There is. Oh, there's a terrifying zombies right there. I sort of forgot, to be honest. We don't close these windows so they're not attracted to whatever the hell we're doing over here. Of course, Vellum can't resist just glancing at the titles of books that he walks past. Okay. So we've been stationary over here for a little while. Is it going to wander away? Doesn't seem like it wants to wander away. It's just wandering in place the last place where it saw us. It needs new orders. It's literally just waiting at the bottom of the ladder. Okay, well... I promise I had thought this through, but it seems like it's not going as well as I expected. It would be suicidally stupid of us, but what we could do is... we could climb down the downspout right here. Alternatively, we could literally just leave the door open and pass some time in one of these apartments here. And by time daytime comes, they might have like run into some zombies and then wandered away. I will say it's just much less dangerous to do that than to try and fight them ourselves. There's food here. We have water. We can always like clean some water as well to make more. We have the purification seed ability that will allow us to actually clean quite a bit of water all at once. Yeah, we'll go ahead and loot these apartments. I'll be back if anything interesting happens, and then we might rest until tomorrow here and see if the situation improves at all. As Vellum slept through the night, waiting for the coming morning, something happened. It was loud enough, psychically and audibly, to wake him from his sleep. He suddenly registers a buzzing in his senses. It's getting louder, and his head starts to throb. Somewhere nearby, a tiny cataclysm has begun. We are going to stop casting, and so apparently there is a portal storm nearby. We're going to go ahead and head out here. And yeah, it's raining portals. That's not good. Vellum has no idea what this means, but he does feel an inexorable draw to the center of the storm. The only problem is that the center of the storm is in the air over top of the river, so there's no way we could get to it. But we do feel that something is drawing us to it. We also see another zombie. Great. Overnight, some of the dinosaurs nearby seem to have been killed by the zombies nearby and have started turning into zombies, which is just absolutely fantastic for us. Just absolutely fantastic. Worst possible news. We do believe that staying inside during this portal storm, as it were, is probably going to be the best thing. Apparently, reality's breaking. Is it moving towards us or away from us? It's hard to tell. We're gonna wait a bit and see if we can find out. Seems to be moving away from us. That's good. As we just hear, Vellum hears the howling winds of the same event that caused the Cataclysm in the first place, reiterating itself onto the world. But it seems like this is just a minor one. The idea of it being a minor storm begs the question of, what does a major portal storm look like? Not something we probably want to actually be around to see, but I don't know if we're going to have much of a choice, to be honest. As interested as Vellum is in trying to figure out why some part of his anatomy, some part of his mental anatomy is trying to call him towards the storm, he is going to just try to go back to sleep. And sleep he does. Even as sleep falls to normal, reality does also return to normal as well. Hopefully the starring on the world is minimal. We may have to take a look around as we wake up to see if anything has changed in the night. We're not really sure of the full implications of a portal storm raging through, but the first Cataclysm, the one that broke the world, the portal storms introduced zombies, dinosaurs, and other strange eldritch creatures into the world, so hopefully it didn't deposit something new for us to deal with. And also, hopefully that the placid golems that were defending this tower have decided to move on. We are very thirsty and very hungry. We also have our earplugs still in. We'll go ahead and take this out and see if we can deal with any of that. There is some clean water here still and some beer, which is not the best thing in the world, but it's better than nothing. And one thing that we did learn is that, oh good, we actually have the ability to cast it now. Last night, the purification seed was too difficult for us. Okay, so we managed to use it, and then we can use the seed that it gives us, right? It gives us a seed, right? You wield your seed of purification. There we go. Activate it, and faintly glowing dust. Put it in the canteen, maybe? Did it turn into clean water? It did. Well, it actually turns into enough dust that we can purify multiple things, but we just don't need to. Okay. So that means that we do still have water to drink now? We do. Amazing. Okay. We'll eat this orange. Eat a little bit of cheese just to fill up. Not the greatest thing in the world for us to be eating, but it is, in fact, better than not having food at all. And we'll drop the stuff that we don't care about anymore. And we picked up a casserole pot by accident, so we'll go ahead and leave that behind as well. Okay. Hopefully. Well, we don't see it anymore. We do see the dead corpse of a zombie dinosaur. We'll approach cautiously. Go ahead and crush that corpse. Looks like you can still hear the sound of... Oh man, yeah, so many things got taken out. Definitely crushed the corpses of these zombie dinosaurs. We don't want those getting back up. So many things got taken out by the placid golems here. Honestly, great news for us. The placid golems are doing a great job clearing out the surroundings. Vellum really doubts that a placid golem is going to be capable of being killed by a zombie, which is both kind of good news and bad news. But we can probably kill a placid golem if we were to be willing to use some magic. We'll check this area real quick back here, because again, we just want to clear this area out. Make sure that there's nothing hiding for us. Oh, so many scrolls. Once we do clear this place out, we could probably stay here for a while, honestly. As long as nothing too terrible comes by. Close that door. We did see that there was a placid golem above us earlier here. Apparently there was a glass door there. We're having a hard time seeing. I'm going to go ahead and activate our night eyes here and see if that helps at all. It doesn't, because there's a difference in light level, so it's kind of light blinding us right now. We're actually going to activate our extended stride as well, so that we can run away from these things a little bit better, because they are very fast. There was a corpse here. It's not great. We can't see it, but we can sense it. That's right in the darkness in front of us, looming. We trace the shape of a clay golem. That is much worse than a plastic golem. The clay golems, plastic golems are mass produced. The clay golems are handcrafted. We are going to immediately run down the stairs, turn around, get a magic missile off. Unfortunately, we did waste some of our mana, that purification seed, but we needed the water. As we let it chase us down the stairs, running past screen doors, question mark, of other golems, we do finally take it down. It took most of our remaining mana, but it is broken. Okay, we're going to take a moment, catch our breath, ignore the sounds of the golems all around us, and we are going to drink a mana potion. It's only a lesser mana potion, so it's not going to provide us a lot of mana, but we're going to check all the way up to the top here. Oh. Something, yep, attacked us from the crook of the thing there. We will see if we can get some magic missiles off. Run down again. Wait a moment. More magic missiles. Repeat the process. Only works until we run out of mana. We have 3 left. Come on. The only problem is that it's also healing. And we're out of mana. But we do have our bow. We're going to head down the stairs one more time here. Catch our breath. There's a chance we can kill it with our bow. Oh man, it is so fast. It is just moving across the room so quickly towards us here. And it's already fully healed? Holy crap. These plastic golems are a problem. And the carbon fiber arrows from the recurve bow are doing almost nothing to it. Damage, but again, it's already fully healed. Scamper up the staircase. Oh man, we knew that the golems were going to be a problem, but this is something else, to be honest. Like, this is really problematic. It did manage to get one swing off on us. We'll go ahead and bandage our arm, make sure that starts healing, and take some multivitamins and some ibuprofen as well. It'd be nice if we could get a perch somewhere where we could fire down on it. Like, you might think me cowardly for fighting it this way, but, like, this thing was probably going to rip us to shreds if we try and fight it in melee. We are quite fragile, unfortunately. This academy would be an amazing place for us to study and recoup and learn new magic, but as it stands currently, its protectors are actually a lot more than we can handle. But Vellum survived the initial destruction of the world. He isn't going to give up here. We're going to do it. We're going to put the bow away, pull out our bayonets, and we'll stay on the staircase so that we can run when we need to. But we're going to try and take it down in melee. We're just a flurry of attacks to try and tear it apart before it can tear us apart. It managed to get a hit on our right arm, but we managed to get several hits off on hit, tearing it to shreds, just slicing plastic from it piece by piece, and it finally goes down. Oh, but man, the cost was high. It tore up our right arm and our left arm. We'll put those in our back in their sheaths and go ahead and bandage ourselves back up. They managed to get a nice hit off on our torso as well. We're actually going to put a much nicer bandage on our right arm because it looks pretty bad. But the rest of the golems should, for the time being, be stuck in locations where they can't get to us. Go ahead and make sure we pick up our arrows right away. Didn't mean to open that door. There is a door there. Okay. So we have access to this floor. That's good. Is there any mana potions? There are. Okay. The mana potions are going to be pivotal in trying to clear this place out. In fact, we actually are going to... we see an app. Okay, it's down on the ground floor. We also have a regeneration potion we can take so that we can stay in the fight. Might be a bad idea to take it now, to be honest. But is there any other... Oh, there's a bunch of potions here. What do we have? Iron Skin. Okay, okay. That should be pretty good. Not sure exactly what Iron Skin will do for us, but I do imagine that it's going to be something along the lines of, well, hell, you know, making our skin like iron. We're going to pull our bayonet back out. And you know what? Let's go to war. We're going to drink the Iron Skin potion, open the door, and there's nothing on this floor. There's another mana potion, and that was another ring. Ring of Dexterity. Yes, we'll go ahead and we'll wear that as well. Make sure that the rings are on the opposite hands. Magic doesn't like being near other magic, so it wasn't wanting to be on the same side as another ring. Oh man, there's so many scrolls, so many books. We have to clear this place out. Okay, we're going to go up one more floor. Nothing here. One more floor. We sense at least one plastic golem there, possibly two. We're going... Because we can't see them in the dark there. Pull it down to the next floor. And slice and dice. And with the Ring of Dexterity and the Iron Skin Potion, it did actually manage to get a hit off on us. And didn't even matter. Okay, this floor's clear. We still hear more, though. Again, we're going back up. Make sure we fight it somewhere where we can see it. Oh, it did manage to get a hit off on us, but with our skin turned to iron, it's like barely even hurting us. Although the iron skin is starting to wear off, I think. Oh, another hit. The sound of our crunching bones, but we're going to push through it and take it down. Pops might be broken, to be honest. Is this floor clear? This floor's clear. Looks like the library. Okay, last floor. Nothing in here? We still hear some footsteps, though. Managed to get a critical, slicing huge chunks of plastic off of it. And it hits our arm. The Iron Skin protecting us. We're gonna win this fight. Just chopping and chopping and chopping at it until finally it falls. And there's a ritual circle up here. That's going to be incredibly useful if we do decide to start casting some alchemy. And it looks like it is. Holy crap. We cleared the entire academy. There is going to be so much for us to learn here. This is incredible. Now, the only thing we need to do is, for Potion of Regeneration still going, it does manage to close up our wounds real quick. We're going to sheath our thing, and while we still have nighttime, we need to move these corpses out and see about, can we build a door? What does it take to build a door? We have a hammer, and we have enough fabrication knowledge. We just need planks and nails. We need to build some doors here. And then we'll probably seal up one of the doors on each side. And we'll go for the same kind of defenses that we went for last time. Just putting some nail boards and stuff like that down. And, yeah. So what we can probably do then is... Is this thing still alive? It is. And it doesn't really care too much about us. At the same time, though, I don't really want to mess with it. We'll come over here and we'll disassemble these doors. And, we will reinforce this place. Unfortunately, I did just notice that the ability to make a door is... We would need some wood sawing. So we are going to have to make a makeshift door. But that means that we don't have the fabrication required to do it. Can we get... We can get some fabrication skill by practicing carving. So we'll back up to here. And what does it take for us to practice carving so we can get up to fabrication? Where'd it go? Carving. Requires a plank or a stick. Okay. So we can get plenty of those. We'll haul a bunch of this stuff back into here. And turn on our lights. And practice some carving until we get up to fabrication 2. Which I think we just got right away. We did. Okay. Just put the practice item down. And put everything back here. And then let's see. Door. Makeshift door. So, we have an empty wood frame. I think the only thing we're missing is light. Let's see if we can bring our light up and... Oh, what are we missing? I don't understand. Oh, crap. In order to make the makeshift door, we need rope. Or a tool of sawing. Well, I guess this is a good time as any to see about... See about if we can use this, Hardened Earth spell, maybe? Make barricades? We hardened the earth. What did it do? I don't know if it did anything. Okay. Well, lacking doors is going to be a problem. So what about making nail board traps? We just need nails. There are some nails here, but they're mostly, like, most of the nails got destroyed. So we'll come reclaim some doors. We don't leave all of the major doors, like these ones, alone. But we'll reclaim some of the smaller doors here. And make some nailboard traps. Put one down right there. And then we'll put another one down right there. And that will at least reduce the amount of zombies that manage to make it in here. Do it again over here. We'll actually manage to feel... not safe here. There's just too much going on over here. We hear thumps below us. Oh man, something managed to make it into the basement. That's not fantastic. We have to take care of that before we can feel safe. But we'll at least be... it'll at least be okay. It's not going to be safety. We'll pull out our knife. We're going to check out the basement super fast. Looks like one zombie. Oh, that was it. We'll make sure to clear the basement. Oh, there is more zombies down here. We'll clear the basement one more time here. Make sure there's nothing else that managed to sneak down here. And then, what we're probably going to do, because it's going to be the most complex route for zombies to take, is... we are going to head up to the second floor, and we will stay in these second floor bedrooms, because that means that they have to first get through here, then they have to get through the first floor, and then they have to figure out how to go up the stairs, and then we still have this wall in front of us. And worst case scenario, we can blink out of here when taking minimal damage. Vellum already knows that he can survive a blink from the first floor, so... this is going to be where we bed down for time being. We have solid brick walls around us, and we have so much information in this place. An absolutely crazy amount of scrolls and books, and we'll probably spend the next few hours and maybe the next day or two just gathering everything together and seeing what we can learn, and possibly even learning if we can craft anything. Making some magical items would be incredible. Again, we do have this major goal of ours to be able to craft a minor staff of the Magi. We need a stick, a mana crystal, some leather, and some mana dust. And the mana crystal mana dusts, Vellum knows for a fact he's going to be able to get here. And then all we need at that point is a stick and some patches. And then we can take all of this up to the top floor, to that magic circle, and we can craft our first staff. The next step towards becoming an Archmage is so close at hand. And we finally, after all this time, got admitted to a magic academy. One way or another. Vellum always knew the first step to becoming a true wizard was entry into the Magic Academy. This isn't how he saw it happening. Its halls empty save for the bodies of the freshly reanimated, it is still a treasure trove of knowledge and power, a place where he can forget the Cataclysm. Welcome to Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead, the journey of Vellum. I'm Areima, and I did want to add today that if you have any questions or interests in both the game or the series, please feel free to leave any in the comments below. Thank you. The last thing on our mind today is the apocalypse. Today is about the fact that we have finally fully cleared out this Magic Academy. But we can't forget that the apocalypse is still out there, just at the tip of our fingertips. We don't have a way that I know of to make a saw. Yeah, we have no recipe. No recipe for saws. So we're not going to be able to make a door for down there. But there might be a possibility that we can get something done, like some sort of barricade. Maybe barricade? No. Is it in this menu maybe? Barricade? That's a road barricade. Large wooden blockade used to block a passage through a road, lined with reflective light to increase visibility. Does little to stop a moving car. I doubt that that's going to be good enough. And unfortunately, yeah, we can't reinforce a wooden door that isn't there. We also can't board up a door that's not there. There's no option to board up damaged doors. Yeah, you have to, because this is only a door frame at this point. I would actually have to have a door here in order to be able to board it up. Another option is these statues here. They only provide 50% cover. This 50% cover over here means that something will be able to see past them, which makes sense. They're only statues. But they are impassable. Elm's going to go ahead and grab one of them, as it feels really heavy. Strains himself a few times, but he does manage to move it. I'll try and push it a little bit farther. Well, that was a possibility here. We can haul everything out of the way of the door. And at least for the time being, well, the other nearest statue is this one. So let's try and move them as little distance as possible. Oh, I see what's happening. I wasn't noticing the note there. It says that some items we're trying to haul across the ground didn't fit in the pile because there's just such a pile of corpses around here. We'll go ahead and grab this statue as well. Straining himself, he does manage to slowly pull the statue. Vellum isn't exactly someone who has been known at any time for his strength. But we did manage to put the two statues in the way for the time being, which it won't stop anything per se from getting in here, but we'll at least have warning, right? Nothing is going to be able to just walk in here, especially like the golems, for example. They won't be able to just walk in here without us knowing about it. So now that we have that door blocked off, we're going to double check real quick that we don't have... We do have a dinosaur back here. Is he still just a dinosaur? He's not a zombie or anything? He is still just a dinosaur. We don't think he can fit through this window, so we're going to loot this room first. Make sure that there's nothing back here that we care about. Just some clothing in the bookshelf behind that guy. Some medicine. Again, don't... Oh, here's something we care about. All of these blue things, I think we'll go ahead and take. We'll take the locking pliers as well. But we'll gather all of these blue things because Vellum is vaguely aware of the fact that these are alchemical ingredients, magical ingredients. And then we're going to pull out a hammer and we're going to actually smash this huge mana crystal. In its current form, it's not useful to us. But if we do smash it, you can hear it cracking at every single blow. And it's going to cause a lot of noise, us smashing into it. Actually, we're not even damaging it with the hammer. We need something bigger. How about the crowbar? Smash into it over and over and over, and there it goes. And that's what we're looking for. So we have crystallized mana and small mana crystals, which will help us make our staff. We'll want to bring those up to the top area. And I wanted to focus on getting everything out of this room first, just because we don't want to come back to that dinosaur. And we need to pick a room here. Probably the room in the center, not the farthest away, just because, actually, possibly even just this room here. Far enough away from the streets that we're not going to be hearing things through the wall,
but it's also far enough away from the entrance that they're going to have to get a little distance before they get to us. And this will be where we bed down. So we'll go ahead and start just kind of like piling everything we gather here. And what we're going to do for the next little bit here is we're just going to go through this area, and we're just going to grab everything that we think is important and pile it here in this room. And once we're done, we'll go through everything again and keep a track of what we actually have. But I'm going to go and grab everything, and I'll be back. Okay, so a few things happened while we were searching the entire place. First of all, we have a absolutely crazy amount of books and scrolls to go through. Several of these scrolls seem to definitely be some pretty interesting spells. We don't really know exactly what they do yet. We did find just a crazy amount of resources as well. Hopefully some of that will be useful to us. But we also learned that apparently assigning your bow to be a hotkey of E gets rid of the ability to examine things, which is why I was getting so button confused, trying to examine things, but instead examining my bow every time, because it would hotkey over to my bow and then examine that. So I removed that hotkey for now. Need to keep in mind to make sure that we don't double up hotkeys in the future. And then lastly, we found a bone saw, which if I examine, which now actually works, we have tree cutting and wood sawing qualities on there, which if I remember correctly, let's go to door real quick. Build door required wood sawing. It only requires empty wood frame and fabrication 2, which means that as long as we have the ingredients for it, which I think we probably do, it's not showing me right now because I'm not actually near something I can build with, then we might actually be able to add some doors. I mean, we have so many doors in this academy. We can definitely add doors back onto this. We'll probably want to do it at nighttime, but having some doors on here and then boarding up some of the doors so that we don't have just like easily accessed entrances is probably something that we're going to want to do. So we are going to probably read until we're tired. It is 4 a.m. So, you know, Vellum still has several hours before he would normally start going to bed. Actually, before any of that, we do need to check out our... Apparently a lot of this is edible. We don't want to necessarily eat any of this. We are pretty low on food. And I don't think I really saw much in the way of food around here either. There is some brownies out here, which I can go ahead and eat some of for now. Fortunately, with these dense urban buildings right next door, as soon as night falls, what we might do is we'll move one of these statues, put a door up, and then we'll move over to this building over here and see about getting some food. But for the time being, oh, some of these brownies are already going bad. That's not good. So we really don't have very much food at all right now. Something to be aware of. For now, what we're going to do is we're going to close the door here. We are going to study for the next few hours, see about what spells we can learn from this place. After all of that, we are going to get some rest, and as soon as night falls, we'll get some food and start actually fortifying this place so that we can get some actual progression done, because Vellum knows that this apocalypse, it wasn't a one-off thing now. He's starting to see evolved zombies, and he has come to the realization that this is arms race. So if we want to be able to survive here, we need to take all of this information, kind of glance through all these books real quick, and make sure that we become stronger all the time. We need to be able to keep up with the monsters that are rapidly evolving in this world. After reading through all of the spell books and scrolls that were here, we have come across several new spells, ones that we are going to be adding to our growing spellbook, growing grimoire. So we have first Ethereal Grasp, which Vellum hasn't tried out any of these yet, so he's not fully sure what the full capabilities of most of these are, and as soon as night falls, may start experimenting. Ethereal Grasp creates a massive spectral hands emerge from the ground, slowing everything in range. Higher levels allow for a larger effect. And then we have Fox's Cunning, which the scroll wasn't terribly descriptive of what it does. All it says is that if I were to cast this spell, I become wily, like a fox. Not amazing. We're going to have to just read it, cast it once, and see what happens. We also have Move Earth,
Our essence flows around you and the earth follows. Again, not super descriptive scroll. And then one that I'm actually kind of interested in. Spear of Brambles. It turns a stick to a vicious spear that drips with sticky sap. We imagine that this is very similar to our druid bow, where if we have a stick at hand, we can probably use druid magic in order to convert it into a usable spear for a duration. And as we get better at the spell, the duration is going to increase to be quite long. 36,000 or 360,000 is not in minutes, but in days and potentially years. Don't really want to do the math right now. And then last of which of the ones that we learned, but not least, is Wind Strike. A powerful blast of wind slams into anything in front of your body, and it seems like it both has a decent range and AoE. It does a little bit of damage. Actually, 29. That's actually a lot. Up to 73. Holy crap. That's actually a lot of damage. But it has a duration. That's interesting. I'm not 100% sure what this does. We might need to find a target to try this on. And the last thing we found is actually not a spell, but a ritual. The Rite of the Second Circle. Unfortunately, the Rite of the Second Circle is the second in a set of rituals, and we don't have the first. But if we were able to get this, we would actually be able to grant ourselves a permanent alteration to our body that makes us more efficient in channeling mana. Finding the Rite of the First Circle is going to be incredibly valuable to us, but we will probably go ahead and learn the Rite of the Second Circle. It just takes a very long time to read and to memorize this rite, so we're not going to learn it right now. Unfortunately, Introduction to the Divine was not terribly useful for us because it's mostly a Biomancer spellbook, and we're not going to care too much about Blinding Flash. It doesn't really do a lot for us. Same thing with Thought Shield. We don't think that the Thought Shield is going to be absolutely amazing yet. There's a chance that we learn these once, at least, just to add them to our growing grimoire, because we don't really lose anything other than, you know, our grimoire is starting to get to the point where we actually have to potentially start organizing it. There's enough here. But one of the things I want to try as soon as night falls is combining Move Earth and Harden Earth, and wonder if we can make barricades, because if we could, that would be very interesting. Tomorrow is going to be a long day of construction, trying to fortify this place, and then after that we're going to look into potentially getting some magical crafting done, and we're probably not going to live here long term, but we do need to at least once again explore our nearby surroundings, make sure that we have an idea of what's around us. And honestly, before even crafting, I realized that we have an even bigger problem. We need food very, very quickly. Hopefully we can find some in this apartment building that we were using the previous nights. Wide awake, but very hungry. We are... Oh, I was wondering why I couldn't hear anything. Still have my earplugs in. We're going to head out. And first thing in the morning here, I think even before giving ourselves some protection, we are going to go ahead and move one of these statues. We don't have to move it far. We just need to move it one space. Do hear something moving around out there. Footsteps. Okay, let go of it. And it's exactly what I thought it was going to be, a golem. We have full mana, though. We're going to start running. Get back. Let it in. And release. Magic missile after magic missile. Just bolts it down as fast as possible. If it gets too close, take a step back, and it's done. Fortunately, I think it might have been damaged slightly by walking over our nail boards here. It does seem like we'll catch our breath. There's nothing else out here for us right now. Something we may want to do as well is potentially blockade this area right here, so that we can only be assaulted from one direction. But let's go ahead and head up into some of these apartments. See if they left any food for us. We'll, of course, always take bandages. And check the cupboard here. There's some broth and some pesto. Oh, here we go. Some pickles, bacon, yogurt. We'll go ahead and take a frying pan with us, because I don't think we have any cooking implements. We did see a cauldron, some orichalcum cauldrons in the academy itself, which in a pinch could be used to cook with. We'll take a gallon jug with us as well, so that we can gather some water from the very fancy ponds that are on the first floor of the academy, and then use it to clean that water off. Southwest and below, we hear footsteps. There might be another golem still moving around out there. Hopefully just another plastic one. But it does seem like, at least for today, food is not going to be an issue. Ooh, a copper pot. That's actually better than what we grabbed already. So we're going to go ahead and drop the frying pan because the pot does everything the frying pan does and a little bit more. We'll grab a 2-gallon jug because you generally need 2. One to transfer into the other. There is a bunch of books here, but nothing we're terribly interested in. And a cassock, some hiking boots. And with that, it looks like that's it. We did come away with quite a bit of food here. Enough so that we can kind of just squirrel ourselves away inside the academy for a few days. Now that we're here, we'll go ahead and let the light spring up and see about building a door here. Perfect. Look at that. That's amazing. We might even leave these statues here like this. Can we build the other door? What are we missing? We are missing a wood panel and some nails. Well, we're going to get that and then see about closing this up. Pretty easy to acquire all the materials around here. And then we have to light ourselves up again, which is one of the dangers of building at night, is that we do kind of expose ourselves. But nothing came for us. Very good. If we get just a few more nails, we'll be able to board up this door here. We'll board up this one and not the other one. And it'll reduce the amount of ways that something can come at us. So we'll go ahead and get that done as well. Okay, we got that boarded up, and we'll do the same thing on the other side. Just boarding up one of the 2 doors so that we reduce the angles of attack. It's not going to stop something from busting in here, stop zombies from busting in here, but it'll slow them down enough that we'll know that they're coming. We'll hear it if they start and try and break their way in. We do actually hear footsteps outside, but now that we have this door here, we can move around inside of here without a lot of concern. Hopefully at this point there actually is a golem or 2 left out there, because if there is, then that's actually going to benefit us at this point instead of hurting us. We'll go ahead and deposit all of our materials. And one of the things that did actually happen while I was gathering materials is that we actually found 2 more scrolls. A scroll of Fault Minting Chance, which allows us to repair items made of natural stone or metal, and a scroll of Granite Aegis. When the going gets tough, summon yard-thick walls of solid rock around themselves. So that's pretty interesting. I'm not sure what exactly that does, but we're going to have to go into kind of experimental mode here and try out some of these spells for ourselves, just to kind of just see what happens, as it were. But yeah, Vellum's going to go ahead and eat, and with this place actually reinforced pretty quickly, it didn't really take that much time. We are probably going to go ahead and eat and maybe find a safe spot outside somewhere to start experimenting with some spells. As we were studying, reading over our books, finishing off our spellcraft study, which we at least got the basics enough to be able to cast them. We're not terribly skilled at any of the spells yet. We did actually come across an insight. Our powers sort of showed themselves to ourselves. Showed themselves to us. Apparently, just like we can create light, we can also now extinguish it, plunging an area into darkness. If only we can figure out the technique. The only issue is that in our study, Vellum does realize that he hadn't planned on staying here this long, and he left his black crystal behind. So eventually, we will have to gather up everything we have here and move back. But before we do that, we definitely want to try and make this minor staff of the Magi. The only thing we really need is the leather patches and a long stick. We also need a way to make mana dust. But if we can find a mortar and pestle somewhere, that won't be hard. Waking up fresh and refreshed, we are in fact now going to, with plenty of night to spare, see about testing some of our powers. We do hear some thumping from the northeast, but it seems like it's very, very far away. So we can just ignore that for now. And let's head out here. Check first. We don't see anything. Let's go ahead and use our powers to expand our vision. And we still don't see anything. That's good. We'll go ahead and use the stride as well to make sure that if anything does show up, we'll be able to move very quickly. And yeah, so let's see about what these powers do. Let's start with Move Earth. So we get to choose... Oh, it says in range. We'll damage ourselves. Interesting. Well, we lost our concentration. Hold on. And again. Oh my gosh. Okay. So as Vellum finally manages to get the spell off, taking multiple attempts, he reaches out, puts his hand into the ground, and the ground literally falls away beneath him, creating a shallow pit all around him. That is very useful. I wonder if we could cast it again to make it deeper. We can. Wow, so we actually have a full pit now. It says that we can put a plank over it. Interesting. So we can walk out over it if we put up a plank. So with 2 planks, we could actually make a bit of a 2 planks and this spell, we could make a bit of a, almost like a drawbridge situation. The only problem being that I don't think we can move earth through concrete. But, you know what? We should probably try while we're at it. We do smash the concrete. It shatters, turning into sand. So theoretically, if enough casts of this, trying again and again, fizzling the spell. Yeps, there we go. So it created a pit there and then a shallow pit farther down. That is kind of amazing, actually, that we can just shatter the ground like that. Albeit it did put a hefty toll on our mana. And I want to see about... So we cast Hardened Earth there on the ground. It still just says it's grass, so we're not sure what that did, per se. Is there anything else that we have enough mana for? I would like to try out Granite Aegis to see what it does, but we don't have enough mana. And what about Spear Brambles? So we need a long stick. Can we, like, examine some of these trees? Maybe pick some of these things? No. Doesn't look like any of these things. Pick a dead tree? Hey, there we go. So we have sticks now. Is that good enough for the spell, or do we need something else? Where is it? Spear Brambles. So we can create it with... Learn how to something about the spell, and we created a Spear Brambles, a twisted wooden spear whose branches twine together at a vicious point, sticky with sap. Looks like it actually has a significant amount of damage, 26 pierce, +1 to hit. That is actually quite good. It also can be used to make reach attacks, which means that if we go to our fire menu here, we can actually attack things that are a square away. So between that and the bow on our back, we do actually have some significant weapons now. How expensive was that on mana? That was 344 mana. And it will destroy the stick, but it does seem like these dead trees be a pretty good source of sticks. Be nice if we could find some sort of, like, maybe like a martial arts or something like that in order to get good at spears, as it were. We'll go ahead and leave the Spear Brambles there because it's a summoned item, so it's going to vanish in time anyways. And I'm actually going to come back here and see about drinking a mana potion, because I would like to continue experimenting. And it's not the best use of our time to drink a mana potion right now. Apparently there's an American pickerel. Oh, it's a type of fish. To be honest, we didn't realize that there were any fish left. Just wait for some mana to come back. Basically meditating out here. We are actually going to stop concentrating for a moment, but we'll leave our night eyes on. We just want to make sure that we're not concentrating on so many things that our focus goes down, because as we're concentrating on our psychic powers, it has been lowering our focus. Okay, we have enough mana to try it yet. Granite Aegis, 744. Oh wow, it's a difficulty 9 spell. So the difficulty is basically determined by a combination of our current spellcraft and the level of the spell. And with only a spellcraft 4, I don't actually think that Vellum is going to be able to cast this granite aegis right now. Apparently, the Fault Mending Chant also has ingredients. In order to repair something, we would need soil, rock, and then some sort of metal. So copper, lead, etc. Which is why we were gathering some basic materials near the beginning of our journey, but with the lack of a crucible or some of the forge, it would be very difficult to do anything with that yet. It would be possible to make like a pile or something like that. If we could make a temporary shovel, we could make a weak shovel, but we don't have a chisel, so we can't actually do anything with a shovel right now. The last spell I'd like to try is this Wind Strike. Costs 285 mana, so actually a lot. But there's a chance that it's quite good, because it seems like it does a lot of damage, and it looks like it actually comes out in a cone as well. So if it's possible that we can find just like 1 or 2 basic zombies, we could try out this Wind Strike. We do see some dinosaurs. Oh, that's an Aptosaurus zombie. Is it faster than us? It's much slower than us. Okay. So what we're going to do is, how much distance do we have on the Wind Strike? 7. So he is currently 8 away from us. So if we go 1, 2, 3, he still can't see us, but we can see him. We'll attempt. Oh, look at that. Yeah. It blasts out in front of us as a cone. This would actually be... We're going to go ahead and stop targeting that then, because we want to move in a little bit closer. Oh, there's quite a few zombies around here still. And then we're going to try and cast this again. Wind Strike. Ignore that for now. We understand that he's close. Wind rushes out, and we hear a whooshing noise. It's not creating as much sound, despite the loud whoosh. I think it's not creating as much sound as a magic missile, and it did hit the Aptosaurus zombie for a grand total of 23 damage. We did also level up the spell, which is already increasing the damage up to 38. It didn't move it around though. We're gonna try it one more time, see what happens. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's moving it at all. That's actually unfortunate. I was really hoping that it would like push it around, but as it stands, we do have a freaking dinosaur. Oh, it downed it. Look at that. That's really cool. It whipped it to the ground. We didn't notice at first because the creature's so freaking big. But we are going to try and finish this off now with some magic missiles. And I'm realizing now that so it took several minutes, several seconds for the zombie to climb to its feet. But I'm realizing now that we actually were doing a decent amount of damage to it, because, well, the magic missiles are just barely even hurting this thing whatsoever. We are going to back up, and we don't want to leave this thing out here, so we are going to pull out our recurve bow and see about finishing this thing off. We get one shot of an arrow in, aim up, another. It is a very large target, so fairly hard for us to miss. We'll catch our breath real quick. It shouldn't be regenerating. We would notice if it was regenerating. Where is the plastic golem? He's all the way over there. We can take a moment here, though. Is the golem going to be fighting the creature? I think it is. Yeah, the golem hits the zombie. Okay, good. Which means that we can fire at the golem instead. Kind of help out the dinosaur for now. We've hurt the golem, and the zombie is in fact down. The golem just tore it to shreds. But we have already learned that... In fact, we are going to start running. We've already learned that fighting a golem for a bow, ill-advised. So we're going to run back here, open our door, close it, and catch our breath. Bella doesn't want to go toe-to-toe with one of those golems again, not without an iron skin potion. We know that It was mostly the Iron Skin Potion that let us win the fight so decisively last time. We don't really want to mess with it. It would be nice if we can clean up this downstairs. It's very disgusting to just see so many rotting corpses of zombies down here. But we've learned quite a bit about our magic. This Move Earth spell is definitely going on our favorites spells list because that was very, very good. Being able to dig such a big hole. And we're also going to go ahead and put the Spear of Brambles and the Wind Strike on our list as well. Wind Strike might not beat out Mana Bolt whenever it comes to a single target, but if we were to have a horde in front of us, the Wind Strike would be absolutely invaluable for being able to damage and disable a large amount of creatures all at once. One of the other spells that we have, but we don't want to try right now, is Cause Bear, because honestly, if it does work the way that it seems like it works, that's a bad idea. We are going to, now that we're out of mana, we're going to check around the house here real quick, get a little bit more reading done, and get back to some of the important study. But we do want to see about finding, what do we need? We need a long stick, specifically. And perhaps we search the nearby areas to see if we can find something that acts as a mortar and pestle, so that we can crush down some mana and make a staff. With another day and part of a night spent studying and reading, not much has changed, but we have managed to level up Wind Strike a few times because we plan on using it. And Vellum is starting to realize that this location is very, very nice. Not only is it's where we've managed to stockpile a good deal of resources, but we also have this magic circle down here, which we don't know how common these even are, but we can also get all the way up to the roof, and then from up here we can see so much. We can see distant towns, another mega city of Orleans and Sunderland in the distance. We can see fields, a very small port town, and we can see how absolutely enormous this mega city of Brooklyn even is. And realizing this, that Vellum sort of has his own Archmage tower, not just a wizard tower, but an Archmage tower, he is starting to think that perhaps this might be more permanent of a location to reside in. And with those kinds of thoughts on his mind, I believe tonight we are going to make a trip back to our other home, our previous home in the magic shop, and see about grabbing everything we can carry from there and bringing it here and declaring this our new home. We'll probably fetch our arrows that we left in the body of that dinosaur zombie last night and move on out. So since we've freshly woken up, actually that's a good point, we are freshly woken up, so we should probably just go ahead and eat some of the food that we have here before heading out, because who knows what kind of situation we might get into out there. Drink a little bit of fresh water. Make sure we have a good amount of a good amount of mana for emergencies. And then we are going to use our Night Eyes and our Extended Stride. Go ahead and... oh, there's so much destruction out here. Move on out here, and we already have a zombie on us, but we can more or less, with how fast we are now, more or less ignore those and move past them. Can we find the body of that zombie? Oh, it looks like it might have already reanimated. Yeah, Sahara's zombie. Wow, that thing reanimated really fast. Here we go. I pressed caps lock and the keybinds are case sensitive. So, I think we had headed straight down the road here. So we're going to follow the same way back that we did in. Oh man, there's a zombie predator and it can see us. With its joints in odd places and angles, this humanoid creature prowls across the landscape with surprising speed. Its teeth and arms are sharpened into fine points, and black ooze seeps out from the cuts between the muscles. It sees us, and it's heading straight towards us. We are going to go ahead and back up a bit here. Go ahead and pull out our bow. And getting the zombie predator in our sights, we're going to go ahead and line up. It's very hurt, so we're going to wait for it to get right on top of us. Wait a little bit longer. That save actually made me jump a little bit. And fire. We'll catch our breath. And another zombie stepped over, so we'll grab our arrow and go ahead and crush that zombie just to make sure that that zombie predator doesn't come back. And kind of take a few steps away here. Doesn't seem like anything else sees us right now, so we are... nothing else important, at least. We are going to start making our way. Oh man, there are so many dinosaur zombies around here. This is one of the things that we feared, but the nice thing is that if we do manage to kill these, and we do manage to clear them out, we won't have to worry about them anymore. Inside the walls of the Academy, we had forgotten just how dangerous the Cataclysm is. But fortunately, these particular dinosaurs don't seem very quickly, so we're going to go ahead and just move past them. Oh man, there are just so many zombies out here. It would be nice to take a moment at some point and just start clearing these guys out. Just start getting rid of some of them. So we don't have to worry about them evolving, turning into something that we potentially won't be able to handle in the future. So as it stands, we can handle them as we are now. Saw a Rottweiler nearby, but... oh! I accidentally stepped right towards it. You're going to back up a bit. And, how injured is it? Oh, it is absolutely full health. And, yeah, our aim right now is just terrible. Just kind of steady up here. Get a nice hit off on it. Immediately pull out our knife, because I don't think we're going to get another chance, and then crush it as soon as it gets in. Very good. Did we forget our arrows back there? No, we took them with us. Okay, good. We'll switch back to our bow as well. Make sure that we have that out. That one was getting a little close, so we just go ahead and finish it off super quick. Wasn't sure how to get around everything here without taking at least one of them out. While we're here, we're going to go ahead and check on this bike real quick. Yeah, it's missing foot pedals and the saddle, which, although we are no bike expert, we do think that having a seat on the bike is probably important. Just a bunch of normal zombies around here. We can basically just walk past them. We have a pack of zombie dogs. That's not fantastic. They seem to be moving quickly. Not necessarily towards me. What is that? Oh, there's a feral dwarf over there. And a lashing zombie. The dwarf is trying to throw stones at me, but he keeps hitting the grate that he was near instead. But it does look like he got free. I think we're faster than him. We don't necessarily want to just run into something worse, though. Like a boomer and a grappler zombie up ahead. Moving this far through the city is a little bit of a nightmare. Going to have to say. It is a little bit of a nightmare. Okay, so what is this? This is just a house here. Stone walls. I think we're going to duck into the house here. And hopefully that dwarf... yeah, exactly what I wanted to happen. Follows us in. We'll aim up on it. Wait for it to get very, very close. Come on. Did we do that much damage? We cut it to bits, to be honest. We're going to back up a bit and pulls out his bayonets and tries to go to town with it. It said that we were off balance, but we're not. We're just... It's so dodgy. So dodgy. We're dodging it, and it's dodging us. But we do manage to get a hit off on it. It gets a hit off us as well. Just a brutal brawl in close melee, and finally goes down. There's our hunting arrow. Whew. Okay. Let's pull our bow back out in the darkness here. Take a moment. Catch our breath. That boomer is also a problem. In fact, we're going to take it out. Aim up on it. And careful aim. It does explode as soon as it dies, which is going to bring in a lot of things from nearby. But if we move quickly, we can get out of there. And they're going to be attracted to that doorway from all around. But we're not going to be there. Oh man, this road is just congested with the dead. Is there anything scary around here? It's a grappler zombie, but it looks like it's distracted by the explosion we set off. So what we're going to do is we're just going to move through and move past. Looks like there's a regenerating zombie and a bruiser on either side of that car. We'll ignore them for now as well. Just trying to get past this stuff. We only have so much nighttime to burn. And all of our major supplies are back home. But it seems like we've gotten past the majority of it for now. I think I spoke too soon. There's a zombie dog there. We do have to worry about the zombie dogs because they are quicker than us. One of the few things that still is. As we still just bob and weave through this crowd. Okay. We might be home free. We're getting closer to where we have kind of already cleared out the zombies. There's a feral lizard folk. That's not good. The lizard folk whose eyes are bloodshot and they walk amongst the dead as though one of them. Tongue rapidly flickers in and out of their mouth like a snake. Hopefully that's a one-off. Vellum knows that lizard folk camps do exist, and if there was a whole bunch of them, they are very handy with spears. That's actually still a wand of minor magic missile in there. I need to make sure we grab that at some point. We also have Lucio Abrams up here as well. So we're going to take a look at what we have here and see about figuring out what we need to take with us and what we can leave behind. And I'll be back whenever we get our bags full. Okay. There's a lot of sacrifices, but we did finally figure out what all we're taking with us. And Vellum went ahead and, as loath as he is to leave behind physical books, he always knows where these books are and can come back and get them if he ever finds a way of getting them in the future. But we did store all the books that we had in the e-ink tablet PC that we have on us. We can theoretically find some batteries for this thing if we want to use it in the future. We left behind mostly just some minor tools. Sad to leave behind the mess kit specifically, but it was one of the last things that we had to abandon here. And we're going to eat some of the food that we're going to be leaving behind off the floor here and then see about getting out of here. Make sure we drop any hands that we just generated. Hopefully, as we reactivate our abilities to see in the dark and to have a longer stride, hopefully the trip back won't be as stressful. And this will be the last trip we have to make for the time being. It might not be the wisest to live in this tower so close to the river and so close to the zombies of dinosaurs that are reanimating themselves, but the fantasy of living not only in a magic tower but in even taller building, a magic academy, is too compelling for someone who is as washed up in the fantasy of being a mage as the reality of being mage as Vellum is. So We're going to go ahead and take a moment to catch our breath, because we had to run away from a guy there for a moment. And move around this side. Again, keeping an eye out for any of the more dangerous types of zombies. The basic ones, we're fast enough now that we can basically just walk right past them. But we do see that there is... This is the one choke point we have. We have a grappler on one side and then a zombie dog on the other. We're going to go right down the center here, and nothing even saw us. We are already halfway through. I'll go ahead and make sure that we just avoid things whenever we can. No need to even get close to most of these creatures. You say that, and then immediately one of them got close to us. Okay, where's that zombie dog? All the way up there. So what we want to do is we want to run to the southwest here, away from it, and then get far enough away that's we can again just catch our breath. Always make sure that our stamina is full at any given time. Okay, I think the last thing we're going to have to worry about is the zombie dinosaurs. Okay, this bus. What even is that? It is a bus. This bus is a little bit too close to that building, so we're going to come to the north here where we have more room to navigate. And that boneless zombie just saw us, but we're going to take a few steps farther away from it and easily get away. Those zombies aren't fighting that dinosaur, so we know that that's a reanimated one, even in the dark. And we do have a Z9. Even the zombie dog is slower than us. That's interesting. What the hell happened up here? Something ripped this car to shreds. Some sort of electrical sedan that just got annihilated. Perhaps a zombie, or no, not even a zombie to do that much damage to a car. Just look at it. It's just torn to pieces. It looks like perhaps, yeah, it looks like there's the corpse of a zombie dinosaur in there. So perhaps a zombie dinosaur was trying to get to something inside, like maybe just trying to eat some of the food that got left in the car before they got zombified. It's hard to say exactly what could have happened there. Okay, we're back. And what is that? A Domtosaurus. Huge, scaly dinosaur of broad, toothless beak, dead but walking, eyes vacant and swollen. Well, is it faster than us? Actually, that's a good question. A Domtosaurus. Much slower than us. There's very little that is faster than us at this point. Mostly benefited to us by the psychic powers that we have on top of our elven speed. But we did manage to catch two strike. We just hear a sound from inside. That can't be right. We'll have to check our doors. But we did catch two stragglers right before we got in. So I don't want to leave them this close to our building. We're going to take aim, take a breath, take them out. He breathes in, breathes out. Two zombies die. Does prove that one of these nights we can probably go through here and actually get rid of quite a few of these guys. I'm actually very surprised that our traps here haven't had much work yet. Perhaps we were just hearing an echo, because this door is closed too. And yeah, none of the walls have been beaten down. Check this wall back here. And none of the walls have been beaten down. So we must have just been hearing an echo of footsteps. Got me nervous for a bit there, though. That's for damn sure. Go ahead and unload everything. See about getting things kind of organized again. And we'll see what we can figure out if we can figure out what our next steps are from here. The last thing Bellum is going to have to do is find out a way to make a new fire. So we need to find something metal. So because we want to make a brazier, which we need one piece of sheet metal to do. So we'll go ahead and light ourselves up and start kind of deconstructing
random things nearby. Excuse me, menu, please. Let's just say deconstruct. Looks like we can't deconstruct that. Or any of these metal. Dishwasher. That might be metal. We did actually find some metal display shelves in here. And there we go. One piece of sheet metal. All we need. We don't have to worry about turning our light off, actually, because nothing can really see us around here. It might be safe to do anyways, just because these over here are actually giant bay windows, and something might spot us walking up and down the stairs. It wouldn't be a bad idea for us to live on downstairs, just so that we don't walk past those windows, because if something sees us moving in here, or hears us moving in here, they might get attracted to it. But go ahead and make a brazier and set it up. And now, well, we basically have everything we need to stay here for a pretty long time. There's a certain bit of fantasy that Vellum has as we climb back up the tower again, of living in a mage tower, seeing the world around us clearly and easily. It might not be the safest place to live, but if we did fortify it, if we created as many fortifications as we can, maybe even like a extra layer of outer walls, we could potentially in the future maybe even learn some teleportation magic, and then we could have a place like this be a place where we could return to at the end of all of our journeys. However, with that, we are going 19 days since the Cataclysm. Yet the old world feels like a distant memory. Vellum has come a long way from a cowering and confused apprentice in his old master's basement to the sole occupant of a towering magical academy. His power grows daily, and his skill and knowledge with it. Welcome back to Cataclysm. Dark days ahead. I'm Areima, and this is the journey of Vellum. Today is one of the first days that Vellum has awoken since the Cataclysm, where we're not actually sure what needs to be done. There aren't any pressing concerns. We come over here, we can see that we actually have a decent amount of food. We have water. We have a great source of water. We have shelter. We have solved the basic needs. And we've also solved one of our stronger desires to have a place to study, to learn, and to craft. But we don't really feel safe here yet. So we are going to actually start today by clearing out some of all of the riffraff and zombies we saw nearby as sort of an expenditure of our mana and some practice to boot. So we're going to go ahead and equip that recurve bow, and we're going to step outside and see what this condition outside is. Oh, hey, it looks like our traps managed to get quite a few zombies out here. We're already seeing some more as well. Go ahead and turn off safe mode. Crush these zombies down. Make sure that none of these can get back up. We do have these Saharasaurus zombies still. Take that one out. Get a absolutely massive 80 damage critical hit. Completely unnecessary. It does look like most of the stuff out here is pretty badly damaged, but there is a lot of it out here. So we want to try and clear out as much of this as possible. Actually, we can just go ahead and fire right away at the zombie dinosaur because it's just so big. We get multiple arrows into it, but on top of being huge, it's also pretty hefty as far as health goes. And you know, we're landing arrow after arrow into this thing, and finally it goes down. Jeez. These things are the real concern I have around here. Go ahead and crush that thing down. And we're going to take a few moments here, and this is basically what we're going to be doing. We're just going to try and clear out our neighbors, as it were. And make sure that if we do start making some noise from construction or study, that we don't have anything immediately on our doorstep. What is an Apatosaurus? Long-necked, four-legged dinosaur with long whip-like tail. Okay, so it's another saurian type. We sort of almost want them to see us so that while we're aiming, they get closer to us. There we go. It's kind of an ideal thing because we can steady up here and then kind of guarantee that we get a very good shot. We don't need antidepressants. Caffeinated chew gum's not bad, though. We will be looking out for better bows in the future. Ideally, like a composite bow would be probably one of the best bows that we could get that Vellum would still enjoy. It might be a modern take on it whenever we find one, but it is a classical bow. Find a composite bow, and compared to like compound bows, which have obvious marks of modern human technology, composite bows are ancient, and there are probably elven equivalents to these as well. Something that Vellum would be more familiar with. Jeez, that guy took so many arrows to take down, what the hell. But archery is a meditative process, and Vellum, while taking down all of the zombies around here, is trying to think about what the next steps are. It's likely that we are going to take some time to try and get better at the base skills that we need in this apocalypse. Fabrication, archery, cooking, which is going to be kind of just not that interesting to watch, so we are probably going to skip by a lot of it and just kind of let Vellum do his thing. It is satisfying, however, to be able to just confidently and almost brazenly walk out into the night here and just... Ooh, what happened over here? Clear out so many things. Are things falling into the pit that we made and then dying? Well, this was an accidental trap. And we were able to actually reach down and crush all of those corpses as well, which means that we cleared out any possibility that those things were going to rise up, like the old crater that we had at the last base. Perhaps those pits are going to be a little bit better for us than I thought they were going to be. We might, if we see similar results in the future, and it wasn't just a fluke, we might actually look into... Go ahead and rest up, catch your breath. We might actually look into maybe creating a bit of a moat situation and surrounding parts of our base with these pits. Magically created pits. We do notice that as we're performing archery more and more often, it is becoming a lot less taxing on our stamina to aim up and fire. And other than the ones that we lost the other night, we haven't actually lost too many carbon fiber arrows. I do realize, though, that we actually left arrows back at the other base. So, among with some of the other stuff that we left there, we probably do want to go back at some point and retrieve what's remained of what we've gathered. A fairly terrifying proposition, and I would like to ideally be a little bit stronger before we do that. But I'm not sure in what ways we could even get stronger at this point, beyond maybe just practicing some archery and making sure that we are more skilled at our combat abilities. At some point, we're going to have to figure out something as far as armor as well. Currently, Vellum's just wearing what remains of his academy uniform and some snippets he's found along the way. Just some elbow pads, knee pads, and this assault pack does protect his back a little bit, and the ballistic vest sort of helps, but it's not a lot. It may stop a bullet, but it's not going to stop a zombie from ravaging him. Climb into the corpse of a car here, and then climb back out. Wow, we actually shot through the window of the car there. Interesting. I didn't know we could do that. Actually saw glass shatter out from the car. Well, we've cleared out everything in the immediate area. It is possible that we could go another kind of ring out and start taking out some of the stuff that's close by, because this stuff could easily wander over. We aren't pressured by any means right now, so there might be something we do. We did manage to get one arrow into this grabber zombie, but it immediately started chasing us, so not sure what this thing is capable of, but not liking the name. We're going to go ahead and just immediately back off here. It's getting really close really fast. Okay, it's down. Guess we're not going to find out today what this thing's capable of, and you know what? I'm fine with that. We have 11 arrows left. At least one of them seems to have maybe broken then. That is a fully healthy Aptosaurus zombie there. That thing is going to be pretty hard to take down. We're going to put a lot of arrows into this thing. We're actually going to back up a bit and rest real quick, and then Oh, it actually got close enough to attack us. Oh my god. I didn't even realize it was that fast. But we are going to activate our extended stride here. Make sure that we can step farther and faster than this thing. Which will cost us a little bit of focus, but I think it's worth it in the end. Be nice if we could find something that gave us some... Oh, it got really close there. Be nice if we could find something that gave us some accuracy as well. Vellum definitely never imagined that in the apocalypse he would become a zombie. Oh my god. Okay. That hurt. What even happened? As we shot that last shot, the dinosaur managed to swing its head wide out to us and smashed us, and we went flying dozens of feet through the air, landing in the river. And as we landed, it destroyed several things. It ripped our bow sling. We lost concentration on our powers. A lot of our medicine dissolved. It destroyed our smartphone and our e-ink tablets. Also losing a lot of the books that we had stored there, which is really good that we remember where those books were stored. And we lost a few items too. It says that as we hit the ground, something comes loose, is knocked away from you. So we are going to swim. There's not much choice that we can. We need to swim our way out now. Looks like we have a crowbar that got knocked loose there. And we are quite winded after that. Okay. We are going to take this more seriously now. Put away our bow. And it looks like the Aptosaur zombie bled out. Yeah. In its final moments, it dealt us a incredible blow, to be honest. Is there anything else we're missing? The map may tell me if I dropped things that were favorited. Doesn't seem like it, though. There's another one of those things over there as well. We are going to go ahead and... Yeah, we're pretty cold now because we're soaked from head to toe. We're going to use our magic now to try and finish off the rest of these things because, well, you know, we're taking it seriously now. I don't see anything in here immediately. Where is that Aptosaurus zombie? He is over there. Okay, we're going to take that out as well. They just have so much HP. I'll back off. No reason to be that close. We risked it before, and now we've learned our lesson. Oh man, there's so many up here. Jeez. This might be enough for today. We managed to get away with, looks like most of our arrows, question mark? Yeah, most of our arrows. And we did clear out quite a few of the zombies around here. I think it might be time to just call it for now. We do want to probably put up some more nail traps over here as well. Do we have what we need to make those? We need more nails. Well, fortunately, we actually brought back an absolute ton of nails. Yeah, we brought back 500 nails, which we still have like 2,000 back at the other place, but we'll go ahead and use our psychic abilities to light up the area around us and make another nail trap super fast. Go ahead and deploy that there, so if something does try and come and mess with us... And you know what? Yeah, let's go ahead and make another one. Go ahead and bandage our wounds, and it is daytime, so we are... After that shocking hit from the dinosaur, just taking us by surprise there, we are definitely going to take a moment and just trying to sit down and read and not endanger ourselves again so soon. We are finally skilled enough to be able to attach the bow scope to our modern recurve bow, which is just trying to make it a little bit more accurate, I believe. Yeah, it reduced the dispersion, I think. It's hard to say. I don't actually... If someone knows, you can leave a comment to let me know. But if someone knows what exactly the bow scope does for us, I can only imagine it's positive, but I'm not sure exactly what the full benefits there are. As we were practicing and as we were focusing, some new insight came to us, to one of our psychic powers, and after we meditated on it for a moment, we have now unlocked Chameleoflage. This is a awakened photokinetic power that allows us to blend the light reflecting from you and the light reflecting from nearby surfaces, and you make yourself much harder to spot from a distance. We're gonna go ahead and try that once, and see what that actually does. So we now have Chameleoflage, bending light to make yourself difficult to spot. I'm not exactly sure what that does, but perhaps it will reduce the distance that something can spot us out during the day. Considering how safe we are right now, Vellum is tempted to test this right away. We're going to step outside, and we see a zombie off in the distance. And at that range, that zombie would normally be able to see us. So we're going to get closer. Perhaps this would allow us to walk around during the day. Okay, so that's the range that they see us now. That's still a lot of range, to be honest. So maybe this is something that we have to get better at before it starts being really useful. It is another concentration ability, which we already have a lot of concentration abilities, so it's going to be very difficult for us to maintain concentration on so many different things, but it is something worth considering. We also have the ability to learn another psychic photokinetic ability, which, again, I don't see any harm in at least adding all of these to our roster of abilities, because perhaps they will come up later. Something called Blackout. Vellum is going to sit down and try and learn that one, at least until his strange bedtime of 12 o'clock in the afternoon comes around. And it does look like we were not able to learn it in time to go to bed. We do want to try and keep our schedule as much as possible so that we can get up at night and do useful things. His usual routine: stays, pops in earplugs, and falls asleep. As we awake, we realize that smartphone was the only thing keeping our vitamin and calorie intake accurate. So we are going to want to, as we're killing more zombies, kind of keep an eye on trying to find more of that. As I don't want to sit here and just waste away my nights not doing anything at all, daytime is the better time for research. We are going to venture out today. Vellum would like to find some more medicine, just to have a stockpile going, and some more food, which does mean going out into the apocalypse. But before I do that, I kind of do want to burn some of my mana, now that I think about it. And what we're going to do is we're going to step right over here, and we're going to make 2 more pits. We'll go ahead and get everything out of the way there. And then we are going to cast Hardened Earth again. No, not Hardened Earth. Smooth Earth. Move Earth, which is sort of a hard ability to cast, apparently. And we are going to create another pit here. And then we're going to do the same on the other side. Keeping in mind that we do actually need a place to step, actually. We're going to put a plank here. That's interesting. So what we could do is we could put a plank there and then remove it whenever we need to come across. And that makes this almost completely safe. Interesting. It makes it take a few extra steps, but it makes it almost completely safe. Let's do another pit. Casting the spell, which is actually starting to become much easier to cast over time. We do actually have created a bit of like a deep pit on either side with a bridge across the center here. One thing we might be able to do in the future is move these spiked boards farther out, and then maybe make a pit right here at the entrance that we put a board over and sort of have a bit of a drawbridge upon entering this place. So we're going to put a plank over there, and we'll move it. That'll be a habit we'll have to get into, but it's a habit for our safety. Oh yeah, look at this. These pits are just attracting zombies for some reason, and then they're just falling in and immediately dying. We don't see any living zombies down there, but there is a concern of mine that we are going to create areas where there are living zombies. If we have enough mana, we're going to go ahead and start some pits over here, but we'll probably run out of mana in the process of doing this. We actually didn't. Okay. We have another pit over here, and we're finally out of mana. Okay. But the shallow pit just slows people down. We can actually move through it ourselves, so we don't need to put a board across that. being completely out of mana does mean that we're kind of out of options. We're going to come back here, see if we have any mana potions super quick. We do have like 5, so we're going to take one of them. We will go ahead and head outdoors. While we're outside, we'll go ahead and leave that plank over top that pit, just because the zombies probably aren't going to be smart enough to walk across it themselves. With all the other options, zombies do tend to kind of shamble around and slip and fall all the time. But it does mean that we'll be able to rush home. Oh, Jesus. If something like this happens, and there is just suddenly a Saharasaurus zombie, we are going to make a run for it here and pull out our bow. It being down this hallway here doesn't do us a lot of good. Honestly, Vellum's incredibly surprised that it can even fit in this alleyway. I don't like this situation. It could be just right around that corner. Okay, we're gonna back up and catch our breath. I don't like this at all. Yep. It's just gonna, we need to close off this direction. That's what we need to do. How it's bleeding, but it's nowhere near being close to dead. I don't think we can make a shot on it like that. We almost need it to be closer in here. There we go. Don't make the mistake of last time of committing to an amount of aim that we don't know if it's going to be able to get to us in time. So we're going to be much more careful about our aiming on this creature than we were on its cousin, as it was. Despite these being good hits, sinking one arrow into it after another into the hide of this dinosaur, it is, after all, a dinosaur, and we are struggling to take it down with just conventional arrows. It does seem to be bleeding badly now, but I don't want to give it any chance. Possibly we're out of arrows. Well, that's not fantastic. We put all of our arrows into it. Well, time for a magic missile. And that's all it took. Oh, we crush it. Get all of our arrows back and take a deep breath. That could have been bad. We need to do something about this direction. Do we have the mana for some more smooth earth? We sort of do. Why is it? That's interesting. It's larger now. I actually don't like that. I want it to be smaller. Can we not cast it larger? Oh man, as we're leveling it up, it's actually becoming much, much larger and harder to control. Like, that's awesome that we can make such a large pit, but at the same time, we don't want to. We're going to go ahead and stop casting that for now. We're going to cast Nature's Bow. Summon a bow instead of using our current one. We are sort of running out of arrows here. One thing that is an option that I just considered is that we do actually have this other spell. We don't have the mana for it right now, but Harvest of the Hunter, which if we can get some sticks... Yeah, if we just get some sticks, we can create twisted wooden arrows. It seems like they do have a duration to them, but they might be worth our time anyways. Here's another smartphone, but its battery's almost already dead, not worth grabbing. We do want to try and see if we can find a smartphone. We also want to get into this building over here. Another book for us. Reminding us that once again we do need to go back for the books that we lost by getting chucked into the fucking river. It's a scary affair and a humbling reminder that the dinosaurs, even being zombies, are not worth trifling with. Oh, here we go. We actually have quite a bit of canned food here, which is exactly what we want to see. Food that will last as long as we need it to. A lot of the other food here is already rotten or even just gone. There is some fresh veggies here. It's kind of interesting. You know, having not seen fresh food in a little while, Vellum's already going to just, you know, scarf down the broccoli and the orange. Being an elf from the forest, he is more than used to fresh food eaten immediately and sort of misses it dearly. Not seeing much else great here. Bunch of candied drinks that do not appeal to his diet whatsoever. The processed foods of the modern human will honestly make him sick. Oh, interesting. There's just like a whole bunch of backpacks. A fencing epee. been used for fencing, most noble sports. It is not designed for combat. It is the heaviest and stiffest of the fencing weapons, and therefore still useful in your situation. Yeah, it's not the greatest weapon, is it? Are there any recipes related to that? We could sharpen it, and if we did that, we would actually make a rather interesting piercing sword. It's an idea. We'll go ahead and take the epee with us, just because that might be something that we do in order to have sort of a temporary sword. There is another MP3 player in here. I don't know if we've ruined ours, so we're going to go ahead and take that. And a gasoline with a whole bunch of, or a gas can with a whole bunch of kerosene in it. Brooklyn Survivors map. Okay. We also have a large tent. That tent is kind of interesting because it would allow us to... Oh, okay. We immediately open a door to find a gigantic a mutant aggressive cockroach the size of a small dog. And as soon as we opened the door, it managed to get a biting attack off on our torso. We're gonna go ahead and back up immediately, pull out our bayonets, and see about trying to take this thing down. It is moving around like crazy though, but we do finally manage to get 2 solid hits off of it, which is all it takes. We'll put away the bayonet and kind of just hold pressure on the wound until it stops bleeding there. We're going to go ahead and bandage ourselves ahead of time, just with some very quick adhesive bandages, just so that our wounds are covered. And we'll pull out the bayonet again to have it at the ready this time. Not realizing that there could be giant mutant freaking cockroaches down here. We lost a lot of our pain meds and such, so we're going to go ahead and take all of that with us as well. So, sort of just exploring this place. A collapsible mop. With Phelim's interest in being clean, it's actually a very high value item to him to just find a mop that he'll be able to take back to his wizard tower, as it were. There's an electric lantern in here and a leather backpack. Oh, it's a leather backpack. Hold on. We have value to that, because if we take apart this leather backpack, we'll be able to actually get some leather strips. And we were wanting leather strips in order to make a staff. We need to keep an eye out for leather items like this. Not sure if we had kept these books after our recent loss. We're going to go ahead and take these books with us as well. Anything else interesting in here? I'm not sure. Oh man, this place is like crazy. Knife anatomy, Brooklyn tourist guide, some clean water. People will store all sorts of strange things down here. Is that another leather backpack? It is. We'll probably be able to get all the leather we need, at least for the time being, out of this. And then we have a Brooklyn road map here and some thread. All useful. We did see another staircase leading up over here. And it just looks like it leads up to this top floor. Nothing terribly interesting over here. Again, keeping an eye out for anything leather. We don't care about the noise that prying open doors makes right now, because there isn't much left around us. We already kind of cleared out a lot of things. Leather bikini top. It is made out of leather. Not much in there. Oh, here we go. Some cookbooks. Honestly, not that bad. And some sealed food. Perfect. Despite the terror of having faced off against a dinosaur and almost taking some grim consequences for it, this has sort of turned out to be a pretty good day, managing to get a lot of what we actually need to continue survival. We don't have a sustainable food source by any means, but we do have so much near us in this city of canned food and bottled food that we probably won't even have to worry about a sustainable food source for weeks to possibly even months to come, which gives us more than enough time to just figure out our situation and become stable. Stability is something that Phelim woefully desires right now. Ooh, some duct tape. Duct tape has a billion uses. We're gonna go ahead and take that with us. It seems like this building is a bit of like a mega structure. So Phelim is going to look through it, and just as I was about to go away and start looking through this on my own, we immediately see a zombie. We are going to put away the knife, pull out our bow, take a few steps back, and kind of just soften it down before we try and go at it with our knife. Let it come to us first. I believe in you. Come on. One more step. Maybe let it get a little bit too close there. Take out our knife. This will be quiet as well.
It managed to get a claw off on us, but we took it down very quickly. Take our arrows back. Those summoned arrows that will be useful. But yeah, we will be back if anything interesting happens. Vellum came away with quite a lot from clearing out that place, and he didn't even manage to clear out all of it. We got a lot of food, we got a lot of medicine, and we got a lot of like maps and tourist guides and some books that we can look into. Already, we're going to go ahead and pull that in just because we're probably not going to head back out tonight. But we're going to go through all of our stuff, sort out what we can, just kind of drop everything into our growing junk pile here, which is probably setting off Vellum's OCD just a little bit, knowing that this is just a mess of items with absolutely no organization. But one of the issues that we're having right now is that there isn't really any room to organize here. And Vellum's been thinking about moving up farther into the tower and trying to find a solution for these open windows here. If I were able to cover them somehow and block them, then we wouldn't have to worry about something seeing us while we're up here. Alternatively, we could move into the basement, which is going to be much colder, but is still quite livable. You have this large space over here, which has a door preventing us from, immediately being onset by stuff. And there's already shelves here where we can sort things. Honestly, this is seeming like a good option. We could probably put the fire here right between these two counters, and it would be on a concrete floor, so it wouldn't be in any danger. We might actually do that, is move downstairs. And then whenever we need to go to sleep, we'll just come back up here to sleep in the comfort of this bed. Because there isn't any beds down here. The closest we have is a couch, and when there's a bed so close by, sleeping on a couch just doesn't do it for us. But we're going to sort everything out and possibly move downstairs. We'll be back. Having a quick look through all the books we just got, we still haven't found anything that's going to help with our fabrication. We did have a pretty hefty survival book back at the old house, and I think we might have had a fabrication book back there as well. So the idea of going back for our other lost books is on our mind, but we're not likely to do that tonight. We need to do that in a fresh night with full mana. And after thinking about it for a while, Vellum is going to move downstairs just so that we can have enough room to spread out and actually have things organized and kind of start living like a real person again, not just shoved all into a corner like this. Okay, that actually took an absolutely ridiculously long period of time. However, we now have a crafting area down here. We have all of our food and water in here, a bunch of containers over here, basically everything we've ever collected as far as scrap parts over there, which doesn't feel like as many as I thought it was going to be. I think a lot of our chemical components, because they also count as food, ended up inside our fridge here. Yeah, they did. We have all of our tools on this bench over here, a lot of clothing and armor that we're going to be deconstructing, every book Vellum has ever collected and map he's ever collected over here, all of our weapons, and then we have some currency over here and some drugs. We did kind of put down all of our drugs that we didn't need anymore, because we don't need to be carrying that many on us, but we are carrying a lot of all of the basics on us still. And this gives us a place where we can kind of craft freely. We're going to go ahead and better bandage these wounds to make sure that they heal a little bit faster. This will give us a place where we can craft freely, and we stand in the center here because of the range that this game gives you on crafting. We should be able to access everything in here to craft with all at once, and get a very good idea of what we can and can't do. The other thing that is beneficial to being down here is that we can come down here and we can practice a more advanced form of athletics, eventually learning the proficiency of Athlete's Form, which, if we come over to our proficiencies, the Athlete's Form Expert will make it a lot more experience in movements using drawing and oh, but that's Archer's Form. Oops. Athlete's Form will be just a general increase in fitness and also making it easier to operate muscle-powered vehicles like a bicycle. Archer's Form is the other thing that we're practicing right now, which will make it a lot easier to draw and fire bows quickly and easier. The only thing we haven't really handled is a place to put all of the corpses that we're generating. It's possible that we grab all the corpses and throw them into one of the pits outside, but it's not going to be easy to shove them into the pit because we're not very strong, and I don't think we can just chuck corpses like that. I don't think that actually works. I don't know how to drag something then throw it. It may have been a bit more of a quiet episode, but we are going to have to leave you here. Vellum has cleared the nearby surroundings, and this has been our kind of base build-up episode 2. In the background, I actually played for a couple hours trying to get everything settled here, and I was just showing you the bare minimum of this so that you could keep track of what's happening. In the future, we are going to be trying to search the nearby places for some extra tools we need in order to do some of our magical crafting, and hopefully get towards making some of the more interesting magic items so that we can move forward. We already have everything we need to make the Minor Staff the Magi, except for we need to be able to get this Mana Dust, so we need a Mortar and Pestle. Shouldn't be that hard to find. Hopefully we can find one nearby. But as it stands, this has been Cataclysm, and I have been Areima. If you have been enjoying the series thus far, please feel free to leave a like, comment, or subscribe. I have been enjoying making these tremendously, and people seem to be enjoying them as well, so I plan on continuing to make them in the future. When we first started, I only promised myself 10 episodes, and then I would see how things are going. As this is episode 9, and it is going fantastically, I plan to definitely make more of these in the future. Thank you for coming. I hope you enjoyed the show, and goodbye.